sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Hello ladies and gents, and welcome to the MillionPugs WoT7 WCI edition. You're watching the last day of the playoff stage where we get to see who's going to come out on top from both EU and NA tournaments. Welcome back to the analyst desk where I'm being joined once again by Toxic. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fabulous as always. Let's jump right into the bracket because we are starting off with quite an important match actually. It will be Aurora versus W in the lower bracket semi-final actually. The reason this match is so important is because the winner of this match secures a spot in the wildcard tournament at least. So for those teams it's really important to, perform without the warm-up maybe today. And then we'll see for the other matches.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how those team battle for that losers bracket final. Like you mentioned, a big stack there for the wildcard invitation at the very least. The winners of both EU and NA are actually getting straight up qualified to the WCI that will happen later in China. But in 2 weeks, we have that wildcard tournament where we get to see many teams battle for one spot total. We can probably take a Toxic look at the drops we have prepared for today. We have some mystery drops, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty interesting tier 8 premium tanks. What's your take on it?
I mean, it's always cool to have such a chance for basically just watching. I mean, you can get a day of premium at least, and if you're lucky, you get one of the 3 premium tanks, namely the Lansen C, the T26E5, and the WZ121 GFT. Or you can get one of the 2D styles, the Strength of Spirit or the Zongshui style.
Yeah, definitely interesting. You have to watch at least, if I'm not mistaken, it's 4 hours total to get the chance to get those mystery drops, so make sure to not miss on that. And even if you come late in the stream, we'll get to host Daki afterwards, so no worries about that. Toxic, on top of it, we talked about the EU brackets. We should probably give a quick summary about the NA ones, because we're also covering 2 matches from here today. We saw that the semifinals of the losers bracket was already played yesterday. Escalate against Burbology. It was an interesting match. Burbology coming out on top. They're going to be facing Dopamine in the finals of the losers bracket.
Yeah, Dopamine versus Burbology. It's going to be a very interesting match. They faced each other in match 3 already on Thursday, I believe, off stream, which Dopamine went out ahead there with a 4-1 victory. So it's going to be interesting to see if Burbology, maybe steps up their game a bit. Since this is really where the stake is at. You don't get a third chance, and they are on their second, so we'll see if they are able to win this one.
We also have to say a huge thanks to our partner MillionPugs for sponsoring the events for both EU and NA tournaments, bringing some cash, some rewards. Don't hesitate to get some extra information about them, to get some extra loot in the game by purchasing online with the stores they are actually partners with. And on top of it, Toxic, now that we have introduced all of that, we should probably take a closer look at the first match of the day. It's gonna be, like we mentioned, the semi-finals of the losers bracket between W and Aurora, and the community prediction, the viewership going heavy for Aurora.
I mean, it's not that heavy, right? It's like 2/3, and I feel like that's fine-ish. W went to tiebreaker yesterday, whilst Aurora didn't. Aurora also is still the bigger name, so it's understandable that the predictions for them are a bit higher. But I feel like it's gonna be a bit closer than the predictions might suggest.
Yeah, definitely it's gonna be interesting to see. We'll get to that first match very shortly.
Hello there, and welcome. A bit of an abrupt start, but hopefully that doesn't take away from the action today. During the WoT7 MillionPugs tournament, number 12, it is the WCI edition, and as our beautiful analysts already outlined, we have gathered here today for the first match, which is going to be W versus Aurora. The analysts said it already. This one kind of high stakes, because the loser won't go to the tournament next month, which will be the qualification for the wildcard slot. So, yeah, both of those teams are probably going to give it everything they got. Who do you favor, Ducky?
I think I went with Aurora. I don't know why I had this feeling. Yeah, I don't know. Just a gut feeling, you know.
I mean, yeah, here we can see the lineup by Aurora, the German team under their captain Old Kings. We have Magnus, Alex, Katja, Baron, Feli, rerolls, and Jakifa in it. Very high player skill, but so far in 7v7, not really that successful.
I mean, one more win and it will be qualified for the wildcard tournament, so that would be a success at the very least. I think they would consider that a success as well. I don't know. Although with the amount of time they've trained, potentially not.
Yeah, there is such a thing as overtraining also. You can't train too much. It is why I try to avoid the gym. Yeah, exactly. Now, W, under their captain, Frugo, the Polish diamond, as some would call him. Together with Barkis, Atiquel, Itox, Hannes, Whiterock, Ali, and Just. All of them, obviously, also fighting at the moment for that spot in the wildcard tournament. Yeah, you said you went with Aurora in your prediction. Why do you think that is today? Why do you think they're going to be the stronger team?
I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. You know, it's a gut feeling. That Aurora is going to continue getting a little bit lucky. I don't know. I feel like they've gotten a decent amount of luck so far this tournament.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Fortunately, it won't be long. First of all, let's take a look at the pick and bans. Prokhorovka and a Ghost Town, respectively, getting taken out, leaving us with Steps as the first map. Aurora chose defense after W picked it. And then for the first time on stream, we are going to see Morovanka this weekend, which is being picked up by Aurora. I was personally adminning the, or overseeing the pick and ban. And the Aurora team was quite happy to get the pick of Morovanka.
How do you know?
Because Katja, who was doing the pick and ban, said so.
Okay. I was also told that they have some unique things for Steps.
Oh god. Unique.
Yeah.
Let's hope they're unique and not special.
So it was called that it would be unique and that I should keep my eyes open for it. Maybe they were baiting, maybe they were not. Let's see. It's gonna be curious. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Aurora, maybe they've evolved into this tournament. They really want to make it to that wildcard tournament as well, which it's super important. Especially because it's not gonna sound that nice, but I'm gonna say it anyways. That the two teams that are coming from EU are probably going to be favorites in the wildcard tournament. I won't say that the second and A team, for example, doesn't have a chance, or the third and A team, but I think we can favor the EU teams.
I mean, when talking about something like this, my thoughts obviously always go to the Winter Invitational that happened in December, where, yeah, the APAC teams got knocked out pretty early, but it actually was the American ones making it to the final, and both EU teams getting knocked out in the semis.
I mean, sure, but then still, okay, you have those two APAC teams. Like, I think you're still happy as EU teams that you get the APAC teams in there as well. Yeah.
Caster prediction-wise, I am actually the outlier here. I'm saying W is going to take it in, what else could it be, a tiebreaker. All of you guys going with Aurora here, you even saying this won't make it to tiebreaker, same as Toxic.
Yeah, I don't know, like I said, a gut feeling that Aurora is going to take it away. When I was thinking about my predictions, it's just, you know, sometimes you can't really explain why, it's just a feeling, you know?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Fortunately, I don't think we have to wait much longer for our first game of the day. Stakes are high. in this lower bracket semi-final here on the EU server. The international team of W is going to take on the German squad of Aurora. Steps. Kind of a 1-1 map, in my opinion.
It depends on how unique your Aurora plays.
We'll have to wait. I believe we're just about to see the lineups, however. Not really the biggest of surprises, honestly. Aurora coming in with 1 IS-7, triple S-Conk, 1 Batchet, and double Mino.
This could be that Mino A3, Mino D0 kind of strategy that they imply. W instead with the double CS, the STRV, the double Conk, and the double IS-7.
This honestly looks to me like W wants to go for the 9-0 line, because the S-Conks kind of fall apart when trying to take the 1 cap. They could camo cap with the STRV, but it looks a bit 9-0 line oriented by W. On the other hand, Aurora with the initial split going very north heavy, actually, sending only 1 Mino and 1 S-Conk towards the 9-0. The other Mino also going pretty aggressive towards the 1 cap, and we can already see W. They were, I said the lineup was 9-0 heavy, but they're actually going to the western part of the map.
Yeah, they might want to start to punish this A2 crossing like we saw yesterday from the NA team, but it's just going to be Kacha actually crossing towards B1 with double S-Kung behind him at A4. Bit of a different start here.
Yeah, Itox now being pushed by Barkis. Katya has double S-Kong behind him, so that should be fine. Is Katya actually going to cross over? Good shot here by him. Getting kind of lucky there on the move, but seems to be fine for now.
Seems to be fine for now. He has to be careful from the middle though, but he has that double S-Kung behind him to cover that. But I still think there is potential here for WK. Pointing out that the rock at D7, Delta 7 there, has shots on towards the back of these A3 tanks. Now if W was able to take this rock, I think it would be a huge issue for the side of Aurora. Because like I said, I do really believe that that rock shuts down A3 because of the crossfire angles. You can then push down the middle, right, with another tank, find Kacha from behind and start isolating those positions.
Yeah, the south rotation here, half of it though getting spotted for by W. Good rotation with the Batchet here by Feli, seeing all of this. Meanwhile, Baron and the Mino also taking a hit here. And White Rock is gonna get kind of close towards Feli, who needs to be careful not to take a shot by Frugo, who is also approaching in his IS-7. There we go, Feli does get spotted, takes one by White Rock, makes it out without Frugo being able to connect.
Yeah, but now look where Frugo is going. It's kind of what I talked about. He's going towards that rock, or you should be going towards D7, D6, D7. That's where you see your light usually die in the first minute of the game. Because they think it's such a good position. Magnus they're taking 2, and that will start farming these conks at A3.
Yeah, Magnus also taking 2 shots here for crossing over into the 9-0 line. Katya still healthy, hasn't taken more damage, but Alex actually dropping a 1 shot towards Itox here, who is still doing a very good job of just staying hull down here. That being said, Caster Curse in full effect takes 2. Katya, same thing for him.
Yeah, Kacha taking damage, but that's Frugo, man, from behind. If you were to watch his perspective, you would see that he is finding those angles on towards the tanks of Aurora, on towards the S-Kongs, on towards the IS-7 even from Kacha. And that's what I said, there's the opportunity for the side of W. And Aurora, bit of an oversight key, because if I know, they should as well.
Yeah, Old Kings and Alex now here booking it down towards the 1 line. Will be able to maybe peek onto Itox, but we can already see Hannes behind him, able to just punish any kind of overpeak. Takes 1 for his troubles, though.
Yeah, he does take 1 for his trouble. Ali was also coming closer to watch for the overpush. Now the S-Kung starting to get pressured up the middle. Bark is backing off. But a lot of the times here for W are in this area of the map. Hannes getting kind of outplayed there by Alex and the S-Kung.
Indeed, Hannes taking 1 more. Has to watch, obviously, for Old Kings with those peaks onto Itox in the IS-7, who can't really watch every single angle at the same time. But we do see a reef shuffle by W going on. Oh, Hannes there taking another one by Old Kings. Not a single tank by W anymore on the eastern part of the map, really. They seem to be poised to take this overmatch, to want to overpush into this northwestern pocket, and apart from the double S-Conk and the IS-7, not really a lot of tanks here. The timing is going to be perfect, possibly, for W, as Old Kings tried to get the finish onto Itox, doesn't manage to do it, however.
Yeah, he doesn't get the finish on Itox, and that is crucial here. He takes a lot of damage for that, 1.5, to try and get that kill shot out. But now these CS is coming closer. They want to find Barkis, but Attila in the middle having a horrendous time there in that S-Conk, actually just getting really owned by, I think, the Mino from the back lines, which is rerolls there. Now White being forced over into the S-Kongs. Old Kings does one more. Alex, can he find the kill on White turning that third? He does, because Old Kings got that one more shot out. But now they'll find Alex. So can Alex shut down Itox? Right before that, another one. The double for Alex, getting that 1-2 combination on the tanks from W, who still have more HP. But Frugo currently in position to get YOLO'd by the Minotauro from rerolls, getting into a crossfire, and that's all the HP for their team.
Yeah, exactly. Rerolls here now with that Minotauro putting shot after shot into Frugo. Now we see the middle rotation coming in by the tanks from Aurora that are trying to farm Frugo here, who has a lot of the HP for his team. Good shot by rerolls here, is gonna put another one in 8 seconds, and Frugo right now caught out in the open, kind of. Now the Minotauro peeking once again. Good second shot here by rerolls, reducing the IS-7 towards one shot. Obviously rerolls has to be very careful here of the SGRV. This is still neck and neck. The teams, they just need to get those crucial kills to get the guns out of the game.
Yeah, and you see Ali there in the SGRV trying to do what he can. He might take one from rerolls here as well, who looks to hit the shot but does not connect. It's a 3v4 here for the side of Aurora with 2 minutes left. They need to find Baron in that Mino. That has to be Barkis to actually find it in the CS. And then they somehow need to find Magnus. It's going to be really hard.
It's going to be really hard. And the biggest problem for W, I think, is that the HP that they have is currently on that STRV, which is not the tank you really wanted on. You can see Feli here trying to spam those heat shells into the front. The third one finally connecting. The fourth one as well. Can he find the kill shot is the question. He does! So only 2 tanks remaining for W.
Yeah, and it's Hannes and Barkis on low HP. Barkis takes one, I think, from rerolls as well in the back line. You can see he's struggling with that Minotauro, and it was close. It was very, very close. If Alex doesn't get those 2 pickups there, might be different.
Yeah, I think that was the make or break point for this game, that Alex was actually able to get those 2 kill shots. I mean, and then he even stayed alive because he smartly used the rock in like D2 to shield himself from the SGRV, so he even stayed alive for a bit longer. So good plays coming out from Alex.
Good plays from Alex. Whole thing is that they're bouncing that shot, whiffing that shot even was bad because it cost him so much HP to do that. I don't think it was worth it if he just rolled back. He's a 2k HP S-Skunk that just trades off his life. Would have been better for his team, right? Luckily for him, Alex coming in. Oof, Hannes shutting down Magnus. Quick outplay here. Luckily Alex came in with the kills.
Yeah, Alex with the clutch plays here. We can now see Hannes trying to remedy the situation, but Aurora is in maximum 22 seconds going to be up a point here against W, the German team, starting off strong in round number.
Starting out strong in round number 1 is exactly what they need. I mean, Hannes here getting some cleanup damage. Rerolls coming in for the kill. 4, 3. You will find it, I guess. There we go. 3 kills for Rerolls. I think he has a pretty high amount of damage as well in that Mino.
Yeah, the Minos definitely also working out for the side of Aurora. And W, I mean, they did put up a valiant fight. This push there in the northwest, it almost felt like it could have succeeded. Like 1 or 2 more shots of damage, maybe from Frugo onto Katya. Those could even, yeah, just change the tide of battle there. Extremely close round.
Extremely close round. And W was doing the right moves. I mean, finding the position. I think at the end of the day, what W kind of missed was they had those double CS and STRV. It's kind of light. It is kind of light, and you can see when they push, they're kind of lacking that beating force, you know, the IS-7s, the 277s. Even the S-Kunk in the middle was useless because he was so high up that he was getting fired by the Mino of rerolls.
Yeah, and we can see Attiquel there not really getting a lot of damage done. And at the end, I think the biggest problem there for the team of W was that they had the HP, but it was on the SGRV, and the SGRV, as soon as, you know, it has to unangle, as soon as it faces multiple opponents, that is really when the armor starts falling apart, and then the HP don't really matter because the enemies just chew through them quickly.
Yeah, all around good stuff there from both teams. Aurora edging ahead. Could have gone differently in a different world. I also don't think that it should be Frugo at that rock. I don't know. I would just put a CS there. I understand that I7's taking 6 line. It's kind of like common, but imagine you just put a CS there instead, and you use the other I7 to push down 1-2. I almost feel like it would be better, but what do I know?
So, now sides are going to be switched. I mean, Aurora, they're converting their steps defense. That's good for them, but obviously defense is set at least to be a little bit easier on steps, so W shouldn't be too worried yet. They have their own chance, their own push now for their first point in the game on their own defense. I mean, I also got a little bit spoiled by Aurora that they might have something planned. I didn't even know that it was 4 steps. But yeah, I am kind of curious for the lineups.
They were leaking, huh? Leaking.
Yeah.
Dude, they're gonna pick a 2-6-1. Bet. I don't know, 2-6-1 or GW. They're gonna pick a 90. They dig out the camp.
Jesus.
What? I mean, imagine. No, it's not gonna work, but it would be funny though.
I remember during the olden days, when there was still the climbs and someone actually timed, like with the M53, he timed the shot on the climb and actually got the penetration blind on the bat chat.
I don't remember that.
Anyway, though, let's see what both teams are gonna bring. For Aurora, we have the triple IS7, double S-Conk, 1 bat chat, and the Hori.
And W60P, IS7, mouse, S-Conk E5, and double CS63. So again, the double medium, they have to make them work though.
Exactly. Picking double medium obviously means giving up a lot of armor here, but it gains them a lot of mobility. Feli is going to have to be extremely careful against the double medium here.
In terms of split, what do we see? I7, CS, and E5. Noids, S-Conk, mouse, 60p. It's very AB line in the beginning.
Yeah, most of the forces by Aurora indeed getting sent in towards that AB line here. Feli in the bat chat from the front lines is going to try and spot. He does find White Rock and Frugo as well.
White Rock, Frugo, might even find Ali in the E5, but they're not going for the A2 pocket. They're just crossing over to hold the closed area. So that's a bit different of a defense there. You even see those 3 guys aiming at the D1 gap, I think, from C6. Their hit squad of mouse, 60 DP, and 1 more tank is all aiming. And Aurora here came to 1-2, and they're like, maybe not.
Yeah, exactly. We can see Feli there using the intuition skill to quickly switch to some heat shells should it be necessary. Interesting bush by Barkus, not the most uncommon one. But yeah, this seems to be a little kind of trap by Aurora. They're hoping for a commitment by the side of W, but so far it doesn't really seem to be happening.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem to be happening. They're making a trap here. Alex, catch up, Baron. I don't think W will fall for it since they still have the CS spotting 9-0 line, so they have info on rotations at the very least. So I don't think that they will go for that.
Yeah, and Ali, I mean, he could get caught out there in the E5 if he's not playing careful, but so far we don't really see the commitment coming in by the side of Aurora. Feli there, having taken 1 shot, does start to back off. Aurora seeming kind of undecided, and I think that's once again the issue we highlighted yesterday, is that on attack at least they are taking their sweet time and sometimes too much of it.
They're like CSA, bro. Like, they wait until the last 2 minutes and then they gotta push like I don't know, like crazy people to actually get into position. Barkus there lands a stunner on Old King's side, might even find another one. as well. See Mouse, Hannes, Attila just sitting here, just aiming. They're looking for something. They haven't found anything yet, though.
Yeah, and we see the triple heavy tank by W just
Ooh, Ali is
waiting.
pushing up on 2-line, though.
Ali pushing up 1-2 line. I mean, he is now spotted out, so
If they wanted to make a trap, ooh, Ali takes a big one from the Hori. If they wanted to make a trap, why is the Hori early spotting? No, but like really, what's the
yeah,
point?
no, I agree with you. I was trying to find some sort of answer. I mean, yes, he
Oh, here they
obviously
go.
does get one shot of damage now, but the triple IS-7 seems to be going on the 1-2 line as the Hori is also advancing. Are they going to get the peek onto Ali here is the question. Alex stops, does not connect the shot. Frugo peeking here, doesn't get the connection into Katya either, and we can see the shots from the heavy tanks there trying to connect onto those people that are pushing, but so far not really finding a lot of damage. The first shot finally lands onto Alexandros.
Yeah, Alex taking the first shot here, and these IS-7s, I think they're just going to keep going up and over in towards Frugo, but White Truck is already coming in support. The Mouse 60 TP and Escom combination will probably pressure Magnus back out, and Ali here just kind of farming. Frugo trying to do what he can in that IS-7, trying to dish out the damage, and now Attila actually pushing across with the 60 TP. W with a lot of HP lead, though. Frugo there making some good moves, trying to hide behind one of the tanks from Aurora to extend his life ever so long, and Attila really out in no man's land here on a journey, on a feeling to try and find something, but the only thing he's finding is death. Magnus is getting double teamed here, tag teamed even by the 3 tanks from W, and Hannes was shielding there for a second, decided against it nonetheless, and Aurora bringing this ever so close, and now rerolls in the Hori actually pushing up. Wants to make some trades, wants to make a fight or two. He finds the Mouse of Itox. Don't think he's going to be hitting that one.
Yeah, the Mouse realizing there that the Hori has an angle, so drives back. The Mouse armor not able to withstand that kind of firepower, as Alex is not able to do it either. Falls against the Mouse Baron, able to give one more shot into White Rock on the way out. But so far, Aurora, they've done a few bits of damage, but the kills department is still equal, and the HP they do favor W currently, as Old Kings is doing the big all push here on the 9-0 line, does see White Rock as well, and that would be problematic if not for Feli, but Feli is only on a 2-shot.
Yeah, but Feli can play the bushes actually, and can clip from that point on. Barkus is speaking wide here, gets the shot, stopped by him. Old King's now getting pounded from behind as well. Feli is spotted out to end the bad shot. That's a mistake. He gets 1-2 combinations by the boys from White Rock and Barkus. And Old Kings and Feli maybe trying to chew off more than they can handle, because now Old King goes to the grave as well. And W says thank you very much for that. Thank you for gifting us these 2 kills. Not needed whatsoever. Imagine if Feli is just at H5 here, just farming the Mouse from behind.
Yeah, Feli there with the mistake of getting spotted against the CSs, and both of them then hitting their crucial shots. Now obviously Aurora trying to get the kill onto the Mouse here, but the Mouse just such a meaty, such a hefty tank that it is just able to withstand the fire from 3 different angles here. Just buying the time that Barkis, that Hannes, that White Rock need to get into the fight here, as Baron drops down towards a 1-shot. The Mouse still on a 1k HP. And Katya there backing off the Hori from the sidelines, trying to get those connections, but Baron the next one to fall.
Yeah, I don't know, Old King selling the game there. Literally selling the game. I mean, I know time was kind of low, but he should just be controlling the 8-9-0 line. Nice roll from Katya though. He should just be controlling, and Feli can then get a clip on the Mouse side, you know? And they're able to shut down the Mouse, for example, in quick succession, maybe trigger the cap or something. Or then they push 9-0 line with Feli's clip, you know, with the I7s pushing through the north. I don't know, something together. This was not it. He didn't even allow Feli to get actually in position, which is why Feli got spotted. So I don't think we can blame Feli for this. He has to help. Yes.
Yeah, Katya there with the attempted snapshot onto Barkis, but that is like a 1 in 100 attempt here. Hannes there still unspotted, does get spotted out now by the Hori, I believe, and is possibly going to take damage, but with 50 seconds remaining, the team of Aurora is not going to be able to take this one home, as the Hori also now out in the open does get lit here down towards a 2-shot.
Yeah, Katya might find Barkis, but normally Barkis wins this engagement. Is Barkis gonna bait Katya? No. Katya spotted him at the very least. But even then, I mean, White Rock is still eating in this game. Barkus has reload advantage on the CS63. Gacha is shooting E3. It's an interesting decision. Barkus with 4 kills, man.
Yep. I think the double CS at the end, the tanks that do win the engagement here on steps for Aurora. As soon as the Batchat died, I think the battle was over here. And rerolls in that Japanese tank destroyer. Yeah. Eyeing around, seeing the S-Conk, does get the kill, does get spotted in turn. And yeah, the battle time runs out. So we are at a scoreline of 1-1, all even.
Yeah, 1-1 all even. Aurora had more opportunities there, though, to be honest. It's this repush that almost caught Ali. They were a few seconds too late, actually. They did it 5 seconds earlier. Ali would be mid-rotation. They would find the E5 relatively free. Now Ali does 2.3. It's a huge difference in that regard. And then I think Old Kings really sold the game on 9-0 line.
Yeah.
I mean, Attila also tried to sell the game, though. My man was on a journey.
Yeah, Attila was really on his way into the center of the map. Let's put it like that. He almost succeeded.
Like he found the Salt Bay restaurant on the side of the road, and he's like, quick snack, dude.
Alright, so this now means 1-1 all even. We are going to head into map number 2. And that is a map we haven't seen so far here on the official broadcast. It's going to be Morovanka with W attacking first. Since the rework, I think Morovanka is considered to be attack-sided. That being said, though, that doesn't really mean a lot, as we've seen yesterday and the day before.
We haven't seen it. There's no reference point here. We cannot say it will be this, it will be that, it will go like this way. We have no clue how Morovanka is going to play out in these playoffs. We have a general idea of how it's played, what the meta is, but playoffs are always a bit different, and that's why it's like hard to really predict on how they approach this game in particular.
Then map number 3 is going to be Sand River. We are going to see at least one game there. This time, though, pretty unusual for this tournament, Sand River, not the tiebreaker.
Sometimes change of spice is life.
Yeah. Now, both teams have demonstrated here that they're perfectly capable of taking rounds, but as we highlighted last round, they've also demonstrated that they're perfectly able of making mistakes. So, moving forward, I think the question is, who does more of those?
This remains to be seen. I'm really curious now. What are we gonna get on Morovanka?
I mean, since the rework, basically the story of the game is that the attacking team either tries to go for an extremely quick one-cap attack, or they play a slower game and try to put the two-cap. Although since the T100 has fallen so hugely out of fashion, that isn't really a thing that the teams attempt that much anymore.
The lineups say so much. Like, honestly, they'll say so much about the kind of game style we're gonna get. You have the slower lineups with some S-Kongs, but then you also have the super fast lineups with like I7s, the mouse, minimum amount of S-Kongs, so straight for the cap. It's hard to predict because the other cap is still playable. You don't go, but it is playable.
That all being said and done, though, I think that's quite enough theory crafting. Let's get down to some gameplay, and we're gonna see Aurora with the double IS7, 1E5, double 5A, kinda curious pick, and double CS.
Against W60TP, I7 mouse, double S-Konk, and E5, and a Batchat 25T. Yeah, the double 5A is interesting. But they do have that 490 heat, though.
Yeah, and we saw them yesterday on Tundra. The advantage that the 5A offers, obviously, being that it just has that DPM with a pretty meaty alpha of 490. It is a bit less armored than the 277 and a bit slower, but that is basically the trade-off that you make, and we can see the WCS boosting that double 5A into the forest here.
Oof, I don't think that W is going to be too unhappy with this. They will spot all of this rather early, because White Rock makes a spotting run. He sees 4 tanks, which means that the boys from W just keep driving 1-2. White Rock will be backing off. The Mouse will be taking the anchor position in the middle on the 5 line. And there is no greater tank to get pushed upon than the Mouse. It is the singular best tank in the game for this kind of gameplay. You get pushed on by 3 guys. By the time they kill you, the base has been capped.
Yeah, exactly. Cap now getting tapped by 3 tanks. Ali, Hannes, Frugo, all those heavy tanks. And Barkis, even from the backlines, able to offer up some support. Baron will probably need to come very close very soon. But Attila in that S-Conk on the left hand of the screen already pretty well set up. And you can see the bleed that W is already inflicting onto the tanks by Aurora that obviously have to come close. And that Mouse, it's just gonna survive for such a long time. Yes, he does take damage, but in turn he obviously retaliates, and now the push off the cap does get triggered by the tanks of W. They see the advantage, they see the opportunity to finish off the round right here.
Right here, right now, as Itox is getting battered by the guys from Aurora, from the forest, from the left, from the right. He will fall, but the price paid for this one singular Mouse is insane. Baron down onto a one-shot. Itox shuts him down. He will fall in the Mouse, but W up a firm 4,000 HP in this game. Magnus now trying to repush 1-2 line together with Alex, but anything that he finds there is a heavy with DPM. The S-Kung, the E5, and the I7 can just face check him, and for W, perfect opening. Basically won the game in the first 20 seconds because they didn't decide to challenge the forest whatsoever, and Aurora did. And for Aurora, well, unlucky, I guess. They wanted to fight the forest. W had no such thing in mind. They go straight for 1-2. They spot with White Rock. Super important spot. He did get it. Spotted 4. Drive onto the cap. Aurora has nobody in position to reset, so they are forced to push.
Yeah, exactly. Basically lost by opening for Aurora, or rather win for W by opening, as Attila is pushing rerolls here. It's also super annoying as soon as that S-Conk gets into the face hug. You basically need to hit the turret ring. Not that that matters in this game anymore, as Ali from the backline's able to pick up the 5A, and now only Feli and Alex, the surviving members of the team in yellow here, while W are gonna put themselves ahead here with 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1 for W. It is more attack though. It is attack favorite in our opinion. But we are just casters, so our opinion is, you know, our opinion.
But
yeah,
we
for
are
W,
entitled to it.
Yeah, and you're entitled to a great number of things. Money, wealth, anything your mind could desire, your height. Man of your stature, you know.
Well, thank you very much. That being said, though, that is going to feel a bit brutal here for Aurora, and W are going to be very happy. I mean, yeah, 7-0 scoreline, it was a loss by a tactic, essentially. But that is not going to feel good for the side of Aurora that prepared a lot here, and the tactics just completely falling apart in this round number 3. Round number 2 was kind of close. You could blame it on individual misplay, but here the preparation just having no effect, and W easily able to get that second point.
Yeah, Aurora's trying to play a forest counter, and there is no forest presence. Yeah, it's kind of like Cliff. You go 1-2, they go full middle. GG. No, that's how it works. You send 7 tanks 1-2 on Cliff, and they send 7 middle. You lose.
Yep. Other than that, yeah, I mean, Murabanka being what it is, there still is a very good chance for Aurora to come back into this match. I mean, it's not even match point yet. It is a best of 7. There is still some games to go.
There is at least 2 more games.
Mm-hmm. And
potentially more.
Potentially more, indeed.
Unless we disqualify one of the teams, then there is no more games.
Has that ever happened during one of the
live broadcast? No.
Yeah.
But it could change that.
You look very mischievous when you say that.
We play head or tails. Aurora's head. W's tails. Whatever coin it lands on, disqualified.
All right.
It should be a tournament admin. It's going to go really fast. You lose one tank, game's over next. It's like 6 minutes left, but you're 6v7. Next game, you lost.
Now, however, that all being said, I mean, for W, they now have the advantage, but they need to defend. How would you approach that? What do you think? Do you play some kind of all-in? Because realistically, I think Aurora, with that all-in into the forest, they did acknowledge that they were playing from the weaker side. I think that's why we saw, yeah, basically the try to win the game straight up with a blind all-in. Do you think W is going to
You gotta challenge something. You cannot sit on Moro anymore, which is a good thing. In the past, you would just sit in a turtle-esque formation, right? And play off of spotting the other cap, because the second cap was no issue whatsoever to reset. So in that regard, yeah, they have to challenge something, whether it's Forest or 1-2. I think I would challenge 3-line and 6-line, but that's just me. Like the right side of the cap.
Yeah. It is kind of hard there to really get the control early on. Also, there is, like, with the houses now and with the holddowns, you have a hard time committing in, especially when it comes to having to do those resets, right? The defending team there also always, like, has to sacrifice so much HP to even get the angles, because with the hilly terrain there, there is a lot of potential for the team in the cap to hide. So you really need to overpush. Okay, round number 4, Aurora bringing a singular IS4, double IS7, triple S-Conk, and 1 Batchat.
W60DP, double IS7, double S-Conk, a Batchat, and ACS. Doesn't look like the most challenged lineup. I mean, S-Conks can still push something, but it's a bit slower.
That looks a lot like 1-2 line by Aurora to me. Simply because of the S-Conks, I don't think they really make a lot of sense elsewhere. And I think W is recognizing this. They're also sending essentially every single heavy tank there with the Batchat and the CS to roam in the middle here against the singular Batchat of Aurora. Although Magnus there sort of, you know, on his way into the middle in the IS-4, and White Rock there is taking a bush, does see the opponents, does not get spotted in return.
Yeah, he's not just spotting out this. No, he's spotted now in that Batchat, true. Wasn't spotted at first, he's just trying to spot out the I7s. So they potentially could take some damage, but Whitey, they're trying to run, trying to hide, takes 1, takes 2, and W already in a lot of trouble here. Man, White is down towards 2 shot, I think he's tracked as well.
Both the I7s missing though, that's going to be huge there. White getting respotted, he's not going to be happy, but he does make it behind the house. He's going to be safe, he's going to be able to make a getaway.
Frugo already getting behind Baron and Old Kings, but they're going to have to do some phenomenal damage here to bring back this game. It looks like he's waiting for his buddy Itox, but already Ali there getting butchered by the S-Kungs from behind. 1.3 taken, a good fire though on towards Baron. Now Attila peeking out with that big old 60 TP doing the big damage, but Baron realizing that his life is over, is going for the shield. If Attila was a Chan, he pushes the shield away, but that's just me. I don't think he can really do that though. Now the I7's getting punished, forced back. Attila with a big peak, 700. You can see Itox and Frugo not having the greatest of time in the middle because they are getting farmed by Magnus, by Alex, even by Philly in the Batchat.
Now Katya there though, getting peeked by Frugo, getting peeked by Bark is kind of in the open. Needs to probably drive behind the house to stay alive for a bit longer here. I'm not really sure if that commitment was worth it. And on the other side, Magnus, they're completely out of game with the S-Conk, not really able to assist his teammates. It seems like W might find a good engagement here against Katya as rerolls in the back also taking damage. Frugo now backwards peeking onto Katya, who drives forward, doesn't make it away though, takes a big one, is able to do one more shot of damage, tries to reverse behind the house. Itox seems to not have the reload here, does drop down towards the one-shot, and Katya gets picked up by Frugo.
Yeah, but most importantly, Itox survives because Frugo came out to shield him. In the meantime, Attila here is still pretty fine in the middle, and Katya, I gotta say it, Kian, major failure there on the individual part. Philly trying to recover by going to A4, but he could take some damage for that in that Batchat. He only takes 1 It appears to be. But still, though, I mean, Gacha, why was he that far forward?
Yeah, why was he that far forward? I don't think he himself knows, as Rerolls takes another shot of damage. Feli, they're trying to take a swing at Bartke, is not connecting, however. Now Magnus, they're trying to do what he can. Old Kings with a peek against Attila is down towards a possible one-shot. Would be an exceptional high roll, though, as Alexandros tries to commit in. 2-1 right now, the kills here, and Attila with the pickup onto the IS-7. Alex now has his work cut out for them, but Aurora, they just need to get those kills now, are down in the HP department even. Finally, Alexandros with the pickup takes a truck ton of damage for that though.
Yeah, but he gets around the corner narrowly. As I say that though, Attila with that 60 TP, hammering people left, right and center. Now Magnus will find Itox and Philly looking for Barkis there, but Philly's back on reload. So he's not going to be a factor in this game for too long. Alex is going to do one more shot against Attila, and Attila coming in, man. Shutting down another tank, and gotta say it, man. Gacha selling Aurora here. Selling them completely on an attack that looked easy for them. They just had to hold Kihan. That's all they had to do. They had to take back C1, for example, set up the crossfire with one of the Eskungs, right? And then, you know, the Batchet is free roaming on the other side of the map, and they would be totally fine. Magnus now trying to recover. He bounces, though, on Attila, and Attila, I think he knows he wants to just do his one more shot of damage. No, he's backing off again. That gives Magnus another opportunity here to hit that Cupola shot. Magnus not looking for it right now, though. He has to get it. Magnus, it's important. If he hits his Cupola, it's huge for his team. But Whiterock, though, coming with the Batchet on the offside, on the right-hand side there. You can see that Batchet creeping in. Magnus perhaps waited too long because it gives Whiterock an opportunity to give him one already. And now Magnus realizes, there goes Attila. He's going forward for another shot. Whitey deciding not to go for the full clip there against Magnus. But Magnus should have tried. And now Magnus getting peeked from behind, even from Hannes in the Eskong, who I think wants to take him out of this game. Hannes there with the full HP picks up Magnus in the conk, and W in firm control.
Yeah, Hannes there with the HP management, saving it for the late game, and is probably gonna carry his team to a victory in a round number 3 that did not open well for W, but the two IS-7s, they're missing the Batchet at the start of the game. Probably also very, very crucial, as Whiterock, he did manage to have an impact further on. Rerolls there picking up Attila though, but it is a tough, a very, very problematic thing for Aurora here right now. A mountain to climb in game number 4 here. Rerolls with the 873 HP. Whiterock there could always, in theory, go and just clip him out. And Feli there with the long rotation now. Rerolls taking another one though, down to 448, still on a most likely 2-shot. But yeah, good stuff by Hannes.
Yeah, Hannes there outplaying. Philly doesn't... He cannot... He has to be brave. He knows Whiterock is a 2-shot, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't have a choice but to continue going, hope, and pray that he somehow outplays Whiterock, because he doesn't have anything else going for him. That's really it. He doesn't have a choice. If Whiterock's ahead of him, he dies. I think he realized this as well.
But yeah, it's do or die. It is 100 seconds more until the timer is gonna get it for W. Now Rerolls on the lower side, trying to come in here, trying to come close, but obviously he cannot come too close, because that, on the other hand, would mean that Hannes can just push him down towards a one-shot. Hannes, with a good connection, could probably even go towards AG. Misses this one-shot, though. Hannes now in one clip range for Feli. So that is the one.
Depending if Feli finds Whiterock here. Yeah. That is the only question. Can Feli find Whiterock? 2.73 seconds intra-clip here. It is going to be, I think, very unlikely unless Simon gets in with a shot immediately as well. Nope.
And Whiterock there does see Feli first. He takes one more by rerolls, but little is it gonna matter, because now it's the singular gun with 61 HP from rerolls and 47 seconds. If we don't see a blow-up here, this would mean that W is definitely going to pick it up. Whiterock here just waiting until he gets unspotted. And Hannes locking in the victory. Aurora in this round number 4. They had a good start, but then it all fell to pieces.
Yeah, they sold themselves. they really sold themselves. I mean, W capitalized on the mistakes, and Attila played a very good game of Roll the Tanks on that building. I mean, he did do very well. He was farming the IS-7 that was behind the shield. And then later on, Hannes even moved towards the buildings behind him to get another angle, so they were double teaming him. But the Aurora, they're having to overreact a lot because they got sold out by, I mean, Katra does 2k, but if he goes to C1, the game is over. It is 9 out of 10 times unrecoverable for W.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the players on the team of Aurora got a bit ahead of themselves, seeing that the Batchat was taking so much damage. But then the good peaks coming out by the IS-7 of Frugo there, even with the fire. Obviously, that's a bit lucky. But I think like who was it? A Baron. He would have died either way. And obviously, Attila playing like a champ there in that 60 TP doesn't help either.
Yeah, but that would even still be fine. I mean, they could punish if they don't have to overreact to the 1-2 push from W. Then they don't get in trouble there with this play. Like they just don't get in trouble at all. They really just needed a tank C1, if not Kacha, something else. But I think it should just be one of the Eskunks moving towards C1 on the outside. The other Eskunk is just watching for the 60p to peak, because you can cover that from the outside. And then you have all map control, man. You know White Rock is 500 HP. They no longer have the possibilities to control the map. I mean, yeah, they have the CS, but he got spotted on 1-2 not too long after. So that gives Philly just a free game in the Batcha to go around. And also, Ali was already low HP at that point in his Eskong. So it is... I don't know why he was halfway there. You know the hold on right before the cap? If he committed to that one on the right there, would have been even better. He would still die, but would have been better, IMO. I don't know. It's just a sell.
Yeah, and now we are on map number 3, and also match point here for W, who just need one more. Uno más to make it to the wildcard tournament, whereas Aurora, with their backs against the wall, they can not afford any more individual misplays. They can not afford any more mishaps to happen.
Yeah, well, unlucky. I mean, W did a good recovery, man. Pushing down 1-2, capitalizing on the mistake, a positional mistake from the Eskung, and then Aurora just trying to react to this, you know, trying to scatter, to hold, which kind of sold out Old Kings. And Barkus made a really good play, taking further down 1-2, which puts him in a lot of pain in terms of rotations. And what I don't understand is the IS-4 of Alex. Like, he kind of just came from the church, you know, drove, killed a guy, and died.
Yeah, I think he maybe should have done something sooner when the other IS-7 was still alive. Like that, it just felt like, you know, leading lambs to the slaughter. Like they just went one by one, like lemmings. But then again, good on W for basically, first of all, recovering after that bad opening, and then it is like, yeah, there were some individual mistakes, but also the way that W played, I think, forced the players on the team of Aurora to make rash decisions, to make bad decisions. So kudos to them as well for creating the environment in which those mistakes happen. Aurora coming into what might be their last round of the tournament with a quadruple IS-7, 1-2-7-7, and double CS.
W, though, on the other hand, an IS-7, a Mouse, an E5, a Bat, a CS, and a double Minotauro.
Double Minotauro. It's very comfortable on Sand River, in my opinion.
I mean, it's very immobile.
That as well.
Minos don't move. Mouse don't move, you know?
Yeah, they do have the rotationary force, obviously, with the Batchat and the CS. And even the IS-7 can be kind of quick. The E5, not as much. And Aurora here is sending one CS towards the middle, one CS towards the south. The double heavy also to the south. And then triple IS-7 driving through the middle very, very aggressively. Getting spotted by the Batchat of White Rock, who in turn reveals his position. No damage taken yet by the team of Aurora.
You know, and Jakify actually joining the lineup here. I think Magnus is on the bench right now. So they're putting in their secret weapon when the time is high and needed to bring a hero. Jakify will step up to be that hero.
We'll find out if he is the tragic hero or the actual hero for his team, though the triple I7 still spotted in the middle of the map here. And that is a very, very turtly northeast hold by W, actually. Although they're starting to push tanks over the A line now, encroaching onto those IS-7 positions. And mind you, right now there is no tank by Aurora in their own spawn who would be able to cover.
Yeah, and I think Rerolls missed the spots on them. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think he spotted any of these tanks whatsoever. And I think he's there to spot, and he didn't find that. So now Hannes, Itox, and Whiterock are, you know, the secret mission of W.
Yeah, they are secret agents right now. Hannes does get spotted in the IS-7, so Aurora know that there might possibly even be more here. They do get spotted with the IS-7 in the south, so they know that there is some sort of tank spotting from the bush line that Barkis is in. Although Barkis is obviously doing a good job here, driving behind the stones and not spotting all the time. So it becomes kind of hard for Aurora to pinpoint his position and blind shoot him.
Yeah, he's just getting the info here, and now I think they realize that, well, with Hannes getting spotted, that there is some presence in the north with that IS-7. I think Hannes even continuing forward, trying to put some pressure here on towards rerolls, and they do have that double IS-7 under that is not currently in the game. Fairly, they're taking a lot of damage to that IS-7. That's the one of the IS-7s pushing the G9 location there where Barkis is. They're trying to get that balcony at the very least. And now the Mouse and E5 kind of driving towards the other two IS-7s. Whiterock there continuing towards the base. He wants to go find the CS probably. Actually backing out of that one again. So rerolls backing off into a safety position. He takes a shot there from Alex in the CS63. Itox takes one from rerolls as well. And Aurora is doing a good job here at utilizing those angles. And Hannes, though, on a mission. The man who can. Itox is going to be joining Hannes? Yeah, that wasn't it.
Yeah, he seemingly wanted to go forward to push rerolls, but the CS from the sidelines, from the base, able to prevent that. Meanwhile, though, in the middle of the map, Feli, having taken a lot of damage, also needs to be careful here with his IS-7 respectively. And so far, the teams trading back and forth. The rotation now coming in. Wow, Whiterock there, though, spotted with that Batcher, takes one shot. Alex, though, on the other hand, does as well. Down to 452 HP is Whiterock, so a possible one-shot for those IS-7s would be an exceptional high roll, though. Jekifa attempting the overpeak, but thinks better of it. Frugo in the Minotauro down towards a one-shot as well.
Yeah, that's from the base there that he's taking that damage. They're about 2,000 HP down now from the side of W, because they made a good push from Aurora into the base. Ali now coming back as well. They just seem to be in a really nasty crossfire at the moment in this Mouse, Mino, E5 combination that they can't really dig themselves out of, and it's not looking good right now for W. But they have Barkis, though. That one singular CS63 going to Whiterock could change the game if they can find a good engagement together with the Mino.
The thing is, though, Baron has also rotated with his CS, so there is double CS available for the side of Aurora here. Whiterock now starting to peek, looking for those angles onto Alexandros, but little does he know Baron is lying in wait below him. And now the CS gets spotted of Barkis here with 1300. Baron might be able to give one on the cross here. Barkis there looking for the engagement. No, instead Baron just opting to book it away. Not really helping Alexandros here currently. And now also the standoff seems to be continuing in the northeastern part of the map, where Ali seemingly has taken a lot of damage. Katya they're eyeing towards the west. And good pickup by Jekifa onto the Mino.
Yeah, good pickup by Jakify onto the Mino, and now Alex trading it out against Barkis, who also has Baron in support. Baron misses his first one, though. Alex does one more shot on towards Whiterock to make him a one-shot at the very least. But here comes Old Kings in that full HP 277 together with Katya and Jakify there from the side. Going to be eliminating this Mouse, and Aurora here on attack are going to save themselves for at least one more round.
Rerolls picking up Hannes, and now Arctic, well, just getting pounded by the 3 heavy tanks from Aurora that are around him. Itox there with that high HP Minotauro does get the overpeak onto Rerolls, does get the pickup, but in turn, Attila falling in the mouse. Only 3 tanks remaining, out of which 1 is already a one-shot in that bad shot there, White Rock. And now with 2 minutes still here, Baron is going to make sure that none of the mediums are going to be able to get out of this situation. They do decide to push forward against Baron, but he in turn picks up that Batchet, and Barkis is the next one to fall to the grave. Aurora staying alive in the lower bracket.
Staying alive. Get to do it all on Sun River Defense. Day 3, match 1. Looking to go to tiebreaker.
How else could it be here in this tournament? We've seen a lot of tiebreakers. First of all, though, Aurora would need to convert the second round of Sand River, which by no means is a given.
All I'm gonna say is they put Jockify on the team, they start winning.
Surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, no, dude. Wow, that was unnecessary. Wow.
Okay, so
we say sorry or?
Oh, no.
You're just gonna go with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's fine.
White Rock, though, not with the best of games in his budget here, only connecting 2 shots, and the Minos not really finding the impact that they wanted as well. I think the problem that W ran into was that Aurora was able to push up those IS-7s without taking a lot of damage, and thus were able to generate a lot of spots, a lot of information onto the team of W. And then they had the more squishy tanks, the CSs, the 277, they had those sort of in the back line to be able to punish any kind of overpeak on the IS-7. And the IS-7s are so meaty since they didn't receive damage on the approach that they couldn't just overpeak somewhere and take it out of the game because, well, the burst potential of the Mino is also not really there.
Yeah, no. But all in all, good push from Aurora, really, with that base push. Haley did take a lot of damage, but it generated so many angles, so much crossfire. You could see the Mino of Frugo not have a good time whatsoever. He was down to a one-shot rather quickly. And then Ali in the E5, he couldn't go left, he couldn't go right. He drove back towards Frugo. He was off screen for a little bit. By the time he came back, I think Dracofan lost 2 shots worth of HP, and Ali lost about 1,500 in return. Just not a good trade. And even then, the HP seemed like semi-close, but that's also really because the mouse carries 3.5.
Yeah, and they didn't really focus on the mouse until the game was over, which means that the other tanks actually were very, very low at that point in time. So now W on their first match point, unable to close it out against Aurora here. The second one coming up, and seemingly Aurora have picked up the pace a little bit. The only thing in the last round that seemed kind of scary, to me at least, was when Hannes and I believe Itox were sort of grouping up and threatening to overpush. I believe it was rerolls, but then realistically there wasn't really the opportunity to do it because
no, they should have done it. They should have done it with the bat as well. 3 tanks on him, kill him, then the bat continues to the base. You could save it to heavies. You gotta try something at that point. I think with the surround that Aurora has, if you sit, you die. I'd rather see them try something.
Well, they chose not to, and it ended up, I mean, not this specifically, but it ended up not being a win for them. So, yeah. Round number 6, though, right? Yeah, 6. Round number 6, though, coming up. Sides are going to switch, and it's going to be a W attacking. Try and finish it off in regular time here. To try to make it to the next round, and more importantly, to the wildcard tournament. Aurora are going to try everything that they can to prevent that from happening, but maybe they don't get a say in the matter.
We'll see though. Oof, Aurora, 1, 2, 3, 4 60 TPs, an IS-7, a bat, and a Mino.
And for W, we have a singular 60 TP, a BZ, then we have 4 277s and a CS.
That's a lot of 60 TPs, bro.
That's a lot of damage if they connect. First of all, they have to connect though, which is sometimes not the easiest feat with a 60 TP. The gun can be quite iffy. Not the best of heat pens as well, but against the tanks that W have, that doesn't really matter. Bark is there with the CS driving towards the middle, is going to try to get some spots here, and Ali and Frugo in their own spawn waiting for those spots, but I don't think Feli is really going to give it to them. He's just there to spot if there is an immediate push with the 277s through the middle, which obviously we know isn't happening. Instead, those guys are going to the south.
Those guys are going to the south, indeed. But yeah, the 60Ps are immobile. But on the only true chat with 1 HP, I guess.
Old King's probably with the experimental. And, well, doubles 60 TP together with 1 IS-7 going towards the northeastern part of the map. Feli here.
I'm worried. I feel like they're just gonna get surrounded.
Yeah?
The same way as Aurora did to them.
Ooh, rerolls there. I'm not sure if... Yeah, I think he did get spotted out. And immediately going on the long reload. He will be able, with that sturdy turret, he will be able to sort of provide the spots, but we'll have to wait and see how Aurora responds to this. Feli there with a rotation in the south together with Magnus, but there is still the BZ, there is still the 277, both waiting in the spawn, probably even hoping that Magnus comes too close.
Yeah, hoping, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be happening, though. Don't forget about that part. We'll see. It's important that Aurora have their bases covered. I like that they push down to A3. It's establishing some map control. Is it enough? I don't think so, because I think they can still get... Maybe they just think that the Mino can hold zero line so well that they can get away with it, but...
Arcus there spotted in the middle. Rerolls taking a swing at him. Did miss, though. And Feli in the bat shot is actually spotted in the north. So that means the CS of Barkis very much knows he kind of has free play in the east if he chooses to do so. Feli kind of caught here, seemingly not able to leave. And we see Barkis with a rotation together with Frugo. This could become dangerous for Magnus, that is able to put a good one into Frugo, though.
Yeah, good shot into Frugo. But Frugo is now taken under. And that's a bit of a worry there for the Mino. Because if he does get spotted, he doesn't really have anywhere to sit safe anymore.
Yeah, the Mino gun here.
From two sides.
Mino gun not really having a great effect, as we can see. And the thing is, Rerolls needs to be constantly worried that he's getting flanked, which I think is happening now. And as soon as he's spotted, the BZ from the middle should have shots onto him.
Yeah, he's using that rock there to try and cover himself, but that's gonna be enough. I'm not too sure. 4 minutes 30 though. The move needs to start coming from W. And it is. I mean, spotting out the Mino, who is going to actually spot the gap here.
That is indeed going to be a worry, and that is why I think we're seeing Jakafar joining up with the other 260 TPs, but that means he's currently in the open. Might take a bit of damage here. Attila taking one by, I believe, Alexandros, or was it Reload?
No, Alex. I mean, Riddles is still reloading his clip. Yeah, so, you know.
With the Mino, I'm sometimes not sure if it is the intra clip or the actual clip reloading. Baron taking another one in the middle of the map though, and Bark is there, rubber banding around a little, but seems to start the rotation on towards Magnus.
Yeah, but he's not gonna find too much from there though. It's just selling singular CS63. There's still the Batshot in support of Feli as well. Aurora is under pressure here, and Magnus seems to be backing off. He's gonna get spotted out as well. Big reset onto White Truck though, with an HE shell there from one of the 60 TPs. He is using that 3 as cover to not be spotted, but I don't think the camp really is the ultimate play here for W. It just seems like a means to an end to force these rotations, right?
Magnus there seeing Barkis early, does rotate away a little bit. Baron taking another hit here. Ali also spotted Feli now starting to lie in wait with that bat shot. in the A7, A8 position. And now we'll have to wait and see. Once again, the cap starting to tick away, but only 3 minutes left, and those HE resets can come in easy, can come in handy. Now though, I think W for them, the time has come to start making a move, and I think the problem for Aurora is actually going to be to have all those tanks in the fight, as Magnus does get committed upon Feli there from the top of the mountain, trying to do a few shots of damage, but Marcus already passed anything that Feli could do. Magnus there trying to reverse around, trying to get away, and for the time being he seems to be sort of safe. Feli there though, with the commitment, does take a huge amount of punishment, is not able to finish off Marcus.
Feli, not sure what he's doing. Maybe the nerves are getting to him at this part of the game. Hannes fallen, Feli to the grave as well. Both Kings and Baron now pushing across, and Frugo alive on 9 HP, by the way. The 60 TPs overpeaked him. They did not find the kill, and he's still kicking there. He even picks up Magnus. Now Baron in kind of no man's land as well. W key, they are down on HP, and Alex has established his base with the Minotauro. Baron falling, but Old Kings and Alex, all the HP of their team is currently located on those double 60 TPs. Jackify and his 60p is not having a good time. They want to pick up Frugo. They find Frugo with Jackify. Unfortunately, the rolls were not in their favor there, and Jackify might even fall. He tries to get behind the wreck. Alex picking up Attila. Jackify there falling against Barkis. Now Old King's in a 3-way that he does not want to be in today. And the real issue here, Kian, is that once Old King's falls, once he dies, triple cap pressure and the Mino 60 TP combination, it's many things, but fast is not one of them.
Fast it is indeed not one of them. Old Kings down towards 53 HP, and we can see Bark is already coming from behind, is going to drive into the cap here, and that is going to be a quick cap. Obviously, Alex and rerolls, they will try to get there. They will try to get those resets. I think they should be able to, but the problem is going to be they're just going to get collapsed upon after, or they're just going to get killed on the approach. Possibly only double cap here, so Itox right now
I like it.
I like it, what Itox is doing, yeah.
And for one, last time they capped with 3 Kian when they should be capping with 2, remember?
Yep.
And it really cost him, and Itox is he going to go for it? Is he just going to go and try and pick up the Mino? He does look to do that exact thing. Can he get the shot, the connection? He can! Itox picks him up, and Ali and Barkis are abandoning this capture circle, and Alex, I think he realizes, I think he knows that for Aurora, it's all over in this matchup as the closing kill comes in from Itox, shuts him down. WK going to be securing at bare minimum a slot in the wildcard tournament. For Aurora, it's all over, and really that push across with the double. Man, Frugo, I don't know what the rolls were on him, but he lived on 9 HP.
Yeah,
Actually,
but
9.
honestly, I think Feli threw.
I don't know what Philly did there. I really cannot
honestly, I think he threw.
There's many things there, bro. It's Frugo surviving on 9 HP, who kills one of the IS-7, and it's also the 60 TPs pushing across. Like, why did the 60 TPs push across?
I am not quite sure, but yeah, this very, or extremely heavy lineup by Aurora, not really doing it for them. I mean, at the end, there was like 20 seconds left only, but, you know, W gonna be extremely happy though. Aurora, with their dreams shattered, are going to leave the tournament, and W secure most likely what they came here for. But then again, there is the potential for more, and they must be hyped after this match.
Yeah, they'll be very, very happy about that one. But Aurora, I don't know what happened. They fell completely apart in the end game.
It might have been the nerves, honestly. It seemed like it was the nerves. Like, Feli normally doesn't do misplays like this, and there were another couple of questionable moves.
I mean, so it's the Bath pushing in, and the 60 TPs pushing across.
Yep.
Both unexplainable in that regard. Because if you're winning your own base, which they were winning their own base, which also would be communicated, right? We're winning. You know, Alex was rolling all over them. So they're winning their own base. They don't need to repush anymore. They just need to hold the angles and wait for the push.
Exactly. Now, though, after the heartbreak for Aurora, I think that is enough from the two of us for the time being. So let's head over and see what our analysts have to say. Guys, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, that has been a convincing victory from the side of W. We could have seen definitely a tiebreaker, but just like Ian mentioned, I think that the German team Aura actually made some critical mistakes on that last round.
Yeah, it might have really been the nerfs getting to them. We don't oftentimes see a player like Feli do such misplays, so I don't know what's going on there. But you also gotta give credit to W. They managed to capitalize on the mistakes that Aurora made. They especially managed to win 2-0 on Murovanka. So that's a very good showing from them. And congrats to them for moving on to match 9, where they will be facing Opur in the lower bracket final.
It's going to be definitely a good challenge for them to face Opur. Opur being one of the favorites with a hit and run actually waiting in the grand finals already. They will have to get a quick reset to play against them. That being said, we should probably take a look at the replays of that match between those two teams. We're starting on a step. Aura was on the defense, W on the attack, and you could see that this attack didn't really work out for W because Aura, they had the positioning for it.
It seemed like they being W, had like this one plan of what they were going to do, and they just tried to hammer it through no matter what was happening on the battlefield. So for Aurora, it was really just about setting up to receive the push, which they did. They punished this immaculately for the amount of tanks that they had here, and at the same time just managed to get the map control on the other side. So that's an easy victory for them.
Yeah, I mean, Alexander's played really well there with Izeskunk managing to get the 2 important kills. And at the end of the day, you could see that W, they were completely boxed in this area, completely surrounded by those tanks from Aura. So it was a pretty easy defense at the end of the day, full control from them. They had 4 tanks left against 2. That's a way to start on that map. But next up on their attack, we had something pretty similar. W actually trying to control over the rails, but instead of having 3 tanks, they had 2.
I mean, Aurora sat with their WCI and F1 for like the first 3 minutes of the match, probably trying to have a trap set up, but why would W ever push? They had no reason to do so whatsoever, since there was no pressure being applied on the other side of the map. So it ended up being just this blunt force push here, and we've seen W do it, it didn't work. No surprise, it's not going to work for Aurora either.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to attack on this map. This is a pretty death-sided one, even though yesterday we had the good surprise to see many teams win their attack. That's not gonna be the case today, as it's gonna be a pretty convincing victory for W on the defense. Next up though, this is pretty interesting to mention the next map. That was something where Aurora was apparently very happy and comfortable to go for Murovanka, but it didn't go accordingly, right?
Yeah, I mean, their first match was, I feel like it was a gamble once again, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't really like gambles that much, especially if it's not like a high percentage gamble. And they went for this forest play, tried to maybe catch a tank or 2 there, which, yes, if the team of W has like 2 tanks there, it's a great strat, but guess what? They didn't. So they just managed to drive into the cap, and at that point for Aurora to get any decaps is very costly. We can see it here, they are being punished extremely harshly for their cross, and having the anchor there in Itox in the mouse is really, really valuable for W.
I think that Aura is too slow to react. You could see that W, they didn't even go for the base 1 capture straight. They had some opening, they gathered information, especially with the Batcha to see what's going on over the forest, and then they pushed up to the base one. So Aura, they should have had enough times to react and rotate, and even though they had that amount of time, they didn't do it properly. You could see that W, they had a pretty easy push outside of the base one to control over the 4 line, and then Aura, they were in trouble. At the end of the day, it's going to be a super clean victory for W on the attack. You could see they are not even dropping a single tank there.
I mean, dropping your defense on this map is not really something you want to do. In my opinion, this map is pretty 50-50, I guess. So starting off -1 on your own pick that you were so happy about playing is not a great start. In the second match, they got a nice opening. They managed to punish White Rock. Some misses meant that White Rock got out alive though, and they pay a huge price for this punish.
Yeah, I mean, you have Hold Kings and Bar that are pretty stuck at that position with the double I7, and W is actually making the correct rotation with Frugo and Itox on top of Attila with his 60 TP to close up and get some damage done. We had the feeling that Aura had that, especially after that opening on the bat, but they made few mistakes. You can mention what Kacha did here with his Eskong to be a bit greedy, pushing up instead of staying more in the back. It's actually allowing those tanks from W to push up and pick him up, and those sort of mistakes at the end of the day are very costly for Aura.
Yeah, these are mistakes that you can maybe do in a group stage match, maybe even in qualifiers when you play versus weaker teams. But playing versus a team that is as good as you, or better maybe, some would argue, since they just won, that's just not something you can afford, and it cost them the entire map of Morovanka, which basically gives W the huge advantage of having 3 match points in a row, which is not a spot for Aurora that they want to be in.
Yeah, definitely not, especially after Moore being the map they wanted to play and they expected to take rounds on. Mentally talking, it was pretty hard to start on Sand River, and even though I think that their opening was not that bad, they managed to get some HP lead. There's some grid happening on rerolls trying to take him out from this position, but he had some pretty good coverage. You can see that play from Anes, that was definitely not the one, because at the end of the day they were 2k HP up and then it was even.
I mean, just a very nice bait here, I feel like, from Aurora. You know, you kind of throw rerolls into the deep water, showing W, hey, you wanna take this snack here, and they get overconfident. They want to try and take him and get punished for it, which just spells easy victory for Aurora. You can see 8,000 HP left at the end of the match is not even remotely close.
Yep.
And just a very well all-around setup attack on Sand River.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff there from the side of Aura to have that aggressive opening and make it work, and mistake from W there. But next up, W was on the attack, Aura on the defense, and that's something we have seen many times, that tank around A5 is going to be the weakness for Aura. They're not capable of holding their base and covering this I7 at the same time, so it's a pretty simple and forward call from the side of W to go for the A-B line repush and take him out.
I mean, I feel like this looked pretty decent for Aurora for quite a long time. Just towards the end, we saw the nerves getting to some of the players, a bit of fumbling.
Really?
I mean, yes, Feli. So you see there ahead like 3,000 HP, yeah. And then you have Feli saying, "Oh, let's go, boys! We win this easy. No worries. I'll go clip 3 tanks in my bet chat." Well, Feli, I'm sorry to inform you, that is not how the bet chat or the game works. And I mean, this just spells disaster. You lose your autoloader, who was full HP, and you see the desperate repush that Baron and Old Kings are trying, but I mean, it's just a throw on Feli's part. I'm sorry to say it.
I mean, is it completely his fault? It could have been definitely like a call made by DFC or by player by the I7 to ask some support and Then he actually committed for it, but he was alone in a 1v3 situation since the i7 backed off. I think that if he stood around A8, took his reload, or even run back to A9, A0, he could have gotten a reset and make it much closer, if not going straight up to the tiebreaker for Aurora. But at the end of the day, W, I think that's a good match overall they had. And that's a pretty well deserved victory. As you can see, winning 4-2 against Aura, moving into the finals of the losers bracket, which is going to be our next match for today against Opor, though. That's a very big challenge.
Yeah, I want to actually get back to one thing you said. You said that maybe Feli's move was called by the IS7 or by the FC, but I feel like there are certain scenarios where you as a player can tell the FC to basically, just screw off, because some calls are just very bad, and he should have recognized as a player on that level that call is just not good and will lose them the match. So I don't feel like there's any real excuse. However, that's maybe something to consider for the next tournament. As you said, we are moving on to the lower brackets final between Opor and W. Let's take a look what the community thinks about that match.
Yeah, let's take a look at the community prediction, and we expect Opor to be on top, and they are almost 70% of the community going for them, cheering for them. Oh, actually, little switch, 56%. That's a shift indeed. I mean, Opor should be the favorite there, especially considering the fact W just had a match, they just played some of their tactics. So Opor, they had time to pretty much analyze what they played to adjust, adapt their own tactics. You can see this Opor lineup, very experienced, very strong, one of the top teams we have had in the WoT7 tournaments for years. What's your take on that match?
Yeah, as much as I like some of the players in W, and they did just have a pretty decent showing, I just feel like Opor and Hit and Run are really teams that are still untouchable on the EU server. So I don't see it being as close as the community predictions. I also don't quite see Opor having a lower chance of victory versus W than was given to Aurora by the community. But I don't know, maybe the players out there know something that I don't. Could be. We'll see how this one ends.
Yeah, is W actually capable of taking 2 wins in a row to reach the grand finals? Is Opor capable of doing so to get their revenge against Hit and Run? That's what we're gonna find out very shortly. But just before that, we want to hear what our casters have to say about that match. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back for match number 2. It's going to be the team that we just saw. It's going to be a W taking on Opor. Opor yesterday in a tiebreaker, losing against their inbuilt buddies from Hit and Run. First of all, the W lineup, they're coming in pumped, they're coming in hyped. Because they just managed to secure the spot in the wildcard tournament. Frugo leading the charge there as the captain, leading with example in the last match. And yeah, the other guys supporting him, they obviously want to make it further. They want to make it to the grand final, because that also means prizes, cash prizes, because only the teams going to the grand final actually do get that sweet cash.
Yeah, it's of course super important. You want to get there. They've already secured the first goal. From now on for W, I think it's like we take what we can get. If we can do it, great. If we can't, I think they'll still be happy though.
Yeah, indeed. And now we see the Opor lineup under their captain Ketsai, and I do have to agree a tiny little bit with Toxic when he says that like Opor and Hit and Run are not really touchable. Then again, Opor earlier on in this tournament, they did show some surprising weaknesses, some slip-ups that we haven't really seen them do in the past. So they looked like they could get hurt, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see actually if the international lineup from the side of WK is going to be able to be the team to do this. Now, map pick and ban wise, obviously that one was done just moments, just seconds ago, because Opor did not know who they were going to play against, and here we now see the picks and bans. Prokhorovka and Sandreva being taken out. Tundra, the first map to be played. Then we're going to hop onto Ghost Town, which I don't think is a big surprise coming out as a pick from Opor. Mines then being banned, and Himmelsdorf, a map number 3, Moravanka and Cliff taken out, and Steps the potential tiebreaker. So after the first map, Tundra, we're going to get back-to-back city maps.
Yeah, back-to-back city maps is going to be a banger to watch. I'm actually really curious for Opor's Tundra now. I want to see how it plays out, because I honestly feel like Opor could make the difference on this map. I know it's weird, but...
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it all goes here. Personally, I'm still expecting a rather comfortable victory here for Opor. Simply because of, not how they looked in this tournament, but simply because of the past achievements and like having played so much together. I think you cannot even put a price tag. It's just invaluable to have that team cohesion, to have the like mental strength that you build up by playing so many tournaments, winning some of them, taking down those crucial Ws. Some? A lot. A lot.
Quite a few. I mean, Opor, huge team. Absolutely massive, with a lot of good performances, good players as well, good tactics, especially when they're prepared. We've seen them once or twice, I think, come underprepared into a tournament and get punished for it. But for this tournament, I mean, I don't even want to calculate how many hours each team probably spent preparing and training for this, because it's a lot. The announcement was quite a while ago, right? So there was quite a bit of time that they had to prepare for this and train quite often.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, a team like this, they will know every single position. They will know the reactions of every single player, like their play style as well. They will have a blind understanding of what the players around them are doing. So, yeah, as I said, that is invaluable going into matches like this. Obviously, both teams wanting to make it further, wanting to make it into those grand finals. Then again, both of them have secured a very important thing with the wildcard tournament as well. But obviously, if you can manage to do it, you just want to win this tournament straight up, so you don't have to go through what is essentially another qualifier, a second chance, a safety net.
Yeah, but yeah, better than, for example, being Aurora, you know? Being so close to it, losing in the very beginning of the tournament is one thing, right? Going out in like the lower brackets immediately, you were never close to the second chance tournament, the wildcard qualifier. But right before it, man, that hurts.
Yeah, just you can already see the finish line, and then someone else just pulls ahead of you. That must be brutal on the mentality of the team. I hope they can recover from that. But then again, I think we should set our attention on towards the match at hand. That is going to be W against Opor, which I think means resistance. And I think I surprised Toxic once with that basically, their logo U over I times R. That basically is the, I think, physical formula for calculating resistance. So the more you know, some insights.
Kian flexing his education on all of us. I'm just a WoT7 player, bro.
All right, as we do see, the map video coming up. Tundra obviously gonna be the first map, and every single caster and analyst going with the Opor victory. Insane and me saying it's gonna be 4-2. Ducky and Toxic. Both of you saying 4-1. Not really putting a lot of trust in W. Is that because of what you just saw?
No, I just really have a lot of faith in Opor, to be honest. And I think these teams met in groups, didn't they? I'm gonna verify that. Hold that thought. I'm gonna verify it in like 2 minutes, and then I'll give you my reasoning.
I mean, Opor obviously a team that will be comfortable on any map moving into this match here. I think Opor and Hit and Run are the two teams that basically have a permaban and train on every other map.
No, they didn't meet in groups. Never mind. They weren't. They were in complete different groups. There's still a reason though. Oh yeah, because Hit and Run beat them 4-1 in groups. W, and it was really close between them and Aurora as well in groups. And Opor, on the other hand, did not have such struggles. So I'm using that as my baseline.
Also, interestingly enough, they did not meet in the playoffs yet either. W dropping their first match of the tournament against Garupa Speed, where it went to tiebreaker, and then in the lower bracket, able to best the Cashback team, also in a tiebreaker, and now able to pull ahead against Aurora. So that is kind of their Cinderella story currently that they got going on, right? Dropping the first match immediately, losers bracket, and since then, I mean, barely, but making it.
But they are here. They are here. They're here to play. They're here to stay. Opor, +1 to the predictions for the tanks. AMX M4, first time we're seeing it in this tournament. Then a Mouse, Quad, Eskongs behind, and a VZ55.
And for the team of W, we have the whole Re 3 being played by Ali. Then we have the Batshot, the T110E5, the double 277, and the double IS7. That is a super heavy lineup by Opor, I feel like.
Yeah, it's really hard to get the bat involved here, in my opinion, against all these single shooters. Also, the single shooters that, like the Eskongs, could just intuition at any given point to HE.
Yep. What's the Eskong HE pin again? 120?
Enough. Yeah. Something around 120. Enough for a bat, basically, everywhere, like lower plate, sides, turrets, you know. Probably not the upper hull, but the rest of it.
Yeah. Ketsai getting spotted out by the Batshot here. Ozek, the first one to take damage. Then again, he's a mouse. He's still over 3k HP. Still very, very healthy as we see the Batshot transitioning over more towards the southern part of the map. Itox now getting spotted in his IS-7, so Opor have information about one singular tank. Ketsai suspecting something in front of him because he got spotted on the cross, but now not anymore. And W on their attack, they're taking it kind of slow.
They are taking it kind of slow. They're just trying to feel out the angles and seeing what's happening and adjusting according to it. But they did not spot the south, though.
Yeah, they haven't really gathered information on the south there right now. This could be an unfortunate timing if TSEC peaks here, for White Rock, that is. White Rock, however, going into those bushes, trying to get any kind of information, but so far Opor, apart from the mouse, apart from the M4, not really revealing anything, and White Rock getting spotted there narrowly, avoiding the disaster of taking 2 shots by the VZ.
W needs to start at least thinking about what they're gonna do, though. They're sending up Frugo, and the hard polish gem, as the information gatherer. He spots out Ketsai. A little bit of north pressure here, but it's White Rock getting spotted out again by this VZ55. They do need to start grouping slowly to start deciding where they're gonna go. Right now, by all the looks of things, with Frugo on A5, with 277 behind them at A8, it does look like they want to go for the north at some point in the future.
Yeah, Ali now readjusting here in his Hori 3. Obviously, the pen of that tank is just going to make short work of any kind of armor on the enemy team. First of all, he needs to get those shots. He needs to get those spots by his allies. He needs to get enabled by them. Interestingly enough, I think yesterday we saw Ali playing with improved aiming. Not the case this time around. Turbo, HP, and Rammer. And White Rock now readjusting once again, driving away from that southern part of the map where he did get spotted a lot. Ketsai taking a shot of damage by Frugo, I believe. Obviously that M454 turret, it can be good, but it's not the super sturdiest.
It does have left and right of the gun, kind of a plate, I don't know, like a square that is pennable with even lower pen guns like the IS-7, because it is a lower pen gun at tier 10. I think we can agree upon this at the very least. But yeah, he's going to be backing off to A2. It's Rexor in support. The VC's now backing off as well. I gotta say though, man, I think that Opur has a pretty decent read at this moment in time of what's happening at the very least. They are pulling more tanks back towards the north. You see the VZ in 1-2 line. He's going there as well. DJ backing up. So I think they have a decent read.
Yeah, exactly. The rotation's coming in now at that crucial 4-minute mark in the game. Double S-Kong still in the south, though, still out of game completely. And Ketsai is going to be hard to dig out, actually, if they don't full commit. Like, there is the Batchet now, but there is a lot of Super Kongs as well. The push does get started, though, through the D and E line with the 277s, with the E5 of W. They're committing onto DJ. Huge amounts of punishment coming out.
Yeah, committing, but not over-committing by the looks of things. They just wanted to pick him up. They're going for the secondary piece here to finish off this S-Kong. They know that the VZ's on reload. Whiterock trying to get involved in this game, trying to clip out on Ketsai. That's the best he can do in this batch shot. He's going to try and make it out, and that's an HE shell there coming out from Rexar. But an extreme low roll, actually, with 400. Frugo now looks to pick up Ketsai. Can he find it? A face hug against the M4 is super annoying, but Frugo actually, good adjustment. Good shot there by him. They have 7 tanks left standing. They are down in HP, but they have made some kills. But Hannes here, in a little bit of trouble in that 277. Trying to get back, trying to get safe. Frugo actually just going on towards Rexar, ramming him even. Big ram from that IS-7. Can anybody help Frugo though? That's the question. I think it is upon Itox here to come in with a shot. He does do that as well. So Rexar should fall here to the combined forces of Frugo, of Itox, to put him out of this game, and W will still be down in HP, but they have the gun advantage.
They have the gun advantage, but currently they don't really have all the HP in the game even. The Hori 3 still full HP, 2,250, but he's not in the game. So now it will be up onto W to really convert the gun advantage into comeback when it comes to HP, because the tanks by Opur, apart from Orzek in the mouse, are still super healthy. Tsek now coming in with a cheeky rotation, does proxy spot Hannes, but the tank that he's going to be facing is that Hori that bounces. Very, very unusual coming out from Ali. And Tsek, yeah, I believe he's going for Hannes, but he's going to take so much damage for it. You can see Ali now saying, nope, that is certainly not happening. Tsek there with a good first, with a good second shot, but little is it gonna matter. Hannes there, humpity dumpity over the mountain, coming in, giving a shot to Tsek, who's now on a one-shot for the Hori.
Yeah, and Ali's gonna put him out of his misery as he falls. Fury in the meantime trying to find something on towards Barkis. Orchak coming in as well. Cap has been going, but Caps again was a mean to an end to enable the team of W to farm the repushes to get into that situation where they're able to deal with them. But now though, gotta be careful. Piotrix with a stunner on Attila actually in the E5, and Barkis I think is on reload right now as well. It gives Panzer Fury an opportunity here to potentially find that 277. But it's still 46 seconds on the cap here. MW, they might be running out of steam here. It's just Whiterock. It's all on Piotrix in that S-Kong to get these crucial resets. He's crossing over there. Ali spots him out. Can Ali find the shot? Ooh, good shot there from Piotrix. Beautiful. And Orchak actually finds Hannes in the 277. Now Barkis pushing forward. He finds Panzer Fury, and Whiterock finds a shot on Piotrix to try to blind reset. Can he get to kill in the meantime? Yes, he can. Good stuff there by Piotrix, who seems to have done it all for his team as Ali finds Orchak. Now Piotrix in a 1v2, and the biggest issue here for Piotrix is 432, 476. He's probably not going to roll this.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he actually does now. Tries to probably get the shot into the Hori, does spot it out, but the Hori with that 360 pen that we mentioned, just able to go through the gun mantlet of the Super Kong there. The British heavy tank unable to withstand that kind of firepower. 20 seconds left on the clock, and now Barkis and Ali, they just need to come as one. They're coming in now. The roll is not there, meaning that W coming into this Tundra attack are gonna take it down.
82 HP left on W on this Tundra attack. They did a really good job at generating kills. Really good job at generating kills. And I think in the end game, you could see they're still kind of inexperienced. They were giving up kills where they probably shouldn't be giving up kills. Attila shouldn't die behind that rock. Hannes shouldn't die in the 277 either, for example. So those are those things where you cannot really have that happening, because that made it really close.
Yeah, good stuff here coming out from W, but at the end, Like, it's kind of a coin toss, right? If the Hori doesn't connect through the gun mantlet, then I think that they might very well lose this round here. Obviously, well played at the end by the Opur Superconk, but yeah, 2v1 and just good stuff by W. Able to, like, at one point in time, they had like I think 5 or 6 one-shots on their team, and they managed to stay alive. So Opur really needs to work on getting those guns out of the game, because as we saw, even if you're up in HP, if you're down in guns like that, yeah, it can come back to hurt you.
It was still the Tundra attack.
It was still Tundra attack, yeah. But it was such a cool round, so we can hype it up nonetheless, right?
82 HP left. We could see, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but what could be is that Opur goes on the attack now and absolutely brings it home. And then we will completely have forgotten about this round already.
That is true. I believe, who was the team that won their own rounds like super convincingly, and whenever
Grupa. Wasn't it Grupa against W?
That might have been the case, yeah, where one team kept winning their own rounds like just like that, and then the ones that they lost, it was always super close, but it did go to tiebreaker. It goes to show it doesn't matter if you have 82 HP or 8200 HP left at the end. A win is a win.
And W coming in this match strong, man. Picking up the first round. It's exactly what they need, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need, exactly what they want. It would be kind of grim being down after Tundra attack, but they're up currently. Now they need to fend off the attack by the opposing team, by Opur, who obviously are going to be kicking themselves. Like, that is such a close round. Imagine, for example, the AMX at the start doesn't take the shot by the IS-7. I actually checked. The penetration was beside the gun mantlet in like the side of the turret, so maybe he was looking in a different direction or something. And I think that single shot might have already changed the game there.
I mean, if Frugo takes longer to kill the AMX, it could be different. Could also have been different if the bat actually got rolled by the HE. That was very unlikely, though. But yeah, it is what it is.
Opur?
W won.
Yeah, go ahead.
And Opur now has to do it with the double IS-7, 277, triple S-Kunk, and the VZ.
And for W, we have... Holy crap, that's heavy. Triple 60 TP, 1 mouse, double S-Kong, and the Mino.
Yeah, that's very... Both teams quite heavy. I mean, triple S-Kunk for Opur is still...
Yeah, I mean, in 7v7, as soon as you start breaking like the 20k HP mark, you know, that's a lot of armor, a lot of meat, a lot of beefiness on that team. Opur not far behind with 19k and a bit. First of all, sending Pants Fury and DJ with the S-Kongs to snipe. That is a pretty unusual opening by the double 60 TP there, though, driving directly, booking it to the 2-cap.
Yeah, that's very, very quick. They are spotted for this, though. So Opur does have the info that there's pressure in the south. And usually when there's this much pressure in the south, it tends to go towards the north rotation. They don't have like a bat or something, but you don't need a bat to be in the cap. You can put really any heavy once you push them off the angles.
Hannes, unspotted there in the S-Kong, is going to make it to K1. Nice and cozy, is going to tuck himself in at the red line. And Opur have pushed up the IS-7. Not as far as we saw last round, but Piotrix, I think... is it Piotrix? No, it's Rexa, is able to get the information onto the Minotauro that he's there. Yeah, last round we saw a connection coming into the AMX-M4 turret. I don't think we're going to see a connection into the Mino turret, even though an HE shell does damage his gun.
Damage his gun, but, you know, it doesn't really do much.
And Ketzai now in the south here, starting to push with his IS-7. Does take a bit of a beating for it, though, and is like, nope, I'm out of here.
He just takes one shot and drives away. It was one from Frugo, I think, in the 60 TP. And now this IS-7 is going to be very careful about what he does next.
Kind of committed in with the IS-7. He also needs to be careful, if he wants to cross back, that he does so unspotted. Otherwise, the 60 TP from D4-5 Attila, he might be able to give a shot into the crossing back of the IS-7. Pan's Fury now being pushed up in the Super Conk, and Itox taking another HE shell from probably the 277.
277, yeah. 277 at 8. Another one, and this one is annoying though, because Gunner is a lot more impactful there, because the medkit gets burned. Even with repair kits, you still have the skill, right, for damage gun. I don't think it's that annoying, but Gunner is really, really annoying.
Yeah, even though the commander does have Jack of all trades, but yeah, it just makes the already iffy gun even more unreliable. And now Orzek is going to get sent onto the hill, while Ketsai is going to continue the rotation into the north. Opor looking for an overpush in that northern part of the map. This would mean that Hannes in the S-Conk would be entirely out of the game. Same for Frugo and the 60TP. They would take a long time, but already we see Ali in that 60TP rotating north. The question is, are 5 tanks going to be enough to stop the 7 of Opur?
We'll see. The Mino backed off to where we saw Ketsai play from before, 8-2-8-3. It's kind of an annoying position because it's super open, right? When you pressure that, you're open to the E-line, you're open to the 60Bs, the mouse even as well. But they are just double capping right now, actually. So this is an interesting kind of adjustment that we see from Opor, just going for that cap and trying to force somebody from W to peak to reset.
Yeah, and we can now see that Itox in the Mino is thinking about leaving his lair, coming out there and trying to provide the resets. The tanks in the cap are spotted, but so far there seem to be no real angles. Bark is there with an HE reset, kind of taking the pressure off the clock a little bit. But now Itox proxying against Rexa, both of those not really wanting a part of this, backing off. The VZ almost out of reload, and this is when Itox needs to be careful that he doesn't just get completely caught out in the open and then takes the clip by the VZ, although they don't want to commit right now. Another reset, or someone maybe just leaving the cap. Ketsai there still 2k HP.
Yeah, the 277 is going to be joining his fellows friends in the north. That's Piotrek there. He's going to counter Ali, apparently, while T-Second Vex are just trying to counter out Barkis from resetting. Good shot there from Piotrek immediately on the side of Ali's third. You can see that counter coming in. T-Sec with his 2 shots tries to face off against Barkis. He has to be careful. The Mino's pressuring back up as well. Vorchek on the hill, trying to find some angles. Not really finding anything just yet, though. He took a shot as well in that S-Conk. They're still down a little bit of HP, but the scap pressure is starting to mount up, man. 30 seconds left before the scap goes through. T-Sec now sees Itox push back up. He made his 2 shells. He didn't get a connection. Panzer Fury, though, in the meantime, getting owned, actually, in that S-Conk. Hannes from behind, together with, I think, a 60TP overpeak, shutting that down. And now Itox in the Mino there, a little bit too far forward, I would say. He takes 1, he takes 2, he takes 3 as well. That is that VZ277 combination. But Ketsai in return is gonna hit the grave in that IS-7 as Barkis peeks up and around and takes him out of this game. And Opor with this Tundra coming in, and it's not working out.
It's definitely not working out, as Itox does finally get picked up, but the HP, they tell the story of the game here. W firmly at this point in time. Rexa also biting the dust, and yes, Whiterock has taken a lot of damage in that mouse, but he's kind of far away. He can stay safe if need be. Orzek there lording from the hill, able to get the track connection onto Hannes, but he still has a repair kit. And now we're gonna have to wait and see what's gonna happen here on the hill. Orzek deciding to drop off possibly, and Ali with that meaty 60 TP coming in to close it out against Opor in round number 2.
I mean, Piotrek is about to get double peaked by the 60Ps. Ali did not connect his shot here, and Piotrek trying to dodge the second one is not going to be working out for him. He wants to get Attila out of this game if he's able to do it. He gets a good shot there on the back. Ali now trying to turn that turret. Frugo falling to T-Sec actually. W needs to be careful. They're making a mess of it, but Ali there with the high roll. That was a huge roll actually. But Hannes also won his 1v1 though.
Yeah, Hannes won his 1v1 at Ali there with the high roll. That should secure the game here, as Whiterock with the mouse from downtown is able to pick it up. And now only DJ remaining in the S-Conk. Possible one-shot already for the 60 TPs. There we go. W storming into this match, stunning Opor 2-0.
Yeah, well, if you're a hit and run, you're excited right now. You're very happy. I mean, it's not taken away from W, um, but in the playoffs, the finals is always a different kind of story as well because the stakes are high, the pressure is the highest, and Opor has the most experience with it. That's why you would favor them over W if they went to the finals to perform against hit and run. So they're probably just really happy.
Yeah, and to W here, I mean, probably not to everyone's, but to most people's surprise, just coming in here, pressing the key that is their logo and just establishing dominance over a team of Opor that tried with that cap attempt to lure the enemy tanks into the crossfire, but it just ended up not working out completely. Ali there with a gigantic performance, 5.4k damage, 2 kills.
Yeah, big game for Ali there in that 60 TP. Panzer Fury, they're getting sandwiched, between an Eskung from below. I think it's because Orchek on the hill wasn't really covering Fury's back, So he was able to get flanked by Hannes without having a warning at all.
Yeah, I'm always kind of doubtful, like when you actually start the execute at the end, like yeah, having a sniper on the hill to continuously pour in damage is a nice thing, is a good asset to have, but then again, it's a tank that is not contributing its HP directly to the fight. That being said, Tundra, W's pick, completely going their way 2-0, and now we are gonna hop into Ghost Town, which is what Opura actually wanted to play.
You know what, in this case, the map picks make sense, I guess. W was very prepared for Tundra by the looks of things and made it work, but Ghost Town, bro? Opor and Ghost Town?
That sounds love story.
That sounds like a sexy combination to me, man. Like, they have had some real good performance in there.
Yeah, exactly. I think Opor is one of the, if not the team that has nailed down Ghost Town in the past like no other team. That being said, we've seen kind of a different meta compared to all the other tournaments previously. Like previously, it was very, very important for the players and the teams to establish like the outside with mediums, all of that kind of stuff to generate different angles, generate map control, and then just win via controlling the entire map. That is completely switched up for this tournament. Here we see the attacker immediately taking matters into their own hand, mostly triple committing with very fast tanks into the cap. Some of them, some bad shots peeking out, taking 1500 damage for it unnecessarily yesterday, but other than that, if the attacker is able to get those tanks in there and then have some meaty tanks to go with it to help out against the people trying to reset, then we have seen a lot of successes.
I don't know if Opor is going to do it again, though, because they already did it. They straight down the middle, on attack, into the camp. They've already done it. I think teams will start to prepare for it.
I think the most important thing is that you pick a lineup here that can do that, but also other things. So as soon as the opponent expects you to do exactly that, you do something else and counter an opening that would counter the other one. Obviously, the mind games there going on are kind of huge, but then again, not +1, but still unusual. Double T57 for the side of Opur. We have one CS63 triple mouse and an IS7.
And W, 60p, 50B, BZ, double mouse, 277 and an E5. A little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. Then again, bit on the heavy side. They have a lot of single shooters, just one 50B that will lose out in the direct 1v1 against the T57 heavy. Is the T57 with the shorter intra clip, with the shorter magazine reload. It can be quite the DPM powerhouse, and obviously the nice heat pen is cool to have as well. And now we see Opur boosting the IS7 with the CS63. I think they're going for exactly what I said, just slight variation of it. But the IS7 and the CS man, they're headed for that cap, but I think the 50B is ready, no?
Yeah, Marcus looks to be very ready for this push, actually, and this 50B gives one. He's going to actually fully clip out for this, I guess. He gives the second one already as well. There's nobody really to counter him for this, and Marcus is just having a good time. Gets that full clip out and gets back on reload. So that's an adjustment there that has been made, and Itox in the BZ already on the K-line there, looking for a shot on one of the 57 heavies. Maybe looking for one of the mouses as well. Does he find it? No, that BZ is not really that good of a tank for this.
I do think he got the penetration into DJ, though, who is down to 2.3k damage now. And I think the double mouse, they're thinking of committing onto Attila in that mouse. That is very, very close towards the cap. Needs to be careful. Orzek's peeking. Orzek connects. Frugo and Hannes, both of them coming close now. Both the T-57 spotted. The cap was very, very low here, but the resets start coming in. But at what cost is the question?
At what cost? As T-Sec and Katsai unload their clips in the 57 heavies. You see Frugo disappear from the battlefield, and Opor with now the HP lead that swung heavily their favor after W's commitment to reset this base. And now T-Sec coming back in, even with a clip that T-57 heavy. It thrives in situations like this. This is what it's made for. This is what it does best even. Quick clips, reload, do it again. And you can see T-Sec there just on the side of that mouse having a wonderful time. And now Katsai just chasing down Ali as well in that 277 and the T-57, a beautiful pick for this. But W in the meantime though doing a good number on the cap, bringing it ever so close yet again. Rexar down towards the one shot. DJ not much better himself in that mouse. They need to get Ali with T-Sec and watch out for the Barkis threat as well.
Yeah, 6 versus 5 situation here, and this battle is far from being decided as both sides are kind of low HP. And, Itox there with the try and the swing as Rexar gets picked up by the 50B here, who seems to be clipping out onto those tanks on the cap. Now suddenly the cap pressure not an issue anymore, and Opor, I mean the T-57s are the playmakers for them, but the mouse seems to be isolated. Good shot by Itox, and I think White Rock has just bouncer shelled by Pan's Fury, so he's going for the kill shot here.
Yeah, I took Panzer Fury and White Rock in the 1v1, and White Rock wins it out, and somehow W brings it back. I mean, Opor still has the double 57 heavy, but
yeah, the clip.
Yeah, that's.
They need one more shot of damage or a kill shot onto the W team, because if you think about it, actually 2, because Barkis and Attila are both 2 shots. Then Itox needs 5 shots and White Rock needs 1. So yeah, they need to do 10 shots of damage here to win out the game, but they only have 8 in the clip between them.
How long is for T6 repair kit?
Let me check actually. T6 repair kit is, yeah, should be back now. There we go. Itox there, getting outspotted in the BZ. That's a bit of information gained here, and Attila needs to be very careful in that mouse, because yes, he does have a lot of armor, but so the T-57 does have a lot of pen, and with that heat, you really like those unangled flat plates that the mouse has. I think they're now trying to commit one of the T-57s possibly into the cap. I mean, they need to get something going here. 3 minutes 40 and the 2v4.
Yeah, 2v4, but it's still scary because that burst potential from 57 heavies is significant. And T-Sec is going to be driving through the cap here. That is definitely going to give them a very, very early warning on what's happening. He's even going to find Attila in the mouse. If I'm T-Sec, I peek this.
Yeah, and I think
you kind of have to.
T-Sec seems to agree with you here. He's going for the peak. Does not connect the first shell. Second one coming out here. And now obviously the BZ coming in. Boosting towards T-Sec, who now takes 1 shot of damage. Seems to be on reload. The BZ-75 coming close here. Oh, I think if I was Itox, I would white peek that. But Barkis is coming from the other side with a fully loaded clip. And Katsai seems to have also been found by Barkis. What an unfortunate timing for the side of Opor. The 50B there establishing dominance over the American autoloader. And Itox the one to pick it up and make it 3-0 for W for the underdog.
Yeah, that's huge for them on match point. The script says 3-3 though, so I don't know what's coming next. But
I mean, yesterday the script was faulty as well for the last match, but like, holy moly, W just storming into this one.
You wrote the script, so that would explain a lot.
Wow.
Well, I mean, you wrote it, so It's your fault if it's faulty, dude.
I guess so. That being said, let's take a look at the damage numbers, guys. I expect some big numbers by the 57s because, like, they were alive till the end. They got to clip out, which is exactly what they were, like, designed to do. Oof. But instead, it is 50B saying, Autoloader, I'm the king here.
And DJ, a shot of team damage. Ooh, that is important in a game like this.
14, 14, 10, 17, 15, 12. I mean, they were so close to the enemy tanks that, like, yeah, these seem kind of good, the pen ratios by the 57s, but they were so close that I actually would expect better ones. And, well, talking about better pen ratios, I mean, picture perfect.
Barkas did a seriously good game in there. Got the first clip, and got a second clip in the fight, and flanked and peeked from the outside to eliminate the guys on the cap, which was so important. But also, one of the most important things there is White Rock winning his 1v1.
Yeah, White Rock there, staying alive on the one-shot was absolutely
It would be a 3v3, and the 57s would be coming back in to cover Fury.
Yeah. And
so if Itox pushes Fury or somebody pushes Fury, the 57s have an opportunity to go find something in return.
yeah, and the thing is that, you know, the 1v1 that White Rock had, like, Pan's Fury actually was on a 2-shot. So he tried to take a swing, he took one shot of damage, and then the E5 just came in, swooped in, and like the IS-7 couldn't find a way to peek to eliminate the one-shot E5. So good stuff by White Rock, but multiple people here just putting the team on their back and carrying W to a quick 3-0 that I don't think a lot of people saw coming.
No, I don't think anybody saw this coming. It's not over yet, though. It's really not over yet. Not to be... Opur is still the kind of team that can recover this.
Mm. Then again, we have to be careful with, like, the... Opur is stronger, 1-0, maybe a fluke, 2-0, the strat didn't work out, 3-0, you know, unlucky, some unlucky 1v1s, and then it might be 4-0, and, you know, W might be saying easy.
Let's see if that is actually going to be the case, though. What map is after this?
Himmels. It was the back-to-back city maps.
Yeah. No, if Opur wins, this is going to tie-break.
Okay. Hefty call. First of all, they need to win it, however. They've got their work cut out for them. 3 match points are gonna be, or are stacked against them here. So the odds right now on a W's side.
I want to see W's lineup to see what kind of like play they're going for.
I mean, the battle should start any second now. So then those questions at least will be answered. But yeah, W, they looked at some point in time, at some times, they looked kind of shaky against Aurora, but no signs of this to be found so far in the match here that we are currently watching. Just, you know, with flying covers coming into this one. Opur wanting to stay alive in the tournament and doing so with an IS-7, triple mouse, an S-Conk, and double CS.
And W50B, double IS-7, double mouse, and S-Conk and a CS63. And Opur has brought in the secret weapon, just like Aurora. They're bringing in, Aurora brought in Jakafar, they're bringing in Rishak.
Well, Rishak is not going to be happy with his teammates, what they did so far, which was not a lot, to be honest. Opur sending triple mouse towards the city, 1 CS north, 1 CS south. The S-Conk is probably headed towards A3. The IS-7 is going to cover the south as well, and that's quite a different opening from W, sending everyone towards the south. They're not going to find Ketsai because that one did not choose to cross over. Instead, Ketsai is maybe going to get the information on that double IS-7 of Frugo and Ali, as well as Hannes in the Superconk.
But no immediate camp pressure though, which is interesting.
I think W were hoping for something in the south, but Opur didn't give it to them. This is kind of what it looks like to me.
Yeah, but a control game is perfect for. I don't want to be like the Opur bandwagon guy, but you like control game where they get the information like they're doing right now, is probably the ideal scenario for them. You know, instead of then like a super fast game.
Nah, you shouldn't go onto the Opur bandwagon simply because the Sigon viewers, that would not fit their worldview.
That is true, dude. But they watch the stream muted, you know, because it's CN commentating, so you know they can't actually hear them cheering for a poor.
Anyway, though.
But in their worldview, dude, we are both. I mean, mainly me, biggest W fans in the world, man.
I just want to see good rounds. Okay, so almost 2 minutes over, and
you see that sign, Kihan? I would drive over it.
Oh yeah. So annoying. But he possibly has like low settings, so he doesn't even see it. Possibly.
Yeah, I would 100% go drive over it. He's like there. No, but the reason why I said that about this defense is because usually you like when you can predict what's happening. I don't know if they predicted Ali crossing over with Frugo though towards Rexar's position. I mean, Ketsa is in support here in his CS63. Marcus is coming there as well. Good shooting there from the CS though. Beacon and Eskunk is always brave.
Beacon and Eskunk is brave, but he does get rewarded here. Ali now spotting out Ketsai once again, and Rexa is going to find himself in a 2v1. I think the problem here for W being that the mouses in the city are actually kind of split off, which would mean that they could get pushed by the triple mouse of Opur, and they don't really have the forces that they could commit there to help the mouses. But then again, Rexa playing a very aggressive game of World of Tanks here, taking one by the Super Conk, I believe, from the back, is able to retaliate. Hanna is also taking one, and now the mouses, Attila is also trying to get an angle onto Rexa, but that one has smartly readjusted here towards the red line, and the 50B is not having an impact so far.
Good stuff though by Rexer, trying to stay unspotted as long as possible so they didn't double push him immediately. There was just Frugo going, and I don't think they were ready for that. Does White Rock have an angle? I don't know.
I don't think so. I am fairly confident he doesn't have an angle.
I think the dunes are in the way.
Yeah.
Especially the dune at H2. You see the shape of it. It's kind of like a circular. But yeah, if Rexer got pushed by Frugo and Ali at the same time, he would have probably died, right?
Yep.
But he stayed unspotted. This allowed Rishek to come in with the CS as well to cover, which means that if they go now, when they're proxy spotted, they'll probably get double tapped by Tsek and Piotrix in the mouses. So minus 1k, and Bark is not getting spotted, crossing over in the 50B, bro.
Taking one shot for his troubles. And there we go. The get-go does get called. Bark is taking a lot of damage here in the background for that cross. Completely out in the open with that 50B. No armor to speak of. And now Ali and Frugo are trying to remedy the situation by taking out Rexa. Ali, though, bouncing a shot here. Very, very unusual. And Rexa there being blown up. That's gonna remedy it for W, who are still down 3k.
Bro, Rexer, the unluck of a lifetime, man. First shot Amarak, I think second shot Amarak, and third shot Amarak. But it's okay because Panzer Fury already came off of the position at A4. He knows that his teammates, I think they knew where the CS was as well. So they're switching into a different kind of defense, a more proactive defense, aggressive defense as well. Fury will even cross towards the hold down that pushes Attila and Itox back. So even with Rexer falling, you can see they immediately shift the way they're holding, right? They're no longer holding over 1-2, they're starting to hold over the middle of the map, and they might even take Ketsai, for example, or if it's recheck on the 5-6 line, to start controlling 0 line. And that's just the adjustment in this defense. It's recheck, actually. And he'll go take the outside of the map, and they'll hold from that.
Yeah, now we also see an adjustment by W coming in. Sending one of the IS-7s, I think both of them possibly even away, even boosting it with a CS to speed up the rotation. And those mouses in the city, man, they're kind of vulnerable because Attila and the other mouse, not sure who it is, Itox, they have already taken a lot of damage. This is why now this rotation needs to come in by W to actually protect the meat that they have in the city from Panzer Fury and Piotrix, who are still very, very healthy.
Yeah, but Rishik's about to come into a shutdown position, though. Even spots out Frugo, I think, and his comrade in the CS63. Piotrik's here in a little bit of trouble, though. Fury as well. Frugo just, again, leading the charge, man. He has no fear in that IS-7. He's moving straight on towards Panther. Fury gets rammed, though, by Piotrix. Puts him in a 2-shot range, potentially. White Rock now coming in as well with the CS. They want to find the mouse, but they also want to find Fury at the same time. Currently, not the most cohesive attack here. They do start to transition on towards Panzer Fury in that S-Skunk. A good tracking shot there from Attila as well. Keeps him tracked for White Rock, who then doesn't have the overpeak. So they're going to shut down this S-Skunk here. Attila is going to find it. A good kill there. And our Opor falling to pieces again. The Ignite coming out as well on towards Tisek. Opor needs to hold on. Rishek coming in to save Piotrix from doom, from death even. But Tisek will fall. Orchek surrounded. And in return, though, Hannes now made it towards the city. Opor and W trading blow for blow, going even. But Opor, I think they might just be capable of holding these positions.
And the thing is, the time is ticking as well. Just over a minute remaining. Hannes getting picked up by Ozek. So now 4 tanks remaining on the Opor lineup. And Katsai has already made his way away. He's completely in F1. He's safe. No one will be able to touch him, even if his buddies in the city are going to lose. Good shot by Rishek there, by the way, into Attila. He's now lining it up with the lower plate of the mouse, waiting for the mouse to unangle its turret to get that shot. But Attila is not doing him that favor. Tries to get it, does not get the pickup actually, and tries once again with a swing at the turret front of the mouse. Once again not connecting, but Attila is just so slow in that slow, super heavy German tank. But Itox, the next one to bite the dust, and now Attila left in an impossible scenario.
Can somebody remind me what's the pen on the special rounds of the PS63? Do you know it?
I actually don't. You're catching me off guard here.
I don't know it either.
I think like 320 or something.
320? And what's the 50B?
50B has 334, something like that.
Because third face of the mouse, when he's turned like that, is normally pennable on center mass of it. So if you have the turret on center mass of it, it's still pennable normally, even with him being angled that way. That's why I was curious why Rishik went for the lower plate.
Yeah, as we do get the battle results here, and yeah, I think the biggest problem was that they weren't able to get that 50B into the game like they did last
The biggest
round.
problem was Barkus, yeah. I mean,
the thing is, if they commit the double IS-7 onto the singular IS-7 of Opur, I think they actually stand really good chances to win it.
everybody did shoot at Barkus, yeah.
Yeah, because then the CSs have to peek from the upper side, but then you have Hannes in the S-Conk plus Barkis with that 50B still standing there to keep the CSs from peeking, and then you just have the double IS-7 there in the 1v1, and at the end of the situation, Rexa is dead, and you still have your 50B. That all being said and done though, Tundra 2-0 for W, and Ghost Town getting split, meaning W still on a match point here. Opor finally gaining some traction in the match. We are headed to the corners and streets of Himmelsdorf.
Remember what I said?
I do remember. You called that if Ghost Town
I just
takes
checked,
the
by the
next
way.
round.
I'm 100% right about what I said about the mouse turret. It's CS is 315, Ben. And if you shoot for really center mass of the turret, like if you're looking, Attila's turret was not turned enough there. If you look at the center of it, like actually center, and you shoot down, it changes a bit when rocking backwards and forwards, but it's like 80-90% pen chance. Well, the lower plate is like 17.
Yeah.
So.
Also, I think the gun mantlet of the mouse also has a weak
Yeah,
spot.
but you don't need to shoot for the gun mantlet. That's only if he's like super extremely angled, and he wasn't extremely angled with the turret. He could have done a lot more angling. Like, my point is that his turret needs to be turned even more if he wants to angle effectively, which it wasn't, because it was kind of in line with the hull, you know? So the hull is turned and the turret is also turned, has to be turned even more.
Let's just assume he was doing that on purpose, hoping for the Penlo roll so he could retaliate. Copium.
Yeah. That's cool.
Okay, so Himmelsdorf map video playing, indicating we are soon gonna get our round number 5 in between W and Opur here. Both of the teams trying to get into the grand final, where Hit and Run are probably currently chilling, waiting, and eating a bit of popcorn, seeing what's going on.
Well, the longer that game takes for them, the better, more material to study, you know?
Mm-hmm. And they'll have time to study as well, because the next match we're going to cover is going to be an NA one.
True. I mean, you're right about the manta, though. Like, it's you know, a 100% bend, but the surface area is smaller.
It's a smaller area. Okay. Round number 5. W3. Opor 1 currently. Opor coming into this one trying to fend off defeat in this match with a 50B, double IS4, double mouse, a 277 and a CS63.
CS63 against W's, 50B, E100, mouse, double 277 and W5. I think we can say no matter how this match turns out, though, that W really surprised us with how far they've gone and how well they've done as well.
Yeah,
Against some of the teams in the tournament, like Cashback, Rupa, you know?
Yeah, W definitely performing very, very well, above expectations, at least above my expectations. That being said, though, Opor, they can still make it. They can still break the streak that W has here in the lower bracket. We see the CS for the team in yellow being committed to the hill. Nothing unusual. What is kind of unusual is the E5 in this position here, but I guess he's just there to get the spots and then possibly do a shot of damage on the rotation. That being said, Frugo being spotted out in that 277 doesn't really want to peek right now. Now sees the IS4. And then
the ignite from Piotrix on towards Hannes. I mean, takes 1,000 for that, about 600 more than he would normally. Rishik there in the IS4 taking a shot of damage as well, but it's a good thing to have in this position.
Yeah, backwards side scraping here with the IS4. Needs to be careful, obviously, to not expose the part of the hull that goes like a little higher up, because then that is then where the side scrape falls apart. Also, little thing to note, he's turning his turret sideways when spotting. That basically means he doesn't need to peek out as far, because the spotting point is located where the gun basically hits the gun mantlet. Little tip for your own random battles if you're doing side scraping. And now we see the CS kind of feeling out the AB line.
Yeah, just kind of feeling out the B line, and there's a lot of times on the 5 line there. Ati, Itox, waiting for something. Barkus is a bit greedy here, man. I like it. I like it. You might get a shot out of this.
And, well, he does get the spot. He does get rewarded with the spot. Gives up his own position. In return, though, immediately goes on reload and is threatening a rotation.
Nice shot there from Katsai onto his White Rock. 383 to the face to take back the window. Panzer Fury is going to take it over, probably. Orchek and DJ starting to pressure towards the sound, though. They're taking this 4-man hit squad. Well, just Orchek right now, covered by 3.
Thing is, though, 5-6 line cross might be a bit costly, to be honest. Panzer Fury here getting the spots onto Itox, onto White Rock with the turret of his 277 over this distance. It would be unlikely that they hit it. Then again, E5 in the side scrape. Oh, he's trying to line it up. But
you can't do that with an E5 engine deck.
It is a small spot to hit, though. Rishek now starting. Ooh, good peek here. Bad timing for Frugo. Bad timing indeed can be bad, as he just reconfirms there. And now Orzik and DJ with that double mouse are starting to engage. Frugo taking another hit by Rishek here. And now one of the mouses, DJ, takes one by the E5, but I think that is acceptable.
Yeah, Ali is not in the normal window, by the way. He's in a lower window, which is interesting by its own design. You don't really see this anymore, like for D5 window. And Fury just shutting this down. But they are, man, Opor is doing a really good job at dragging W around the map right now, IMO. And making them give up positions that they may not want to give up. Good shot from Hannes, though.
Good shot from Hannes, also with the kind of lowish APCR pen that the E100 has. And well, good rotation by the 277 as well from Frugo. I mean, he realized he couldn't stay there anymore against the double mouse. Now Piotrix in the 50B does get spotted, does push forward. Ali seems to not have an angle currently on him. And now Itox peeking here with the mouse. Panzer Fury, non-penetration.
Yeah, it's about hitting on that distance, right? But Attila does escape the 5 line in return. And now Opor took some damage to establish control around the map. But they have gotten that control, though. They have pushed away the entire W from the south, even from the 5 line. Base number 2 is looking rather juicy right now.
Base number 2 is looking rather juicy, but they don't really have anyone. And if Barkis commits in here, he finds a tasty snack called Rishek if he connects all of his 4 shots. But I think instead they just want to peek the mouse from behind. Hannes once again confirming where he is. Now Frugo is going to peek, is going to get another one, and Barkis starting to clip out. Does 1, does 2, does he get the third one? He does indeed. So Ozek, huge bleed on him.
That was beautiful execution there from W. They realized that they need to make a play. They got to do something, and they make it on towards Orchek on that mouse, who's dropped towards a one-shot. That bastion of HP gets taken down rather quickly. Now 277, though, pushing on the 5 line. That's Panzer Fury with his CS friend going for that mouse of Itox, and a good shot there already from the 277 from Ali, but he cannot continue doing that really because he is getting pressured by an IS-4, which I think is Tisek there trying to do the damage, but they're going to focus on Ketsai here with the 3 of them, which is the right decision at this moment in time. He's dropped rather low already. Orchek still alive though on a slither of health. Hannes in return dropped towards 600 himself. DJ, great shielding there, but was that shield really worth it? It is if Orchek and DJ can shut down Hannes, which I think is going to happen right now. They do manage to do that, so that shielding there coming into effect beautifully. Ketsen down towards the one-shot. He's going to have to back away and let Panzer Fury just take this fight. But as we talk about this, here comes Barkis with the 50p on the relocation to shut Ketsai down. Shut him out of this game as well, and DJ soon to follow. As Attila gets it 4 times now standing for Opor, and Opor is in trouble, big trouble here. Potentially Fury can get Itox because Itox just missed. That would be huge for Fury. He does get that. Mark is still on reload. Now it's a 4v4, but still though, W, which is such a huge amount of HP.
Yeah, Rishek now peeking and giving a good one into the E5. White Rock needs to be careful, but Piotrek now dropping down towards a one-shot, possibly eliminating the hopes for Opor to come back here, getting face-hugged. 2 kills in quick succession being answered by 1 from Rishek, but it is 4k against 1100 from Opor here, who only have 2 tanks remaining. Attila looking for the pickup onto T-Sec, and now only Rishek remaining for Opor, and W. They are gonna close it out here with a gigantic scoreline against Opor of 4-1.
Yeah, it is not Opor's destiny to go to China in the first chance qualifier here, as I would like to call it. It's gonna be W instead with 4-1, man. Oof, harsh scoreline.
That's definitely gonna leave a mark. That's gonna leave a dent in the confidence of the team of Opor, who are in the past stages here have also shown that they can be hurt. And yeah, W, man, coming into this tournament, dropping the first match, and since then just comfortably marching through. I mean, yeah, tiebreakers sometimes, but not here.
Rough, great performance from W. I actually, just tremendous gaming.
Yeah, I mean, individual player skill definitely there for that team, but Opor, you have to wonder, like, normally you're not used to performances like that from them. I mean, they did manage to get it to tiebreaker against Hit and Run, but like today, just, you know, not their day at all. We do see the damage numbers. Barkis once again on top, and Artiquel and Barkis splitting all the 7 kills between them. And on the other side, yeah, just, you know, the match started off so well when Piotrek got the Ignite onto the E100, but then not really a lot happening. And you can see Hannes, even though he lost 1k right at the start, he was still able to do a lot of damage, almost his own HP in damage. It's still able to help his team, and you can see the damage spread over the team of W is actually like very close. That is like 700-800 damage between max damage dealer and lowest damage dealer, which you very rarely see.
Yeah, losing all that HP on Orchek was crucial. They were missing the spot, and Orchek got flanked in return for it by that 50B. I don't know if it was Rishek drops or somebody's drop, but missing a crucial point there. And it was hard for them to recover afterwards.
It was hard for them to recover after, but I think that, you know, there is a lot to decipher, and there is 2 beautiful people that will be able to do that. So let's head over to Insane and Toxic.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, no one was expecting that Toxic, but it's W that is gonna make it to the grand finals, and in what a fashion, 4-1 victory, dominating over Opur. I mean, that was very impressive.
I mean, even the round they lost was pretty close. So, going back to the Opur logo, I guess you could say that the resistance they were facing was just too high for the potential that they were showing. So the current performance was just not high enough.
Well, good stuff from W, and we have to say goodbye to Opur as it was the losers bracket. They got their second chance after losing against Hit and Run in the finals of the winners bracket. Now we have W left. They're going to be playing against Hit and Run in a B09 later. Bit of an advantage from Hit and Run since they are coming from the winners bracket as they get to ban and pick a map straight. What's your take on that?
I mean, I didn't even expect W to get this far, to be honest. I might have to apologize to them. I bet against them in match 8, I bet against them in match 9, and now here they are in the grand final, facing versus Hit and Run. But I think this might be where their miracle run ends, coming from the lower bracket, making it all the way to the grand final. But I don't know if they really stand all that much of a chance versus Hit and Run.
I mean, we didn't expect them to stand a chance against Opur, and they proved us wrong, so we'll be very happy to see what they get to do against Hit and Run. But we should probably take a look at the replays to see clearly what happened between those two teams as we were starting on Tundra. And this was a pretty interesting way to attack because they managed to caught off guard Opur completely with this aggressive play.
I mean, it's an interesting way to attack, but it's also a very interesting way to defend. We've seen a lot of A-line pushes on Tundra. It's basically always either an A or a K-line push, and to split up like this then, for Opur, means that no matter on which side of the map you will be pushed, you will have less tanks there. So I don't really get why they would set up in that way. I mean, they decided to do it, and it didn't work out in the end. Also due to a bit of shakiness towards the end game, so unlucky for them.
I think it was not the greatest defense from the side of Opur, and you can see that at the end it was very close. Piotrek was left in a 1v2 situation. Maybe if they had more tanks over the base 1, they could have held. They were very focused over there, and it was the wrong call as W was pushing the north, and then Opur, for their attack, they went for something similar, actually attacking the base 1, but W, they had a very great setup against it.
I mean, it's again just this A-line push, basically, but unlike Opur, W is ready for it. They have more than enough tanks there, and they also have basically all of their tanks being able to support. Also, a very great move from Hannes I want to highlight to repush, I think it was Panzer Fury in E6, so great stuff, really.
Yeah, I mean, the difference was that they also had time to set up. You mentioned the airline push. Opur, they tried to play passive and have a cap pressure to force W out, but doing that, they actually allowed them to fully rotate and get into the positions they wanted to find the decap. So I think that from the side of Opur, maybe this was not the greatest performance to start on Tundra, and we expected them to be much stronger in this match.
We definitely did, and Ghost Town kind of always been the home turf of Opur and Hit and Run, just like basically almost any other map. They have been very dominant in the past, yep. But on this match here, they try to kind of vary the strat that was played over the last 2 days of the tournament already, but it doesn't really work out for them.
I would like to point out that they have been really impressive. Like even the way they played on this defense, using the 50B early to try to get a full clip out on the tanks that would enter the cap. Because you can see Opor is playing with some fast tanks, but also with some T57 heavy somehow. So there is a big difference in terms of pace. And this 50B actually managed to get a full clip out early, and those details are actually critical because you can see at the end it looked close, but a full 50B clip is making the difference.
And I mean, just imagine their potential if Itox actually knew how to pen a mouse front turret. Throwing a bit of shade here. He has some research to do in that department, but then again, the matches speak for themselves. They go to 3-0, and even the next round, you know, it's their attack.
Yeah.
Is gonna be very, very close.
Yeah, definitely. You can see in their attack, they didn't really find the answer, and they went for that 50B move to try to take out the I7 at J1 Rexar, but he got heavily punished for it. Barkeys in his 50B, almost not managing to get a single connection. But you will see that afterwards, W, even though they were down and they were forced to attack, they found a rotation and they made it close. So even if that was the only round they lost, I mean, a bit lucky there from Frugo to get the armor, I have to admit, you can see that this team is not giving up. They're still trying and giving their best the entire time and finding some solutions and some opportunities, even if they were down in this game.
Yeah, and that's really something really impressive, you know, to basically, even though you are basically facing the brake of defeat, you still try to give it a shot and try to play it out. Shows some mental strength that this team obviously has. And if they can carry this momentum onto the grand final, you know, even though I personally still think Hit and Run is maybe better, we will probably be having a very close match.
I mean, I feel like we have to give them credit, even against Hit and Run after this performance. So some people, I mean, some teams, they prefer to come from the winners bracket. Some actually need the momentum, and I think W is maybe one of those teams. They will get the hype to play against Hit and Run in the grand finals. They will get a little break because after that we're having like an NA match. But talking back about the replays, look at this last round, this simuls of defense, and Olsech making a huge mistake in his mouse actually going down to 2 shots. That definitely didn't work well for Opor, and W, you could see the rotations were on point, the trades were on point. Here you will see the 50B rotation from Barkeys, that was beautiful.
I mean, just overall, very great reactions here from W, you know, it seemed like a very coherent team. They've been playing together for a very long time, and it's, you know, starting to pay off. This is what we've been saying in the past few tournaments, you know, that some of these teams, all they are really lacking to really contest Opor and Hit and Run is the experience of playing long enough together as a team to, you know, basically trust each other blindly. And apart from a few hiccups that we've seen, they made that work immaculately. And I mean, they dropped to the lower bracket in their first match instantly, and from then on, they didn't have a single hiccup. They won every single round, and they have the chance of going for the miracle run, winning the entirety of the lower bracket, and then also potentially taking the grand final.
Yeah, well, good performance from them. That's a pretty new team. Like those players, they are not playing with each other for a long time, even though they trained a lot, like you mentioned. So possibly they're gonna be performing even better in the next tournament. But first, they will have to play these grand finals against Hit and Run. That being said, we are now gonna be covering some NA matches. We had some played yesterday. We can take a closer look at the brackets, probably to have like the very quick recap. As you get to see, we have the finals of the losers bracket to cover now. Dopamine against Bubology. Even though this match already happened, the match number 3, it was in the winners bracket, and Dopamine dominated. Bubology has shown some fantastic performance yesterday, and Dopamine in return was not playing that well against Smile, so I'm definitely keen to see how it's going to be going.
I mean, we also always talk about the advantage of momentum. And even though it's been a day, you know, for Bubology since their last match, they still have this feeling of having won the last match, and also not just having won it, but really having dominated Escalade. Whilst Dopamine, you know, they had a very, very long match yesterday versus Smile. They were very, very shaky and lost in a tiebreaker in the end. So I feel like Burbology has a fair chance here, even though they lost versus them in the upper bracket before. 4-1 it was for Dopamine. But I don't feel like this is going to repeat itself.
Yeah, maybe we can also have the community predictions for that match and the team lineups for both of those teams. As we see, Dopamine actually getting a higher percentage from the viewership, expecting them to take the victory. It's a 60-40 essentially, and you get to see also the players, like both of them very known from the NA community. I would probably give more credit to Burbology according to what we have seen yesterday, but the community is slightly more going with the Dopamine there.
I mean, it's fair to say, as a player, that you give the credit to the team that literally won the last match versus one another, So I feel like it's understandable. But if we don't just look at that match, as we said, and we look at the performance we saw yesterday, I feel like that tells a whole different story. So that's why I see the teams closer to one another, as you already mentioned.
Well, Dopamine against Burbology, that's the next match we'll be covering, and now we probably want to hear what Kihan and Daki have to say about that one. Let's get back to the Castus desk.
Well, hello there, and welcome back for our quick hop across the pond. We are gonna watch some NA gaming in between a team that we saw yesterday already, Burbology, who had a quite dominant performance in the match that we watched. Yeah. And Octobear, basically the bears here coming in with Major Kenway's Way, Wallhex, Decimbear, Opiaker, Vova, Muscles, and Floppy.
Yeah, yes, Kian would say they really have a pug-in lineup, to be honest, for this match, right, Ki?
Well, I don't even have to make those jokes if you make them.
They should rename to Papology. Pugamine.
And on the other side, we have
Pug Emperor Nexus.
Pug loves horse.
Paddington Buck. Pug loves horse. Pug Walker.
Ay. Are we that deep into the stream that those kind of jokes already need to be coming out?
Yeah, well, just be careful when Dark Puggers unleashes himself.
Million Emperor Ferret there to complete the lineup. But yeah, I think it is time to take a look at the pugs and bans in between both of those teams. And I think we're about to see them. There they come, Steps being banned out. Then we have Ghost Town taken out of the picture by Dopa. Tundra, the first map, just like in the match that we just saw, it's going to be the first map that's going to be played. Then we're headed over to Himmelsdorf, which is Dopa's pick. Prokhorovka then taken out. Mines, a possible map 3. We have Moro banned out, Cliff taken away, and Sand River as the likely tiebreaker, I guess.
The likely tiebreaker, if it comes down to it, I'm most excited for Puggersdorf.
Puggersdorf?
Yeah. Puggersdorf.
Is it not Millionsdorf?
Millionsdorf? No. I like Puggersdorf more. It's the home of the pug.
Alright, so Tundra likely 1-1. Himmelsdorf might go either way, and I would say Mines likely 1-1 as well. So Himmelsdorf, I think, the difference maker in this up and coming match. In between Burbo and Dopamine. Who do you favor? I mean, they met already in the upper bracket, where Dopamine took down the victory. A sign of things to come?
Perhaps. I mean, I think Burbology is a good team. I think Dopa is a good team as well. Really could go even, but when they first met around, Dopamine had their number, though. And that is a little bit worrying. The teams tend to grow in some teams, not all teams. Tend to grow in a tournament, and I think Burbo might be one of those. What do you think, Backhand?
Dapagizor. I indeed think that Burbo is one of those teams that can very well make deep runs into tournaments. I believe they have already won some, right? In the past. Anyway, Castus predictions. I am the only outlier here, saying it's going to be Dopamine taking away the victory. And the other three, Ducky, you, Insane, and Poxic, saying it's going to be the Bears, Burbology, to take it all and move on to the grand final.
Yeah, I'm surprised that but 3 of the 4 people went with Herbology, even though Dopa won the first encounter between the two. Curious. Maybe they stole my homework.
Absolutely.
Although, why does mine say 2-4 and then Insane says 4-2, but the same logo?
Yeah, we'll have to say. Anyway, I think we are not far off some gameplay that might be coming up, and I have to take a look in the sheet actually. Who's going to be attacking again? It's going to be Dopamine first on the attack. They chose that after Babology chose Tundra, so yeah. First an A match of the day. I think we can give it a go. A lot of known names, obviously, on both sides. There is players that are very, very well versed, very experienced in competitive formats. So I guess we're just about to find out who's going to take round number 1. Dopamine there with the attack. The more likely one, but we'll see.
We will see indeed what we get out of this kind of game. I really think it could be super, super close, but Tundra, we already saw. I mean, maybe teams are starting to figure out a little bit how to defend properly, because it's a lot closer than I expect most of the time. But Herbology, triple 60 TP, double BZ, a mouse, and an S-Conk by Muscles.
And Dopamine, on the other hand, bringing only 6 heavy tanks, bringing double 60 TP, 1 ISM, 1 277, 1 S-Conk, 1 E5, and a CS63. So basically a little bit of everything while remaining on the heavy side. But man, that Babology lineup, once again, meaty AF.
Yes, very meaty on defense. You can see as a result of that, the HP lead that they have, about 2.6k HP for them. That is, you gotta chew through that, Gant.
I mean, we talked about it already earlier today. Like breaking 20,000 HP in 7v7 is already crazy, but like Babology breaking 21k even.
Yeah, it's just very heavy, and while they're crossing over in the BC, just boosting to K3. And there is a lot of Dopa tanks there, though. CS 277, E5, 60p, all in that part of the map. For Dopa, but it's just it's not a aggressive style.
Yeah, and the thing is, Dopa obviously here starting with a 3k HP disadvantage. They need to get a little bit of initial punishment directly here, because the thing is, against those tanks on the enemy lineup, like against the 60 TPs, against the BZs, against the Mouse, against the S-Conk, you don't really want to go into a shootout immediately. So you need to create angles, you need to create an HP advantage, because you lose some HP on the approach. But currently the only one having taken a shot of damage is Ferret here in the S-Conk, who I think is on the hill. So not the best of starts, I think, here for Dopamine, and the longer the time runs, the worse it gets, because like that gigantic HP pool of Babology, that is something you need to chew through.
That is indeed something you need to chew through. The i7 center makes some presence on the A-line. Good shot there against Muscle side third from the Spirit. Good positioning for that. So a little bit of damage being dealt here towards them. And now some south presence, while there's a big rotation though for the side of Herbology.
Big rotation coming in by Babology, sending those 60 TPs north. Not sure exactly what sparked it. Maybe the ISM getting spotted in A7, or the 60 TP being close towards the Super Kong. But it seems like the majority of the forces of Dopamine are concentrated towards the south, and PM indeed starting to make his approach here. It does not get spotted early. Maybe if Wally peeks with his BZ, indeed spots do get exchanged. Is Wally gonna take the peek? Yeah, he does. He takes a swing, but the 60 TP armor once again in this tournament proving more than sufficient.
More than sufficient indeed, and Burbo here keeping on their toes in terms of rotations. They have now rotated a double 60p back to D1, which is can be an OP hacker. Even December there in the Mouse coming to take over where Muscles was. So they are pretty separated from each other in the south. I mean, it's really just Wally and that BZ that's just holding that position, and the rest of them are quite some while away, though.
Yeah, Dopamine seems to be waiting for something. Not sure what it is, because Babology is not really doing like huge reactions to anything that Dopamine is showing them so far. I mean, yeah, they did the 60 TP rotation, but Dopamine does not know about this one. So I am quite interested as to what they're waiting for. OP Hacker now getting spotted in the north in that 60 TP. That's a little bit of information gained. Taking a shot of damage as well. I think that's a bit unnecessary. I think that was the CS6. No, I'm actually not sure who hit him. But yeah, taking damage nonetheless. That is something that Dopamine needs. But like at this pace, Burbology still 20k plus HP. So they need to make something happen, and they need to do it soon. December there in the mouse. Finding that 60 TP. Unable to find the penetration.
Yeah, and the 60p in return not finding the shot either. So information being exchanged, but it's a south play that we have to keep our eyes on. They're coming. Paddington, PM, Dark Ninja with the CS following up as well. They are coming, and in return, it looks like the boys from Burbo are going to give up wall hacks. They're going to let him die really in that position, realizing that they are not on time to rotate towards this. They said, Wally, good luck, do your best, tank like a champion, you know, tank better, even do a masterclass on how to play, and just do what you can from here. He gets a shot against Spirit. He may even try to use his rockets to get away, but I don't think Wally's going to be escaping today. As in return, they are pushing on towards the 60p though, the one from Blur, and he is going to be falling for this, but he's going to pay off his life at least a little bit, less than expected perhaps. Now moving on towards Ferret. In the meantime, there's a North 1v1 Octobear against Nexus, the two respective in-game leaders of the team going at it. Octo versus Nexus, the true 1v1 of the ages.
Yeah, exactly. Wall hacks there in the south, more like wall snacks. A tasty little treat for the players of Dopamine, who are now starting the triple cap, forcing Burbology obviously to commit something south, but still the HP advantage completely there for the side of Burbology. 20 seconds though, they need to come close, they need to do it soon. Kenway there losing his gunner, didn't heal him before the shot, this is why he missed. 10 seconds now, this comes down to the wire. Burbology, despite having still the HP advantage, they need to get those resets, they need to get those decaps as Spirit abandons the cap.
Yeah, but Muscles there gets one on the side of Dark Ninja's third, and Kenway gets a big one onto Dark Ninja as well. Now Nexus here in his 1v1 does seem to have beaten Octobear. Not too sure what happened there, but as a result, we can see that I7 is going to be a nuisance at some point during this battle. I mean, 5v6 here for the ignite from Ferret on the December. He's going to be kicking himself about that one. Kenway in return getting pushed though by Paddington, by Dark Ninja, by PM. If Kenway can hit the shot against Paddy though, that would be huge because Fova has already given one. Kenway can shut down the kill here, and then it's a bit disjointed from Dopamine. Paddington just ahead of himself, ahead of the team, ahead of anybody, and punished for that, he will fall. Muscles will be shutting down Ferret in a second here as well. OP Hacker going to be surviving. He does take one more before that. Maybe he can shut down Spirit in the CS63 or potentially Dark Ninja. But Vova already coming in there for the close on that E5. More likely than not, and time is always sticking, and it's sticking in favor of the defender. The Burbology swung that 6v4 around into a 3v4 now, and it's looking rather good for them. They still have to hold on, but they're not really pressured anymore.
Yeah, and the thing is that Dopamine, they need to do something quickly, but they are still having to drive into the guns of Burbology. Now, Spirit here is a one-shot for the 60 TP, has to make a getaway, and even Muscles is not really low. The HP advantage being very good for Burbology and OP with the pickup onto Nexus here. Spirit coming in with a good shot onto Muscles, who has a medkit available for his driver, and Burbology looking good coming into this match. Gonna be putting the first point on the board, gonna be putting themselves ahead after having lost in the upper bracket before against Dopamine.
Yeah, Muscles here wants Spirit, but I think Spirit has his number. Has him. No, never mind. Muscles showing that he knows how to put Spirit out of his misery, and Burbo on the defense, picking up that first round. Quick reactions to giving up wall hacks.
Quick reactions to giving up wall hacks, but I think sacrificing him to go on to win the game was an okay choice here. Burbology showing good reactions to that southern push by Dopamine. Yeah, at some point in time, it looked a bit scary for them, I'm not going to lie, but in the end, I would say fairly comfortable victory.
I mean, scary, like Octo losing his 1v1 in the north.
I have no clue what happened. Like, Octo was on like
1.5.
1.5, and like the enemy was on 2 shots, so normally he should win that engagement, but maybe he unfortunately bounced one, something like that.
Blur's penetration's not enough either, though, from that position.
4-3-1, 60 TP gun. That's what he's probably gonna say. And like, yeah, Paddington, I'm sorry, but 652, my buddy, is also not the best of pen rates.
Paddy's mistake there is going by himself. Which was a mistake. I actually really liked Vova's rotation out of 1-2. You know, he was in 1 line. He came back into the 3 line to support Canway, and that really made a huge difference to me because he was able to support Canway. And it's a 3k HP 60 TP. If he's on 1-2, you can kind of ignore him.
Yeah.
If he comes to reset, you can go push and kill him. So that rotation was good. But yeah, all in all, Burbo deservedly winning their first round. They're going to be very happy about that one.
I mean, yeah, also with that super heavy lineup, it means that they weren't able to rotate as quickly as they might have wanted to, but in the end, the HP on all of those tanks just carrying them over the finish line. Like, 3k HP advantage that you start with, that's basically an extra tank.
That is an extra tank. Yeah, that's a 277 in terms of HP. Which means you have to get some initial damage at least, or some information. The push on the south, it's like, okay, you push the BC, but there was far too many tanks pushing him. There was nobody, like, on the hill, for example, which sometimes you see, to cover in this. I guess they were afraid of a 1-2 repush with 60 TPs. They never really got the info where these 60 TPs were located, and I guess they were afraid that the 60 TPs could do what we saw, I think, W do, for example, is repush towards that corner and then help the BZ. So they went there in mass, and they did not need 4 tanks to kill that guy.
Yeah, and even that being said, I think the punishment on the cross wasn't really that brutal. I think it was like 1 shot of damage by a 60 TP. So they got away with something there, and they got the BZ as a free treat. But in turn, like the tanks of Babology started winning out everywhere else on the map because Dopamine had committed so much into killing that BZ and then going to cap. But the thing is, with capping tanks, most of the time they're not really achieving a lot, simply because they're sitting ducks and they can't really rotate around and chase after people. So as soon as you're the team capping, you should normally have achieved numerical advantage, because you will have some sitting ducks in the cap, and then you need other people to capitalize onto the tanks that will be trying to reset, which absolutely wasn't the case. And I think they were even in the cap with 4 people, so 1 more than necessary, so a little bit of miscommunication going on there until the CS finally decided to leave. But yeah, that was round number 1. Now we are going into round number 2. Babology currently up a point. Triple BZ, 1IS7, 1S Conk, double CS.
Double CS to round it up against Dopamine. Holy. Jesus, that's pugging 60 TPs, man. 5 of them.
Yep.
A PZ and a D5. Imagine you get pugged in the face by one of those, dude.
That would not be very puggers, I think. Okay, South commitment by Babology coming out during the start of this round number 2. Sending muscles onto the hill to snipe from there. December a bit more north. Kenway with the, I guess, usual CS spot. Having Vova beside him. Spirit there crossing. Does not take a shot of damage. Even does a blind shot towards where the CSs are located. Vova now driving forwards, trying to find a bit more information. But the only information that was given up so far is that the BZ was spotted on the south cross and that there was someone, anything, most likely a CS, spotting him.
You're gonna have real issues getting this double CS involved, to be honest. In my opinion.
Yeah, that Dopamine lineup, I think it's super hard to push up on, because like those 60 TPs, they're all gonna be standing hold down, and you're gonna have to cross some open ground to get to them, and they are gonna give a shot on the approach, then they're difficult to pen, then, you know, they also have a lot of HP to chew through, so it really is, yeah, uncomfortable.
The triple BZ is making a move, though, which I find curious, but there's a lot of cover. Paddy can reverse and give a shot, PM can give a shot, and Ferret is definitely giving a shot for this.
That triple BZ though, with that rocket booster, they can spring immediately into action, overpush and fight against Blur, but there is going to be a lot of tanks on the enemy team that will be able to shoot in there. I think now they're starting the engage. Spirit and the BZ having taken one shot by the CSs. Never mind, the BZ.
Look at December.
December?
No, it's a huge flank.
Yeah, that is a huge flank.
You're gonna get Blur from behind. I think it was just to push Blur down a little bit so December can find the angle.
Okay, Blur taking a swing here, hitting the stone only though. And now
Octo, Wally just rocket boosting in. Octo missing on the move here. Wally is gonna have to try and make this shot count though. He's not connecting either. That's the issue with that BZ, man. Trying to get those shots on the move, it's just not very good at it. Wally is gonna escape. Octo misses one more shot. They came, they saw, they did absolutely nothing, and they're now leaving.
Octo almost turning himself on the side there as well while being in boosty mode, and Spirit probably having a giggle, having a chuckle at what just happened. Blur probably didn't even know what was happening as he got pushed, and OP Hacker, who didn't push with his two BZ buddies, is now getting collapsed on. That being said, the BZs did transition over towards the south, but the HP advantage that Dopamine now has is commanding. It's a commanding lead.
Yeah, but this could swing rather quickly. I mean, December is down towards the one-shot in his IS-7, and Spirit shoots on the move where he should really just try to kill December in this regard, in my opinion. He doesn't do that. Now December is going to hit the shot, which means Octo comes around the corner. He's going to get tabbed by the 60p immediately. Oh, but the low roll, 582! That saves December not from dying, but it saves Spirit from looking rather silly for not hitting that shot to begin with.
And yeah, the HP indeed has come closer by now. Both teams missing a tank within their respective lineups here, trading an IS-7 for a BZ-75, but the fact remains, those 60 TPs, man, hard to push.
There's an S-Conk on the hill, though. Remember that Muscles is full HP on the hill, bro.
Yeah.
They're going to get repushed here on this part of the map by everything from Dopa, and they're going to have two tanks out of the fight.
Yeah, so the S-Conk does one on the cross here onto PM, who falls down to 1400, but you can see Paddington full HP, Blur full HP, WoT trying to do what he can with the CS63, but it is not a lot currently, as he also takes one to the face as Dopamine is driving in here looking for the killing blow. Yes, they are currently down in HP, but as you said, that S-Conk with 2800 is completely out of the fight. Blur slapping Wallax back to the garage. October trying to boost out of this predicament here. We'll see when Ferret is reloaded if he can actually get the pickup here onto that BZ. He does. Actually, Nexus
coming in there with the last second shot, but now Kenway is surrounded. I mean, he has to go fight Nexus, but Nexus has Ferret in support. It's not really where you want to be in a CS63. I don't think Kenway has too much of a choice here. And to try and make the play, he has to. He doesn't have a choice, man. It's really rough at that point for him. He has to try and at least get the kill out of this. He doesn't succeed at either. I'm not sure when Nexus or Ferret are going to be reloaded here in a second, but it's enough time to actually shut down the CS before he finds the kill of Nexus. But even if he did, man, it would still be it would still be 3 tanks against 5 for the side of Dopa. I mean, Paddy missing there, OP missing a shot as well. That BZ gun is really not good for engagements like this.
The thing is, Paddington needs to be a bit careful not to overcommit against OP, who drives forward, receives one more, gives a shot, but it does not connect. OP Hacker there with problems against the American heavy tank's frontal armor here. And now PM coming down from the mountain was eyeing himself a little bit of that Vulva HP. Muscle still full HP, but I think Paddington is about to finish it off. Never mind, bounce on the cupola, and finally the penetration coming out from OP, making Paddington a one-shot, but Dopamine should be winning this regardless.
Yeah, I mean, Muscles carries all the HP for his team. This full south push from Dopa was a good realization. They knew the S-Conk was on the hill, they knew the BZ was in the north, so it became pretty close there at some point. But then they go with all their tanks, all this alpha south, and if Burbo's tanks are all there, they're in a good situation, but it was impossible for them to know that this was going to happen. So you then have those 2 tanks out of the fight, and the repush just works.
I think the situation we have to talk about is the one that happened with the double BZ boosting around the 60 TP.
I really thought they were going to try and get December. There's like the half moon kind of holdout, as I would say, to get him behind that and just trade it out against Blur. And if Blur turns around, you peek with the triple BZ and you do 1.8k damage to him immediately. But they didn't do that, and that was weird to me. Because I thought they were just going to do. Double Key did the kind of same thing, over peek and kill on the guy. I thought they were going to do that, but in combination with December from behind, because there was nothing in the 3-4 line. So yeah, I think he could have gone safe behind the whole line and just shot Blur from behind. Blur turns around, he gets peeked immediately, and he dies.
Wait, how much bounce damage do we have here? So 3.5 plus 1k is 4.5k, 6.5k, 8.5k. So basically, like over 9k blocked. That is a lot. I personally feel like, to be honest.
Yeah, but it comes down to this BZ gun just not being good. It's really, really hard to use the BZ gun. It's random. It's very, very random. It really does like hitting every part of the circle.
Yeah. That all being said and done, Tundra goes 1-1. So the way of the dodo here for both of the attacking teams. Now we are going to be switching to Himmelsdorf, which, yeah, what do you think? Are the teams going to keep picking those 60 TPs? I mean, on Himmelsdorf, you might be seeing like 113s, IS4s. Those tanks tend to have a better time against 60 TPs.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing BZs too much on Himmels just because of the nature of the map. More 60s, mouses, etc. Lighter setups. But yeah, that's double CS. It was really hard to get them involved though in that second round. I mean,
Yeah.
CS lowest alpha out of all of them in the match, lowest HP, best mobility, but Tundra is just not such a big map.
Yeah, Tundra, not a big map, and I mean it really sucks to engage those 60 TPs with the CSs, right? Because if they connect, you have to do 2 shots in return to at least trade even, and that's not even taking into consideration the fact that the 60 TP starts with 3k HP, where the CS starts with 2k. So essentially you would need to do 3 shots to trade evenly against 1 shot that you receive, which is very rarely possible. I mean, you do get a bit of the DPM, and you can spread the DPM better because of the lower alpha. But yeah, 60 TP, a really uncomfortable tank to engage, in my opinion.
The Giga tank and random stuff. When the gun works.
If the gun works is probably the better word for it.
If I can tank, though, can't.
But yeah, I think we're just about ready to see the next round being played. So in we go into Himmelsdorf here. No, we already saw it before. I was thinking about tanks, which we haven't seen yet, which might add a +1, but we already saw it before, never mind me.
Did we?
Yeah. I remember a team pushing through 8 line, and then there being a super heavy trap waiting in like the CD67 position.
Was that a V4?
One of them was a V4, one of them.
Oh yeah. Hit and run brought a V4. Barbarian was playing it.
Yeah. Now I remember better as well. I just remembered the situation, not the team. Anyway,
we complement each other so well. We're like Ping and Pug.
You are the million to my pugs.
Yikes.
Alright, Bubology coming in with a 60 TP, a BZ75, double mouse, double T57, and the E3.
Is that the first time the E3 gets picked?
Second time. We had it yesterday already.
Dopamine double 60 TP, mouse 277, E5 times 2, and a CS63. I remember they didn't have an E3. It was Burbo, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. On Himmelsdorf as well, I think. Again.
Yeah, and he played D3.
So, no +1s here currently. Spirit there on the hill. Does get the spot on Wallhacks. What a timing. I don't think he gets spotted in return, even because the tree is in the way. So, Wallhacks is going to be like, what the hell just happened? A second spot coming out by Spirit, who does give up the information where he is in return, solving the mystery for Wallhacks.
You know, Octoy is going to find some information here in the south in a second as he spots out Paddington. I don't know if he knows about Nexus. He's going to be forced to go behind the hold on. OP is currently running Nexus peeking right now as well. I think Octo realizes that there's a lot of tanks here. He's going to be very careful about the way he plays it. The longer he stays, the worse he gets. It's a trap in the A-line, and I think the A-line trap should be abandoned already at this point.
Yeah, the A-line trap, they're waiting for something that is not going to come as a PM takes a shot of damage here, but Octo being forced out of that position is probably taking shots by the CS right now, the E3 making its position known, though not hitting here currently as Ferret gets a good shot into Octo, who responds with a good high roll here, and in comes the A-line trap to drive through the 8 line. But yeah, it's a long way until they're gonna meet anyone.
Yeah, and Ferret there has a decent position in D5 against the 6 DP. Close range, you can hit that Cupola reliably, especially with that nice heat of the E5. Not just the Cupola, also under the gun, for example, Penable. And now they're just pushing down the 8 line. And Nex is going up on the window, and then a nice shot from Octo, retaliating for that lost 1v1 earlier. And yeah, Dark Ninja is there in a mouse on the 8 line. But like realistically, when he gets pushed by double 57 heavy, he's not gonna last that long. And Wally's just taking the front again in that BZ. He's down to 600, and he's gonna be careful that he gets to live through this. And Muscles needs to connect some shots as well to shut it down, because Dark Ninja are just trying to push out Wally into the open. But luckily enough for them, Wally is surviving with just one shot. Needs to be careful from the CS on the hill as well. But Burbo here doing some rotations and finding some opportunities, finding some kills. Even Spirit does come in from the hill and shuts down Wally and the BZ, but now it's all over the place inside the courtyard. We see Nexus on a run, on the move, trying to hide. OP just getting free shots against Blur, who's now forced to go for Octobear, and the skirmish is left, right, and center, but at every moment right now, Burbology is winning, and Blur, yeah, you're gonna 1v1 Octo, but the skirmishes are just in favor of Burbo. They're finding the overmatches, they're finding the focus fire as well. Maybe finally they will find Octo, but not before he shoots Spirit one more time on the hill, drops him towards a one-shot, and so far Burbo with a great rotation.
Burbo with a great rotation. Oh, I think just a missed shot there coming out from Blur, and OP with 873 into that 60 TP, but Dopamine currently, if you look at the HP department, just crumbling left, right, and center as the CS from the hill is trying to do what he can. The E5 in the meantime does pick up the mouse, but it is 5 tanks against 4, and it is 8,000 HP against 2,000. So one-shots now starting to appear on the Dopamine team, soon to get picked up by OP, who puts another one into the backside of the 60 TP. And Burbology once again are gonna pull ahead.
Blur was full HP. Octo was a one-shot. Well, two-shot. At the end of the game, Octo is a one-shot, and Blur is dead. Not that it changes the game, but this 60 TP is a... You would think it's an easy tank to play, because of the nature of it. 750 alpha, just pew-pew and shoot. But the importance of the 60 TP in games like this is pen ratio and hitting your shots. And I feel like we've seen a lot of performances where the 60 TP really just hasn't done enough.
We'll be able to analyze exactly that after the battle, as Spirit tries to pad the stats a little more, tries to pad his DPGs. It's not even going to show up in the service record, but I think he's trying to give his team time to talk about the up-and-coming round where they will be defending, because for this one, oh, nice knowledge of December here, knowing that angle exists. But this one certainly is going Burbo's way, as I think Spirit has had just about enough. He tries to throw himself off the mountain. He does succeed. And Burbo are going to be 2. Dopamine are going to be 1.
Well, as the authorized judge of this competition, elected by me, I think we should give the point to Dopamine for the beautiful hill jump. I think everybody can agree upon this. So I think that we should do that, Kihan.
You like that being judge, jury, and executioner in unison?
Yes. Judge, jury, and puggers.
Anyway, I think we talked a lot about the pen ratios as well, so let's take a quick look at the post-battle stats to actually see where the problems started erupting for Dopamine. You can see Blur here, only one shot at damage, 541, and he was like very, very close towards the enemy tanks. He just needs to make those shots count. He wasn't able to this round.
The rest of them coming in strong, though, doing what they're supposed to do. Kenway 6-4-2. Yeah. Well, Wally actually, I think, penned everything. Yeah, 3-3-3 in a BC. 13-10-8. Muscle didn't have the easiest shots on the mouse because Wally was in front of him.
And yeah, the other pen rates are looking good. But yeah, it just comes to show, like the combination of having trollish armor like the 62p and then having to shoot that with like trollish guns can really be hugely problematic. Especially.
What was Dopa missing? They were missing a spot on the 8 line. I don't like it. Well, first of all, I don't think Ninja was even watching because he spotted the 57s so late. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but they were spotted really late.
Yeah, I think the mouse spotted them by himself.
Yeah, but he can also check that from the corner. I don't think he was looking. And Nexus was kind of late on the ramp, so he didn't see them cross through already. Bit better info there, different story, but you know, the skirmishes really were bad for Dopa. I mean, even Blur pushing against Octo, there's only 3 behind you. You win that, you die.
All right.
They lost the mouse already.
Yeah, this means that now we are at a scoreline of 2-1, obviously. No immediate danger for Dopamine yet, but for having won in the upper bracket against the team they're facing again now, they're not really looking too strong, especially the rounds that they're giving away. It feels like kind of a letdown by them. They should be coming in with higher expectations.
I mean, they had this good start, right? Like the opening wise, they really had 1-2 for free, but then they just got, I don't know if it's complacent or out rotated, a bit of both. Because let's say the A-line trap, it didn't get abandoned really early, you know? Yeah, I feel like there was quite a bit of delay between the times being spotted in the south and the A-line guys starting to move.
Yeah, maybe they were waiting for some, you know, dual-pronged attack, but that split would have been
Spanish Inquisition or what?
No one expects that one. Anyway,
the fucking Inquisition. One pug to rule them all.
Pug Wars. Anyway, Muscles playing the BZ75, double mouse, quadruple E5.
Against Dopa's double 60p, mouse 277, and triple E5. Americans playing American tanks on the American server. In a European broadcast.
Hell yeah, brother.
You just offended like 10 people.
Like 10 people? I can live with that. Okay, Burbology is sending BZ75 and Double Mouse up onto the hill and having that E5 hit squad in the southeast. They're currently making some sort of a trap, I think.
Some sort of a trap. No, not quite. I mean, the E5 behind. It's kind of a turtle again, though. Why are they making a trap here? What is up with Burbo and making traps there?
No, I don't know. Like, the thing is, they see the enemy lineup that is like double 60TP, mouse, 277, triple E5. Like, it doesn't make sense. And Paddock also making a trap with his E5. Man, they're just...
Again, you're gonna explain it. You can't say it doesn't make sense. Talk me through it.
Well, basically, with that super heavy lineup, I wouldn't expect Dopamine to really push. And the thing is also the area in the city where they are making a trap, like they are assuming so much.
There is definitely a potential for Dopamine to push the armor too, though.
There is potential, but like
there is a lot of there's a lot of strategies, Giham, that involve, like for example, the mouse at A6 to spot 0 line, like a 277 at 4 line to spot K line, and then you use the rest of your tanks to push down 1-2, take map control. And it would be possible because they have that triple E5 that could drive down, and 60Ps are not that slow for the 2 line, so it is possible. However, I will agree with you that it's a waste of time.
It's highly unlikely that the attackers are going to go up until there. And now they're sending a single E5 through the 8 line, the rest to 1-2. I mean, they're probably assuming that now that the mouses have been seen on the A-B line, that a rotation has started and Dopamine is moving away from the 1-2, but they weren't there to begin with. So.
What happened? What happened that they started reversing? Did they see something knocked over? Did they see a fence broken or something? Because there are some fences on A6. Because there was definitely a timing where they were like, no, we're not going. I don't know what they saw. Maybe they saw a broken fence. Because they were going down.
Ooh, the triple E5 hit squad through that courtyard, though, now only getting spotted. This is going to signal to Nexus that he should get away from there. Does get tracked, has a repair kit available, but from the hill, the BZ with a good connection, and I guess, yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to take forever to kill Kenway in December here, though. It's going to take forever, but now the Burbo is in a little bit of like, what do we do? Where do we go? What is the play? OP is actually crossing over towards 1-2 to get Ferret on the outside, but that is such a hefty punish for this. I honestly would have liked to see them drive back into 5 line, you know?
Yeah, OP paying a lot there for that cross over the 3 line to create an additional angle on that E5, but the fact remains, like, he can be covered there regardless. Bustle's now still on the hill, so that is a lot of HP by Bobology. That is still kind of out of the game. Wallhacks here taking one by Ferret now. And the E5s on the outside on that 2 line starting to emerge now, and now that costly cross is gonna be hurting Bobology. Wallhacks taking another 2 hits here. OP Hacker driving away, getting shut down by Paddington. Wallhacks falling to the grave as well, and now Bobology coming down from the hill, but I think they've already lost.
They have. They have indeed. I think crossing over is the 100% wrong decision. If we look at the minimap and reverse it like 10 seconds, Kihan, let me think back to the situation. So, Burbo was on D line, right? And Dopa was centered around the B3 and A6. Correct?
Yeah.
What stops you from taking D line and pushing into 5 line? The guys on A line have nowhere to go. They push A line, they drive into Mouses and the DZ. They push 5 line, and you're pushing into a setup team already.
Yeah, no. I think they simply got too stuck on the idea that they had to eliminate somehow the 2 and 3 line with that E5 hit squad, but the E5s could not achieve this. Like, they couldn't. It was humanly not possible. And yeah, I do think that this 5 line instead would have been a good play, because then you also create additional angles on the guys in like A6. They can't stay safe anymore. You also create synergies because you're supporting your Mouses in the A line that are currently losing the fight against the 60 TPs and side scrape. Yeah, not a good reaction by Bobology, but honestly, what a weird game from them in general, starting off with that southeast E5 trap too.
I think there was a big opening on the 5 line. I like the going through the courtyard though. A bit unlucky they didn't do more damage to Nexus, but it's on the move. So, but then D line, if they take those tanks into 5 line, they find an overmatch on the A line tanks. They really do find a nice situation where they are able to get the angles. Because they also have the guy coming from 8 line that gets the mouse on the side. There's nowhere for the A line tanks to go. Nowhere.
And the thing is, they still have the BZ on the hill then that does give early info onto the D line. So if there was a flank possibly coming in by the side of Dopamine, then they would know early. The E5s could just turn around, and like the 60 TPs in the cap that were getting, you know, that the E5s would then be fighting against, they couldn't cross over and collapse on the E5s in the 5 line then, simply because the Mouses would be like punishing them heavily on the cross. So yeah.
Well, that's what it is. Neither team so far deserves anything more than an even scoreline.
Yeah, 2-2.
It's most likely to go 1-1 here too, to be honest.
Mines is a very deaf-sided map. So yeah, indeed, Sand River. What do you think about Sand River? What are the teams going to pick? Defense?
If we just skip Mines altogether, be like, guys, we both know neither of you is going to win an attack. Let's just move on. Sand River. Let's fast forward in time.
Oh, that would be a bit of BM.
Is it though? Tundra, both teams won their defense.
Yep.
Himmels?
Both teams won their defense. Mines?
Yes.
Both teams.
I don't see it. I really don't see it. I don't see how either of the two wins a Mines attack.
I I don't know, maybe they have something ingenious planned. I still have to think back to, I think it was 2 WoT7s ago where we saw like the triple yo almost succeed. That was certainly a sight to behold.
Let's bring back to you. But then they play a full hill strategy with cap.
Yes, yeah, and basically, I think they even had the small guns on the Yos for more DPM, and then they were raining down hell from the hill, and got repushed, but they had good crossfire with the Yos. So I really like the strategy. That's why I'm bringing it up now. I don't expect to see it here, quite honestly. It was a one-time off, and I think teams have now, like, they have seen it, and they will know how to deal with it. And it didn't even succeed then. It was like a gimmick, but then again, Mine's attack is probably like the point in time where you try a gimmick, because it's unlikely you'll win anyway straight up, so might as well try something funky and surprise the enemy.
Let's see if we find something surprising, you know?
Indeed.
What would be a surprise in the lineup?
A light tank, for example, like a 13-105, something like that. Although not that much of a surprise, really, because then you could also use it to cap. We haven't seen an E4 yet, I don't think, in the tournament. So maybe one of those. Let's wait and see. Round number 5. In between a Dopamine and a Burbology. Current score 2-2, so neither team on match point, but Burbology trying to once again go up in the match. Bringing an IS4, double IS7, double mouse, 1 S-Conk, and oh, actually E4 +1.
Did you cheat?
Nope,
did you cheat?
I did not.
Yeah.
I did not.
Dopa, IS4, mouse, 2277, and double CS. So they're obviously attacking. I don't believe you.
I actually, like, if I did, I would have say so, but I actually didn't.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. You do this one more time and I know you're cheating. What?
I'm not going to say anything anymore before the rounds then, because, you know, I'm afraid you accuse me of cheating then. Anyway, Dopamine, they're sending double CS towards the hill, and a pretty heavy commitment onto the 1-2 line by the 277. We'll have to see how ready Burbology actually is to punish the cross, which they are not attempting immediately, though.
And the 2277 already waiting here. Nexus, Body, Dark Ninja, immediately in position. Just making sure that they don't get spotted. It's 2 IS7s though.
2 IS7s, but the thing is, how much damage do they take on the cross with the 277s? Are they then still able to win it against?
I think they're making a trap, hoping for somebody to push up.
What is it with the traps, man?
You're not a fan of traps?
Not this one, at least.
So there's still some opportunities.
Oh. Well, CS on the hill, proxy spotting the IS4. Ferret there dropping off, not taking damage for it. Already doing better than some other gamers that we saw in the past. And Blur there with the IS4 being pushed up a bit. Driving forward, not spotted yet. Driving towards the house, I think, will be trying to suppress the IS4 of wall hacks to establish a bit of control over that cap here. WoT7 taking one by the CS in the back lines with that Super Conqueror moving back right now. But Dopamine, they're taking this one slow.
Slow and steady wins the race, right?
They're not gonna beat Burbology at this pace. Ferret, though, thinking about touching the cap. I wonder, like, are those vines, are they enough to, like, hide a CS?
I don't know. I know they're enough to hide a light.
He probably has low noise, Ferret, so that should help a little bit. The IS4 there taking a shot of heat into the track, so that will reset the IS4, but the IS4 only. And now WoT7 and Kenway are probably going to try and blind against that CS. December taking 2 shots by the 277s. Not sure how much or how Dark Ninja took so much damage in his 277. Well, December there on the cross, a rotation coming in by Paddington and Nexus with the 277s leaving 1277 for control on the one line. And the cap does seem to have been abandoned.
Yeah, Dark Ninja seems to get railed by OP there. I mean, took another shot, has to be OP, getting the better of him. The cap gets abandoned. Okay, interesting.
Started up again now. I mean, he hasn't taken...
Yeah, but they spotted the 97 going under the hill, so they're going to try and push down 1-2 now.
Yep. Problem obviously being there that Dark Ninja took so much damage already. I don't think he can really go and commit to this push as well, because it is kind of easy to guess the area where the E4 will be situated, and most likely he will have a shot onto the 1-2 line. But yeah, so far Paddington and Nexus unspotted. Nexus there taking one now, starting on the cross. How much damage are they going to take for this is the question. OP there with a good shot, and the E4 with the connection into Nexus. But this means that still Dopamine will have 2 on the one line and only 1 for Bobology.
Yeah, and OP is going to get found here. He can't really back off anywhere. Muscles may find another shot though, and Dopa is doing a decent job at dragging them across the map. They will get repushed under the hill. They should get repushed under the hill in every scenario. Paddy there on the move, trying to make the shot, doesn't connect. Nexus now going to be peeking. He will hit his shot though. You see now Blur getting repushed. Ferret actually back off. Spirit coming in with a lot of damage though. December getting heavily punished down towards 981. Now Vova is starting to creep up though in his Eskong. I think Blur made the right decision there to shoot the Eskong. It's the most important and the most annoying tank to deal with. And Dopa right now seem to be putting themselves ever so slightly ahead. Dark Ninja did take a shot there though for that peak against the IS-7 of OP Hacker. Now Wally pushing across. It's 1-by-1 here into Blur, and Blur's having a field day at this point. December, not sure where he's going, trying to get back behind the building. It's looking awful. And where is this man trying to pull himself back to Spirit Stays? Thank you very much, and picks him up. And Blur in the meantime gets a free wall hacks as well, because you know, Vova was pushing but then didn't go, and then Wally went, and it's not very coordinated here for Burbology, who seems to be falling apart on the defense. Vova will shut down Blur. He needs to shut down Blur. But that still leaves Ferret and that CS just in a good crossfire position, but Blur gets wall hangs before that, and Spirit having the game of his life, while the other cap is getting started, and Burbo now down to 4 tanks and lower on HP.
4 tanks only, lower on HP. The mouse is really not going to be able to have any say about the cap there as well. It will be down to Muscles, but Muscles not really having a good time either. Down to 362. Paddington there taking aim, taking measure, taking the life of Muscles in this round. The mouse there using the building to stay safe against this super annoying CS on the hill. And Ferret and Spirit, the combo here of the CS tanks really doing a wonderful job of dragging out the time and wasting the time of the tanks by Bobology here that have come to the decap, but at what cost? Well, at the cost of their mines defense. Dopamine put themselves in a very, very good spot to march on to the grand final with this.
A very good position to get to the grand finals, as just Kenway and Vova left. And Kihand, explain to us what went down here. The demise of Burbology.
I honestly think dragging the IS-7 back over was an overreaction.
Bro, like pulling the second IS-7 back from 1-2 line.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
I don't understand.
I think it was an overreaction to not being able to like find that CS that was capping. And they were like, oh, well, we need more forces here to counter that. But by doing that, they opened themselves up for this 1-2 line push. And then also, I think...
You saw it. You literally saw it, what you're talking about. The moment the AI-7 got spotted. Yeah. The moment the AI-7 got spotted under the hill, you saw those 277s go back to 1-2.
Yep. And also... like, I don't want to nitpick too much here, but I think the repush by Bobology below the hill there was...
No, you can be very critical. It was horrendous.
That was not an example of a repush.
December is driving in the open for some reason, and then Vova is going and stops, and then Wally goes, and it's like very disjointed, you know?
Yeah.
There is always people progressing under the hill normally, while you're also pushing the buildings, and you just kill the IS-4 and you back off. But it wouldn't have mattered, even if they clean it up better. They lost 1-2. They lose the game out of losing 1-2. 100%. They cannot recover, even if they clean it up better, and they walk away with 2,000 HP lead. Yeah. Let's say they come out of it. They kill the IS-4, they have 2,000 HP lead. Can they reset the cap? No. Can they repush 1-2? No. Can they repush the hill? For sure, no. So they still lose.
Yeah, the reason why I was bringing it up, like, not because it was changing the game, that the horror...
No, I understand.
But it shows that, like, the cohesion there right now, the communication
Wasn't
in between the players just, was not happening.
I completely agree with you on that part. The cohesion was not present. It was not. It was a panic repush.
And now, I mean, before the round, we memed about it, right? You're both going to win your defense. You know, no need to play it. We're going to go to Sand River. Now, however, Dopamine.
I think the analysts will agree upon this, that the winning factor on Mainz attack is not as much it's more like the enemy team making mistakes.
Mm.
And there were plenty of mistakes from Burbo there.
I mean, good on Dopamine for, you know, putting Burbo in the position to make that mistake. I honestly think the IS-7 moving over was an overreaction. It was pretty clear. I think you could have guessed that it is a singular CS plus the IS-4, and that it is a CS capping and not, you know, something else, because the area behind the house where the IS-4 was side scraping is limited. You can only put one tank there. So the other one must be somewhere else in the cap. But yeah, Dopamine. 3-2 now. Match point for them, deservedly so. I mean, you know, the luck is with the brave.
True. But Burbo, I mean, I'm just trying to, like, I usually find a reason to why things happen, you know? Like an explanation to why things are the way they are, if I think about it. And then my mind has been thinking about it and cannot fathom why they need another tank under the hill.
I mean, maybe you can ask them later today what went through their mind. Because, yeah... And also the IS-7 rotation, right? It wasn't done safely through the back. I mean, the fact that the rotation happens is bad. But, like, even the execution was not good. He didn't go through the back where he doesn't get spotted. He went through the front, got spotted, even took 1,000 damage for it. Well, I hope Babology are able to clear this from their minds, though, because... we are about to see what might very well be the last round in this lower bracket final for the NA part of the MillionPugs WoT7 here. Babology trying to stay alive and kicking, coming in with triple BZ, 1 IS-4, double 277 and a CS.
Dopa, on the other hand, IS-7, double 277 and Escom triple CS. That is not really a camp lineup.
No, it doesn't look like Dopamine is going to camp the bus. Obviously, you still can, but no, they are not going to do that. Instead, we are going to see a middle shootout. Babology here coming in with a Meteor lineup. They do have 2k HP advantage. That's something that they will have to... Dopamine will have to chew through. OP Hacker there now on the hill, fighting in a 1v3. Obviously, the CS is still in speedy mode. Now the BZ's coming up, boosting into this one. The 277s are going to find them. They're going to put the damage on the cross. But is it enough?
Spirit there on the other hand of the hill on the outside in a little bit of trouble. Going around may not be the play for him. He gets on a fire on the way back, trying to run away. That's not going to be the name of the game here, though. Nexus in his return in that 277, not having a good one either. He's going to be falling rather quickly. Spirit there, way too eager around the outside. Not needed whatsoever. That leaves Blur in a 1v2 that he cannot win. Kenway in return, though, making a little bit of his own misplay, and Blur has a chance here. He needs to kill Fova. He has to pick up the 277. He misses the shot, though, which is a disaster. An absolute and utter disaster for Blur. He had to hit the 277 so he can face hug the IS-4 at that point, Kian. And it's not going to be happening here. PM now going for OP Hacker. He will find wall hacks, however, in that 277. Now Paddy's getting pushed on muscles, trying to leave the hill, but he gets ferried in return. Now Blur finally shuts down Vova, but a little too late at this moment in time, and things could have been different here for the boys from Dopamine, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Party shuts down December. Muscles actually bounces Party. It's getting within possible range here. OP Hacker now trying to run away from that fight. The IS-4 of Octo probably not having a good time. He loses his engine, but still quick on the repair kit. Now though, Blur trying to win this 1v1 while Muscles goes for the Ignite. Actually is put on Muscles from Dark Ninja in that BZ. And Party coming to help as well, and Octo does win the 1v1, but he needs to help Muscles, but he's not there on time, and somehow Dopamine turn it around yet again, and Octo even missing the one-shot against Dark Ninja there really shows that Burbo is not deserving of this victory as Dopamine takes it away.
Dopamine on their Mines defense, stealing somehow around that. This is more stuff to wrap your head around. I mean, congrats to Dopamine for making it to the grand finals, but like, what?
Bro, there were some things there which I could not explain. Spirit going around the hill straight, a free CS, a freebie, a snack, and then Kenway, his BZ, decided to return the favor? What? This game is normally over, by the way, Key. The 277s from Thingy don't really need to drive up from Dopa. They just need to peek the guys in mid and shoot them and over push with the Escong while they hold the hill, you know? You can drive up after the shot once they start pushing around the hill. It's like timing there, so it should always be over. But then Nex is dying for free, Spirit kind of dying for free, returned by Kenway.
Yeah, no. What a weird 2 rounds of Mines. I don't know how else to put it. Dopamine though with the better end, and I mean, while we might not have all the answers to the questions that might be popping up in everyone's minds, I am pretty sure there are 2 people who can answer those questions. So Insane and Toxic, please enlighten us.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, that's something we're not used to see, but Dopamine is actually gonna win 2-0 on Mines, and that actually allows them to take the victory over Babology 4-2, and they're gonna be moving into the grand finals to try to get their revenge against Smile.
I mean, that was a very messy last round, and I feel like if they didn't get that fire, it might have turned out differently, but in the end, they managed to win versus Burbology for the second time, so kudos to them, and they will deservedly get the chance to face off versus Smile in match 10 and potentially get the straight invite to the WCI tournament.
Yeah, we have now the finalists of both EU and NA tournaments that are going to be battling for the spot in the WCI. The loser is still going to get a chance to get it in the wildcard tournament that will be covering in 2 weeks, the 12th and the 13th of August. And we also have to mention that both of those matches now are going to be BO9s, with the team coming up from the winner's bracket with a slight advantage. Talking about Smile versus Dopamine, what's your take on this?
I mean, Smile came out ahead just narrowly in the match in the match 7 versus Dopamine, and according to everything I've been told and everything I've heard about these teams, they are pretty much at the same level. So I feel like it's anyone's game to take here.
Yeah, that's gonna be definitely interesting to see. But first, we're probably gonna have like a recap at what happened between Dopamine and Burbology with the replays. As we can see, we're starting on Tundra. Dopamine was on the attack, Burbology on the defense, and Wolak was pretty alone on that front.
Yeah, I feel like he was screaming at this point, "Yo, boys, can we rotate a bit faster here?" Because it's a 1 versus 4, not quite the scenario you want to be in. However, Burbology at the same time, basically giving the same treatment to the 60 TP on E6. Later on, they did decide to move into the cap, which is, in my opinion, quite a weird decision, because the 2 cap is so open once you lose this like 6-7 line that you can't really cap it out.
Yeah, I guess that they had a great opening and a great pickup on Wolax initially, but then they were not fast enough to make that cap pressure work, and Babology was just on time with the rotation, like you mentioned, about the 5-6 lines to get the angles and the decap. So Babology, it was scary, but they managed to take the victory on their defense. Next up though, on their attack, they went for a very aggressive play over the DE line, but Dopamine, they had 5 tanks ready for it at the north.
Yeah, and this drive-by, it may have been a good plan, but definitely not a good execution. They just drove by, lost like 2,500 HP, and didn't do anything in return, which also, led to them having a bit of trouble in the late game, because the crucial HP are missing. You see October being picked up here by Nexus, and at that point you don't really have all that many angles anymore, and for Dopamine, it's just about pushing you back and playing these hull down positions with the 60 TPs, something that those tanks will do very well.
Yeah, well, good stuff from Dopamine to get their defense 1 there and get back to 1-1 in this match. Next up on Emos, we had a very aggressive opening from the side of Babology on their defense, actually pushing straight the banana, and we have seen something similar. I think it was W that played it against Group. I'm not certain about it, but we have seen an EU team that played such an aggressive opening, and Babology actually managed to surprise Dopamine and make it work.
Great stuff from them, taking the fight to the opposing team is always something you want to do. I've said it before, I'll say it over and over again. Playing the aggressive game is always better than trying to have your opponent open the game and then you have to basically play whatever they want you to do. The proactivity just allows you to basically control the angles, control the engagement, something that Burbology did really well here in this game. However, the next few matches we will see them have some mess-ups here and there.
Yeah, I think taking the initiative is the right thing to do, but you can see that on that round, on their attack on Himmels, there was a bit of a mistake to split that much and allow Dopamine to simply take their tanks and repush over the 2 and the 3 lines. You can see those E5s, those DPM machines actually repushing to Wolax and OP Hacker. And Babology, this is the first major mistake committing in here and actually being a bit careless with those mouse and that extra busy. Completely alone on the hill, so Dopamine very ready to punish that.
It's basically the same again, the team that takes the engagement, that takes the aggression to the enemy, wins once again, because, Burbology, as you said, just split up way too much. You have 3 tanks out of the game on one side, you have 4 tanks out of the game on the other side, and Dopamine just has to decide to push either of the sides, and they are not too slow with the setup that they took, so I feel like it's a risk that Burbology shouldn't ever take. And going over to Mainz, we see a very interesting approach here from Dopamine, a split. They apply pressure on the cap 1, kind of force all of the Burbology tanks to rotate, and then they push the 1 line.
I think the mistake there is from December. Like, he made the mistake to rotate, and that was a premature move. He even got some damage from the 277s at E2, D2 from the side of Dopamine. And doing so, he allowed later on Dopamine to push and win the island, which is the key point of that attack. Burbology, they had to hold with the WI7 the island. They took the bait, they over-rotated to deal with this base one having the eyes for in the CS capping. And that was really great play from the side of Dopamine to force that rotation, force that bait, and take the full map control in return. You could see at the end they still had 5 tanks alive. That's not something you usually see on a Mines attack.
Yeah, you definitely don't see that, especially not if the enemy decides to play passive, which they didn't do on their defense. You know, they just wanted to get the match over with, and it looked very, very dark for them for quite some time. They kind of had some, I don't know, I feel like it was a mistiming mostly, because you are playing versus these BZs, and they are just that bit faster, so they get to the hill quicker, are able to clear the first CS before the match has even really started.
I think it's simply the lineup there. When you have a triple CS and there's only one against, this is just much heavier from the side of Babology. So even though they get to the hill first, Babology is capable to take the hits, to take it back afterwards. But at the end of the day, Dopamine, they were a bit successful with a lucky fire. They managed to chase that CS that crashed, and October was left alone in a 1v3 situation that is not possible to handle. So I have to say, Dopamine, it was a risky defense. It almost went Babology's way, going straight to the tiebreaker, but it worked out for them. 4-2 victory. They're gonna be moving once again to the grand finals against Smile.
Yeah, I think apart from that fire, also Blur on F5 in his Super Conqueror was alive as a one-shot for like almost half a minute, even though he had October in front of him this entire time. So, you know, having that time as the team of Dopamine, that is what even allowed you to get into that position in the first place, where you are able to, you know, set this tank on fire and then get the game. Because otherwise, they just clear the rock completely before the hill is even done with, and it's just a free win for Babology, but Blur managed to stay alive and take it home for his team.
Yeah, well, good stuff from the side of Dopamine. We'll get to see them later for the last match we'll be covering, but now we have to take care about the EU Grand Final. It's gonna be a hit and run against W. W actually trying to get their win, coming back from the losers bracket. Hit and run, they are comfortably waiting, and the community prediction 80% almost going with hit and run. I don't think that's very surprising, but we should probably give some credit to W.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of on the same page as the community predictions. Yes, W has won some matches, but we also just have to say that hit and run has been looking so incredibly dominant so far this tournament. They haven't dropped all that many rounds. And, you know, W, they made it here. We have to give them credit for that. But it was a bumpy way. It was a very bumpy ride. They didn't manage to come out first in the group. They managed to instantly lose their first match in the playoffs. So I don't think they are just quite on that level. But then again, I said the same thing when I fought versus Opur, and we all saw how that ended.
I mean, let's put it that way. We know that hit and run are the favorites for that match, but we would love to be wrong and have the surprise and see W making it back all the way from the losers bracket to take the victory. That's now a B09 that we'll be covering. And to introduce the final match of the EU brackets, we'll get back to Kian and Daki. Please, guys, take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome back with us at the caster's desk here, and we are in for the grand final of the MillionPugs WoT7 number 12 WCI edition. It's going to be a final in between a Polish and, surprisingly, I would say, an international team. The ones that have not been shown on stream yet today are the ones that have been waiting since yesterday in the grand final. It is Monster and the boys of Hit and Run. And
yeah, it should be fixed, Kihan. I'm terribly sorry. But yeah, the boys from Hit and Run probably expected to face Opor, and they're now facing off against W. But I've mentioned this in the broadcast already. Playoffs, okay, so there's like 3 stages. Qualies are one thing, groups are another. Playoffs are a whole different thing compared to both of those. But a finals is even so much different in terms of the way it feels, the way it goes, the way it plays. It's not really comparable to anything leading up to it.
And on the other hand, we have the more unexperienced team, because Hit and Run, they have been, or the majority of the players on that lineup have been in this situation in the grand final. They have been there so often. They've taken down the win so often. And on the other hand, W, for the first time ever in the finals here. So hands are probably going to be a bit shaky, but they must be feeling good after the 2 victories that we saw them pull off today. Would be quite the story if W managed to take this one down. First of all, though, the pick and ban structure here, it looks a bit different. It is a best of 9, and Hit and Run, because they came through the upper bracket, they didn't drop any single match yet. This is why they get the advantage of picking a map first before W has the opportunity to ban something away. They take steps. Muravanka removing it then. On the other hand, Tundra getting taken by W, removing Proko. Cliff, the third map that we're going to see, into Himmelsdorf. W not afraid of getting up close and personal with the Hit and Run squad. Then Mines and Sand River being banned out, leaving Ghost Town as the possible tiebreaker.
Yeah, the real question I have here is W out of steam now. We've seen this before. The Cinderella story, the underdog, winning it all in the lower bracket. But we've also seen quite a few times that the team, they're on a roll, they're winning, they're beating teams that people didn't expect them to beat, and then they get into the final, and then they hit a wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Hit and Run could be this wall.
The thing is, like, I think in the last WoT7 we actually had, it was Opur coming from the lower blackest bracket, and then winning it, I think 5-1, where back then I think the team was called Rocky, but it was also Monster and the Boys essentially. They completely fell apart there. So that might also be a possibility. We've seen it happen in the tournament before this one, but, and that is an extremely big but that we have to emphasize on, the vast majority of times we see the team that makes it through the upper bracket win.
Yeah, Spiritual Kian loves talking about the big buts. That could happen in a match, right, Kian?
Yeah, I cannot lie when it comes to that.
Yeah, true. Predictions, though, wow, that is great. Everybody copied my homework, because I was the first one to put this one.
Yeah, I was actually thinking in between 5-1 and 5-2. Because I do think there is the potential of W simply getting rolled, like, and the O is an Omega Lul in that case. But I don't know what to make of it. I didn't expect for W to be here. I'll be perfectly straight up and honest with that. They have surprised us by being there already, but obviously this is the grand finals. Hit and Run should be the favorite here by far.
Yeah, they should be the favorite by far. However, if W plays against, like they did against the Poor, it would be a close one. It will be a close one.
Oof, I really don't know what to make of it. I think it's a bit curious that Hit and Run do pick Steps as the first map, which is kind of more of a 1-1 than some other maps. Then again, if they really like the map and they think they have something very good and stable planned for the attack, then there might be a reason for choosing. I mean, there definitely is a reason for them choosing it. I'm just curious as to what exactly it is.
We'll find out soon enough. They were pretty good on Steps against the Poor, though.
They did do well on Steps against the Poor. Yeah,
That's good.
We have to give them that. But yeah, in we go into the grand finals of the MillionPugs WoT7 number 12, and this match is going to determine who goes to China. Hit and Run coming in.
Match.
Yeah. Coming in with the WI7, 2277, 1 SCONK, 1 VZ, 1 CS63.
And W in return, I7, a double SCONK, the double CS63, and an STRV 103B played by Ali. So they have that. WoT seems to have quite a mobile lineup, but Hit and Runs really able to move across the map swiftly.
Then again, double CS, double IS7, so W might be boosting that double IS7 with the horsepower that the CS brings to the table. We can see the splits going on by the teams. There is no boosting going on. White Rock with one CS getting split towards the northwest to gather information. Barkis to the right. And Hit and Run having a lot of tanks in that middle of the map here currently, looking for something like a repeat of what we saw before against Opur. The IS-7 getting sent in there, exchanges spots with the Super Conk, goes to a very unusual position, Brainbreaker that is.
Yeah, Brainbreaker, they're playing in the middle of the map. They're maybe trying to sell that they're playing the same defense as they did before. And W is respecting that by watching Zero Line, committing on 1-2 line. They're just trying to figure out what's happening, where this is going. And they're now starting to take 9-0 line, though.
Conrad there in the IS-7, very far forward, is going to be able to use that position there in E0. That is so annoying for the attackers. I think he even got the spots on the S-Conk that is there in the southeast, who is now starting to retreat. Right now, I think Hit and Run looking pretty good. W are extremely hesitant, possibly because of what they saw yesterday from Hit and Run.
Yeah, running down the clock is also a skill, though, and they're doing a good job at that. The defense is split, but not split at the same time. Like, they look like they're far away from each other, but the rotations that they have, with the tanks that they have, are able to reinforce either side rather quickly. And they do have Conrad and Tomek in his CS that are able to get those informations that they need to be able to rotate with it.
Ark is now on the 0 line, going towards the EF0 hill here. We'll be trying to maybe spot Conrad, but there is the possibility of Tomek even spotting him. Not sure how exactly the trees line up in that position. I think Frugo now suspecting something because he got spotted. He was trying to blind the bush. The tree falling is going to alert Conrad, I do think. Depending on his sound settings, he even hears the explosions of the HE shells.
If he doesn't see the trees falling from him 10 meters away, Kihan, I would say that's an issue.
I mean...
Yeah,
he's probably not zoomed in like X25 and trying to aim at a pixel on Frugo's lower plate. That's probably not the case. He is turned around though, so ready to run is Conrad, who does get spotted now by Frugo, I believe. Decides to stay though.
I think Frugo's weak roof might be visible here, though. He needs to be careful. Also, if he swings around that rock, there's a bunch of tanks aiming. PC, 277, even an S-Conk of Monster is looking towards that. Tomek there getting pushed away though. Hannes in return taking 2 shots of damage. STRV getting spotted out as well. Tomek taking 1 more. Now Conrad bailing as well. So they're starting to give up this 9-0 line a little bit. And Frugo there takes a 1 key on the crossing as well. But now Hit and Run has to start rotating.
Now Hit and Run indeed has to start rotating. But I think the punish was pretty good. The initial one onto Hannes and Frugo, that is. I mean, the CS63 on their team, Tomek, got a little bruised as well, but I think he achieved what he was supposed to. He got the information, most importantly, and also a bit of spotting damage. Brainbreaker there here in the middle. That is also very annoying right now for W. The Brainbreaker is established this deeply. They, I don't think they really think that they can, like, take him out easily. Because, yes, he is kind of isolated, but it takes a huge amount of time to get him out of there cleanly.
Yeah, but they like what W is doing, though. But they have to be fast about it. They really have to pressure 1-2 out a little bit, because they could run into a full 9-0 line repush, which is the weakest part of their map right now. If Hit and Run figure it out, if they spot one more guy, like if they spot the I-7, they will probably repush 9-0 line. And what is really there? Hannes and Frugo and the STRV. That is like the hold.
Attila and Itox, meanwhile, on the prowl here in the west, driving through the 2 line. Doing so carefully, though. Hannes driving into the 9-0. That might be problematic, because as you outlined, W They are super split at this point in time. Frugo now driving on the cap. That's a bit of a fake, though, in my opinion, because the 1-2 line push is also going on. W, they need to, like, get even more map control so the tanks are closer together. 1 shot, 2 shots, okay, I was gonna say that was a pretty cheap cross, but at the end there, Frugo paying dearly, down to 420.
Yeah, not really cheap at all if you look at it. Down towards a 1 shot for the VZ. Now Attila getting spotted out on 1-2. Barkis, I think, will be found as well by Barbarian. Once he sees that, that's the second tank being spotted. If they spot the I7 now as well, they'll just go plow down 9-0 line and split map with the time left. I mean, Frugo may be capping, but he does not have the forces behind him to stop any sort of push. And the I7 now getting spotted out should be the trigger for hit and run to repush 9-0 line straight into Hannes, straight into that Eskong, who's going to fall rather quickly. And, I mean, yeah, they may find Barbarian, but Hannes here, dead to right. I mean, one more shot from Kubash will finish it. Kubash gets it. Frugo now down towards the 1 shot as well. He has nowhere to go. Conrad's going to pick him up. No, he does not connect that shot.
Not sure
Barbarian
if,
DC?
Yeah, I think Barbarian has a DC, but the weird thing is that it might not even matter because, like hit and run, they did get successful with that push. Yeah, Ali was probably able to farm a lot, but as you said, they can just split map now. It's only 1 minute and 42 seconds remaining here, and I think W, they need to somehow do it by putting people onto the 1 cap. They don't look like they're gonna do that, though. Brainbreaker obviously knows that there is going to be people pushing behind him. That's why we see him moving forward. White Rock, they're taking a ton of damage from the back, and does manage to flank Brainbreaker here, but for how long is the question, and the question is gonna get answered right now, I guess, as Brainbreaker picks it up, removing the 3rd tank from the W lineup from the game here. And yes, while the HP might be kind of even, the number of guns in the game is not.
I think YT waited too long there to commit against the I7. The guys on 0 line could peek him and shoot him, and that's exactly what they did. He had to go already. He was waiting for iTalks, and it's kind of demotivating for W, man. You're playing the Steps Assault, Barbarian DCs, and you're still getting, well,
owned.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Attila, they're taking the VZ clip. That's never a fun experience. Gets picked up after, and now Barkis there. Also getting brutalized here. Kubash coming in to get the kill. Finally, he does it, and now with 30 seconds remaining, the majority of the HP also was on the SJRV in that end, and we always know how annoying that can be, right? When the SJRB has the HP, you can't really push with that tank. Yes, it's a great sniper, yada yada yada, but as soon as you have to commit it into the fight, you're basically admitting that either it's lost already or close to it.
I feel like in this game they shouldn't have sold the fake, or tried to sell the fake and just went for the base too. They would actually have pretty decent positions if you think about it. And there really isn't many great tanks for hit and run to play with to counter the cap. I mean, yeah, Frugo would always take the damage going in, but then you would have the SJV above, the second I7 in the cap, the CS is covering the outside. There would be room for something there, I would say. Now the fake, it got spotted, and easy rotation for hit and run.
Yeah, I think they tried to like outmind hit and run, but in the process, like they got stuck and debated themselves. Sort of is how it went. I mean, I am kind of happy that the DC didn't have an impact on the game result. That's always a good thing to happen, in my opinion. But yeah, hit and run. I mean, solid, right?
Yeah, just very good by them. Hannes, I mean, he got pushed on. Could expect maybe a bit more, but at the same time, it is like really not gonna happen. Barbarian obviously does 0. I mean, not really a surprise here. Outside of that, just good stuff from them. It was not the hardest rotation for hit and run though, but they did good stuff by being ready for it, and they still pulled it off. Could it have been different? I really stand by that. If maybe they went for the right side cap, being W, they could maybe get away with it. Also, I wonder if CVS optics on a CS would spot those guys sitting in the bushes. You know which ones I mean? The ones that are aiming for you to cross to the cap.
Yeah.
It might be
I
a no.
mean, the teams maybe tried it out and have an answer, but I currently don't, unfortunately.
What a thanks expert is not only the answer to a what a thanks related question.
Well, it is a sign of greatness to sometimes admit that you know that you don't know.
Did you just call yourself great in a singular sentence?
Possibly.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way. I want to refrain from commenting upon this. There's a saying in Dutch, though, hoogmoed komt voor de val.
Oh, we have the exactly same thing in German.
What is it in German?
Hochmut kommt vor dem Fall.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. You know what it means then, yeah? Mm-hmm.
I guess we can translate it to our viewers. I mean, how would you translate it?
It would be like over eagerness or
overconfidence comes
overconfidence comes for the fall, before the downfall. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to wait if that
is okay. Kihan can't fall because he always takes the elevator in the office and never the stairs.
Yeah, we established this long ago. Like, hello, it's on the 3rd floor. Like,
bro, it's only 3 floors, man. Come on. Okay. What are you doing? Kihan, the kind of guy when the elevator is broken, just stand there and wait for it to fix it.
Luckily,
he calls it to his boss. He's like, I can't come. Why? The elevator's broken.
Luckily, there's 3 different ones here at the office, so you know, even when one fails, the other ones are there to save my butt. Anyway, getting back to the match at hand, a pretty brutal start for W, who stormed into the lower bracket final against Opur. They really went into that one and immediately left their mark. I feel like this first game that they just had might leave a mark on them as well.
It might. But we'll see. They get to play on Steps Defense, though.
Steps Defense, then again, this is, to remind everyone, the map that Hit and Run wanted to play no matter what. So they might have something funky planned. I mean, already, I like the defense by them, showing us something new with that IS-7 in the middle, basically established as, you know, spotting in all directions, possibly even giving shots to people that are on the inside, eliminating a lot of possibilities of movement. Also making the rotations longer for W in that case, because if they don't want to get spotted, they have to drive like super outside, which simply physically makes the way longer. So I really like what they're showing here.
It's only 1 round, okay.
Yeah, I'm not over-interpreting. I'm just saying that the first round that we saw, I really like what we saw by Hit and Run, who are bringing quadruple I7 1E5, 1 Batchat, and the singular CS63.
Against W60TP 277, Skunk, double E5, and double CS63. So they have that extra medium in the CS. I mean, Bat is also a medium, but it doesn't really play the same way, I would say.
Yeah, no.
Bat is an opportunistic clipper. It does get some info, but it does not play like the CS.
Yep. Then I guess let's take a look at the HP of the mediums. We see no spotting set up, most likely, on all of them, as the Batchat with the HP, the CS with the HP, all 3 of them. And opening-wise, we now see Tomik going to get the spot in the northwest with that Batchat, everyone else going towards the southeast.
Everybody else moving towards the southeast for Hit and Run, kind of the same as they did against Opur, you know? But Opur had that trap that ruined them in about 3.5 seconds.
No spots being generated by Tomik yet, though. Doesn't get the information. Finally sees Ali here and Barkis in the east. Actually gets lucky. I mean, it's a crazy shot to hit, but like as soon as you hit it, the pen probability is also high. Lucky there to only have his observation device damaged, and Brainbreaker taking a tremendous amount of damage for this push here.
Yeah, taking a huge amount of damage like from the back lines, but he does survive, which is the biggest important factor. He does get some info. Itox takes 1 to the fuel tank there. You hate to see that happen. Conrad is probably going to go straight for the cap by the looks of things, or no? He's waiting for Piotr. Piotr might be the one to drive straight upon it. And they have put a lot of pressure on this eastern side immediately. They don't have that STRV, though, for example, that we saw the boys from W have. And that STRV is a very good tank for this kind of game because of the amount of damage he can farm on the repush. And Barbarian needs to be careful. I mean, he is supported by a lot of tanks, but too far forward is too far forward.
Yeah, Tomek now also getting pulled into the fray, meaning that Hit and Run are gonna have every single tank of their squad of 7 on this eastern side. Brainbreaker now finally also making the cross into that 9-0 line, being safe now from the 4-5-6. And the thing is, W, yes, they do have more HP right now, currently 1k, but if a fight should erupt here, we need to remember that Ali is completely out of game with his E5, completely oblivious that there is no one even remotely close to him.
Yeah, Tomek taking the rock is going to be spotting out people trying to close the corner a little bit earlier. It's like an early warning system by like a few seconds more. So they have established everything they could ever want. Now, what does Hit and Run do? They have to pressure the cap, correct?
Well, the question being, how exactly do they do it? W, they have, I think, a good lineup here for punishing across onto the cap, although they do get some early spots. Is the push going to come in by W? That might be hugely problematic, simply because of the amount of tanks that Hit and Run have here. Good peek by Barkis, punishing Piotr for showing his lower plate.
Is there a specific reason why there's still this singular E5 on the outside of the map? I don't know, but here comes the repush though. Attila, Itox, Frugo, Hannes, Whiterock gonna be going in on towards this singular IS-7 here of the Barbarian. One shot coming out already this second. They are not missing too many shots right now, but he does survive the initial volley, which is already a bit of a disaster for the boys from W. They are establishing the forward position, but here comes Hit and Run with the entirety of their team. Itox dropped towards a one shot now as well, and Tomek in that bad shot now on reload. Conrad there in the cap, not having a good time trying to escape, but there is no retreat for you, Conrad. You're gonna get deleted for this, and now Ali coming as the full HP E5 to cover the outside of the map. That's actually perfect timing.
That is perfect timing. Ali should be getting the pickup onto Conrad and then will then be able to control Monster from further peaks as well. I'm expecting the kill feed any second here to show that Ali is actually killing the IS-7. There we go, finally. Took him some time, and this is now prompting W for some reason into a repush here, into Piotr, into Kubash, into Brainbreaker. They don't know that Tomek is here with a fully loaded Batchat. Frugo dropped towards a 2-shot here. The counter push coming out by Brainbreaker and now Tomek there to pick up the first kill. Frugo down towards the 1-shot does get picked up as well, and now it's only Attila in the 1v4.
Monster now coming in as well, and this is W going too far, holding the key a little too much. It's now down to a 4v5 in which they're not favored anymore. Why did they decide to push that? They had everything. There was no reason, no need. I think those are the jitters, the nerves of playing in the finals here. But everything at stake, that trip to China that everybody wants to get, of course, the LAN finals. But Hit and Run, man. They turned it around in their faces, and it's not like W didn't have the information. They had everything.
Well, Barkis now, let's not count them out completely at the moment, because yeah, Hannes is pretty close. He is the tank that they need to collapse upon now. But currently the Eskong seems to be pretty hull down. Barkis from the backline's not really able to get a lot of damage dealt here at the moment. Now Kubash and Piotr sweeping in. Hannes there with a shot into Kubash, but the shutdown coming out from Piotr, who gets Hannes here, leaving only Barkis and Ali alive.
There's a world in which they win this. They have even HP. Barkis needs to play some game of World of Tanks here to make this work. And now he's going to try and see if he can find something. Piotr is already chasing on the outside. He spots Monster. No, he didn't spot Monster. Monster got spotted running away. If Barkis would get a relight on him, which I don't think is about to happen, almost got that one-shot CS, but now he did not. And now Ali tried into repush against Brainbreaker. He has to pick him up. He has no other choice. Already taken one from Monster. A good shot from Barkis, though. Nails that IS-7 to bring him a bit lower HP. And Ali, you can see, starting to trade away that HP. He should reload before Brainbreaker gets the shot. So he just needs to make sure that he bends this. He needs to make sure Brainbreaker does not get another one on him. He does. So good stuff by Ali there. Clean kill. They have an opportunity here. They have a real shot at this.
They do have a shot, and Hit and Run, it's still them who are attacking. It's still them who need to basically make it happen here in the remaining less than 2 minutes of this game. Ali there peeking from the top, not really getting a shot. Kubash on the lower side spotted. The big problem is Tomek here. Ali taking a truck ton of damage to the face, though. Good shots by Piotr, by Kubash. Monster unspotted is going to come like an assassin from the back lines. Piotr taking another one by the E5, however, but Ali is under time pressure. Monster. Does he decide to stay and wait here? Ooh, Kubash with the swing though. And in the meantime, Tomic with the assassination onto Barkis, leaving Ali here in the 1v4. And he falls to the floor as Hit and Run put the second round on the board.
I wonder if Tomic high rolled the CS because he was 440, and I think Barkis got the first shot on Tomic. So not sure what happened there. Not too sure. But that repush, man.
Yeah, that repush, I think it costed W the game. They don't
Sure
need to
did.
do it.
No, they didn't.
and
They
I
had everything.
Yeah, and the biggest problem there was also that the Batchat, they didn't have info on it. It was unspotted until it was too late, and then they probably were like, ah, crap, why did we do it?
Tomic rolled 444. Of course he would. Bro, that is, I don't want to be that guy. This could be game changing though. If Barkis kills Tomic, it goes down towards a one shot. I mean, Ali would have to take less damage though. I don't think his peak was worth it. And just hold off. Barkis kills Tomic, goes back into the bushes, and they have a real chance.
I still think Hit and Run take it down regardless. Simply because, like, it doesn't change the fact that essentially Ali just dies the way he does. And then you have 3v1 with the CS, with the only real option to like run away. Possibly the cap time isn't enough, but not sure. But yeah, that is Steps going the way that Hit and Run wanted it to. 2-0 in this best of 9 here. W now, they want to get some revenge on Tundra.
I'd hope so, because this was a kick to the guts for them. Like, they had everything going. They were winning this round by far. And then this repush, man, I don't know. I can't explain it. It's honestly, it just seems like nerf. Like, they felt like they had to continue. They were not even together.
Yeah, they were getting ahead of themselves, and it's unfortunate for them that the Batchat is there to receive the push fully loaded. But then again, if you turn it around and look at it from the other side, well played to hit and run for having the Batchat there to receive the push. Right? There's always two sides of that coin. It is always harsh on the players themselves to lose rounds like this, though, where you feel like you had an advantage, you should have won, you didn't. And then I think for an sort of unexperienced team like W, I think the nerves might be coming into play also for the following rounds now.
No, there's definitely nerves there. And it's really bad for them, because otherwise they would be 1-1, they're chilling, they're relaxed, they won their first game in the finals. Now they're down 2-0, moving on to Tundra. They can also do math in their head and know that it's likely that they lose at least one game on Tundra, 3-1. It just adds to the frustration, to their nerves, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like you should be 1-1 and probably 2-2 after Tundra. Instead, it's more likely going to be a 3-1. Well, let's hope they couldn't put their minds at ease, at rest, forget about the last round, and we'll see if W are able to put one on the board, or if Hit and Run continues to continues their what might be a victory march forming.
What might be a victory march forming. Let's not get ahead of ourselves again. It is still anybody's game at this point. Who's attacking first again?
I think W is attacking. Anyway, Hit and Run coming in with 160 TP, WI7, 1 Mouse, 1 S-Conk, 1 BZ, and Tomic once again with the Batchat.
W, 60 TP, triple IS7, an E5 SCS, and the Hori 3 making its return.
We saw
Worked
this
well
already
for them last
today.
time. Yeah, they used it already. Worked well. Ali did a lot of damage.
Question being, are they going to play differently? Right now it doesn't really look like it. They opened up with 3 tanks on the hill as well earlier against Opur, I believe. Tomic there getting a good spot onto Frugo, but there is not really a lot of bushes he could be spotting from, so Frugo maybe knows. Oh, okay, Suspect's a different one.
Well, the longer Frugo waits, the more likely it is that he takes damage for approaching, though. Because people are getting in position to potentially watch towards him.
Itox now getting spotted as well, so Tomek, with that bush that I believe he's played before, gathering a lot of information for essentially free. What's not for free, though, is the damage that has been dealt onto Kubash in, I think, G3. So good shots, possibly from the whole Re3.
Yeah, may have been. W is very slow and methodical, though. Just feeling out their angles, not wanting to make mistakes. Good blind from White Rock. A good follow-up by Ali on towards Tomek. Good, very good. That was good coordination.
That was indeed very, very good coordination. Ali was probably watching the bush, looking if, you know, the shell impact somewhere. It disappeared, meaning something got hit, and then he tried to, you know, get the second shot in, which he did. Tomek down to 1k, and W now with a slight HP advantage. They're gonna be.
I've ever seen a mouse here.
Yeah, Barbarian getting outspotted. Does drive backwards. He must have a turbo, man. That mouse is going backwards fast.
Yeah. Mouse is your mouse with one turbo in reverse. Sweet.
Now
almost faster than forward.
Readjustment by the side of W, I think. They are getting ready to commit more forces into the south. Itox there could probably even transition into south if he wanted to. Monster now having taken the more forward position with the Super Conk, where he basically replaces the Batchat that had overstayed its welcome in the bush. I was suspecting some sort of south commitment, but the IS-7's rotating tells me it's maybe not going to be it.
Yeah, they're moving towards the mid. I think they're going to go for this S-Conk again like they did last time, no?
Possibly. Attila now starting his own rotation. Bach is also bowing out of the K line here. They probably saw the mouse and were like, yeah, this is exactly where the hit-and-run guys want us to collapse. Because the mouse is pushed up. This is where we are supposed to waste our shots onto. Now again, though. I mean...
They're coming back. I mean, the mouse is not isolated at all, though. It looks that way, but he isn't. He has a 60p and a bat.
Frugo taking a big one by Kubash. And there is nothing really that could help Frugo in that situation, because also the whole Re has rotated off the hill, and Frugo now also going towards the north means that with 4 minutes on the clock, I don't think there is really a lot more time for any kind of rotations. So we should be seeing a commitment here soon as Itox moves up in his 60 TP.
Certainly look a bit hesitant. W. Against Opor, they were making a lot of moves, you remember? Repushes, initial moves, etc., etc. Now they just seem a bit confused. They already tried to sell a fake on steps, that didn't work. This looks like another half fake because they're really split from each other. 2 tanks south is a lot.
I think they're second guessing themselves like constantly right now. This is what it
well, that's nerves for the finals, man.
When
I don't want to be that guy, but I said that they might hit a wall, and it currently feels like they are in that scenario.
Hannes and Frugo not getting spotted for that move, though. They are gonna get close to Conrad without him seeing it. Finally, Frugo gets spotted, but Hannes still now revealing himself, and Conrad is driving back here, taking one by Hannes. Frugo there looking to make it a second one, as they are pushing in very, very deep. Good shot by Conrad, though. Reverses further, takes one more, and Hannes with another one. Conrad having to use his repair kit.
Yeah, but the trade was not that bad at all for the boys of W. Punishing Conrad quite heavily, dropping him to 1.3. That's what we would like to see from them, making the plays. And Ali there in the commanding position on the top of the little hill.
Yeah, I wonder how many shots he actually has from there, because that hilly terrain in the northwest is very inaccessible normally to be shot from anywhere else if you don't really push. And as we can see, Hit and Run, they have a lot of tanks here, and now Itox moving up together with Barkis Monster driving away because of this. Ooh, Itox taking 1,000, not really doing a whole lot in return. Good clip by Piotr, and Barkis also getting heavily punished. Frugo and White now coming in. W, it's make or break time for them. They're driving in.
They're driving in, but why is Frugo leading the charge? That is the big question here. He's trying to drag Monster around, and he's making that work, though. He's alive for now. But here comes Itox with the 60p. Has to nail this shot as well, and White taking so much for this as well. Down towards 500. Itox as well. Frugo on a one-shot. W is paying for this. They're paying dearly. Frugo falling. Kubal's there on the 3 line now, having easy pickings, you would say, at this point. He has 2 one-shots around him. Not really too worried at this moment in time. Hannes probably wants the 1v1 against Conrad. Mark is there taking another one. Attila now trying to kill Barbarian in the one-on-one. That's brave against the mouse. He may be able to get away with it because of the superior DPM he has, but not before Barkis, his teammate, falls. Mytrock falling as well. And so do W's hopes, Haimo, in this round. They did seem very hesitant, not too sure about what to do. But that also has to do with the fact that Hit and Run just has their angles nailed down. They know what W wants to do, and they were ready for it.
Yeah, they seemed super ready for what W was doing here. Conrad playing a good game there in the north, delaying against superior numbers. Tomik there with the peak does not connect. Conrad connects, however, and the second shot from the Batchat also going into the IS-7. Hannes down to 1k. The whole re there taking a beating by Piotr, who does another 2 out of 2 clip with that VZ. And Hit and Run really do hit hard, and it's W who are running into the garage. 3-0.
The more it goes, the harder it looks like W is hitting the wall, man.
Yeah.
This was a bit disjointed in push as well. Frugo leading the charge, which is crazy, and his 1000 HP. They did establish this A3, but I felt like they were really hesitant for a while and then decided to make the move. And then they were like, okay, we're out of time. We got to push something.
Yeah, Hannes here trying to give his team a bit more time to think about the next round, where it's going to be them defending on Tundra, which is obviously not the easiest feat, especially not against this team of Hit and Run right now that look like both an immovable object and an unstoppable force at once.
And that was Tundra defense.
That was Tundra defense.
Now they throw a curveball at W's face by going super fast and super quick. And it may be 4-0 before you know it.
Yeah, the team of W seriously running the danger of just getting run over by what feels like a hit-and-run hype train. They need to get off those tracks, man, and they need to derail the train as quickly as possible. Like 3-0. Now it's Tundra defense for them, so we're looking at a potential 4-0. And while theoretically comebacks would be possible, in practicality, I would give it a less than 1% chance.
Yeah, realistically, it's you want to only really experienced teams come back from these kind of deficits, IMO, and W does not have that experience in the finals to manage that stress, that nerves, and it's starting to show, you know. And I don't think that they're the caliber of team that overcomes this.
Maybe there is some hope remaining, though. I mean,
maybe
stranger things have happened, but yeah, honestly, at this point in time.
Okay, what is the last comeback you remember in the finals?
The last one I actually remember is, I think 15v15, Fame just abandoning pre-made strats, playing like differently.
That wasn't in the finals.
Wasn't that in the finals? Ah, no, that was semis, right? No, then
Lower bracket finals.
Lower bracket finals. I don't really remember any big remontada.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a few. There's Fame against I don't know if it was Opor or called Invil in 7v7. They came back once. There was Raid against Invil in 50v15. They came back once, I think, from 4-0. But they're very, very rare.
Yep. They have to be treasured like diamonds. Talking about Frugo, his team Yeah, not really showing up. I mean, you pointed it out during the past round already. The confidence that they had in the lower bracket final against Opur, it seems to have vanished into thin air for some reason. I don't know why, but it seems like their mentality has just been completely switched, you know?
Nothing to play for. I mean, okay. Lower bracket final ski, if they lose, they're still going to the wildcard tournament, right? If they win, they move on to the finals. So it's good either way. You know what I'm saying?
Hit and run, 160 TP, double I7, double 277, 1E5, and 1VZ.
W on the other hand, triple 60 TP, a mouse, an Skunk, an E5, and a Minotauro to round it up.
That is a pretty heavy defense force by W. Once again, we see a team break the 20,000 HP mark. So it will be Hit and Run's job this round to whittle down that HP, get the crossfire positions, and just force W out of those hull down positions that the 60 TPs are going to occupy. Hit and Run, notably playing without a CS, however, so the spot onto the 1-2 line might be delayed. Then again, with this many like heavies and TDs on the W lineup, they do still get the cross regardless. Piotr there seeing the S-Conk and missing the Minotauro.
Yeah, but Mino has better camo, I guess, because it's a TD. But it's very stealth focused here from W in the beginning. And Hit and Run just playing slow and steady, trying to figure out what's happening. Conrad, Frugo spotting each other out, and Hannes as well. Conrad takes one immediately. He's like, okay, maybe not.
I find it super interesting that W do not have anyone on the A line, entirely choosing to abandon the northern part of the map. This already is a gamble by them. But so far it's working out. Even though White Rock is like isolated, it's working right now.
I guess they're using the mouse to also spot some angles, because look how far up he is on that little slope.
Might also generate some unexpected angles for some shots that the Hit and Run guys don't expect. Now Conrad here in the hold down trying to get a bit more information. So far him and Frugo are not spotting each other. Monster here in the north trying to also get info. Sees the E5 that gets spotted by Tomik. Does not find an angle, however. Hit and Run currently also using a lot of time for not really achieving a lot of gained ground.
They have info though. They spotted 260 Bs in the south and S-Kong. They're missing a Mino. So what have they seen? E5, S-Kong, double 60p, 4. They're missing the mouse, which they have a pretty good clue to where he will be. And that's really it. One more 60p.
Yeah, notably though, on the minimap, the E5 has left the stone, orientating himself a bit more towards the north, where there also is now a 60 TP, so that extreme south attention that the 2-cap received at the start of this game here by W, starting to shift away a little bit. The focus is moving more towards the north, and Hit and Run, they are trying to generate more info. If you would like to, put it in a positive light, you could say that Hit and Run are still giving the time to W to make the mistakes, but I think that is a very, a very generous way to say it.
But look at Hit and Run. They seem very aware. Oh, they seem aware. Immediately rotating south. Yeah, that's the perfect rotation. I don't know how else you want to put it. It is the best rotation they could do.
I mean, once again, it is the problem of the W lineup that, they have a lot of HP, they have a lot of armor, they have alpha, but they don't have the most mobile tanks. I guess the fastest tank on the lineup might even be the E5, which is crazy to think about. Bark is there and Ali waiting for a push that is probably not gonna come, as Monster does get spotted, Piotr as well, and I think Hit and Run in this round number 4 here is about to spring into action. Frugo there needs to be very careful. Good shot into him, not sure by whom, but going down to 2.4k already, and that is a lot of inbuilt tanks. The rotation by W, it has to come. Frugo, the first one on the chopping block.
Yeah, Frugo in that 60 TP trying to hold on for dear life, but here comes the blob of these hit and run times. Brainbreaker up and over into Frugo. Barbarian getting punished on the cross. But they're doing a very good job right now at sharing the damage, at spreading it. Barbarian took the most of it, but all in all, even he is still in combat worthy shape at this moment in time. Now, Tomek and Conrad are going to be finding Hannes with even Barbarian coming from behind. And yeah, the extra HP is there for W, but Hannes is a very healthy Eskong that is about to explode in a giant ball of fire. Like, he will do 1 or 2 more shots. That may be it. But you can see that once he dies, the HP is no longer even. It's in favor of Hit and Run, who are now starting to repush on the 3 line with Ali and Itox. But there is still Kubash there, though, in his 60 TP, and currently nobody able to counter him. The Mino is coming from behind, though, Barkis. But by the time this really matters, his teammates have lost almost everything.
Exactly, the snowball effect continues rolling downhill, and downhill it is actually going for W, who are looking at a 0-4 scoreline. Itox there getting shot after shot. Yes, finally the first kill comes through by the Minotauro, who is very deep in his clip, but Arctic will falling. Bark is now receiving damage here. White Rock with the one-line overpush onto the IS-7 is trying to get something done, but it is too little, too late.
Too little too late, and W, we could really see that see that they now have hit a wall of hit and run that they're not able to get through. But this is also down to hit and run just being on point. They have the openings, they have the rotations, they have the reactions. They have everything you would want. And in this game, they realized that probably after the south pressure, W will start reinforcing the north, right? To you know, not falter there, and they just group up and rotate south, man.
Yeah, Piotr there with the ram kill onto the Minotauro, locking in and confirming that Hit and Run are on a roll here. 4-0. It's very, very brutal. W, I think they had a way into the match in round number 2, but they barred the way for themselves, and now I mean, you know, the match is still not over, but W just looks broken. I have to say it how it is.
There would have to be the comeback of the ages here by an underdog team coming in, winning 4 rounds in a row. I'm willing to believe, but I realistically, it's not happening.
Yeah, realistically, it's not happening.
This is the equivalent of being 15-0 down in CS.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard of a comeback like on professional level after 15-0. Yeah, W, they need 4 rounds in a row, but obviously Hit and Run, they don't want to give it to them. They instead want to be the ones that book the tickets to China. Next round is gonna be played once again on a map that Hit and Run picked. Their second pick here in this best of 9 is Cliff, and
could be over very, very quickly.
As we saw in the past, Cliff is also a map that Hit and Run have nailed down.
Yes, they decimated Opor on it.
Yep, and Opor.
But then again, Opor went aggressive on both rounds. Maybe W will try to do the turtle.
I feel like if you play too passive on Cliff, you lose regardless, because you give up.
There are passive defenses that can work, IMO. It is really hard to dig out people on the 5-line. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but they're kind of in a pocket. You can't shoot them from 1-2. You can't shoot them from 9-0 line. You can kind of play around it. So there are ways. They're not very likely though.
Exactly. So in this best of 9, we are now at 4-0. Match point for the favorites here. Match point for Monster and his crew, who are looking to end this match early. who are looking to close it out clean and who are looking to win the WoT7.
They are indeed looking to bring it home and not stay home in return as well. Getting excited and looking forward to those LAN finals that they will be attending if they win, of course. If.
One more round is all that separates Hit and Run from, I guess, a team meetup in Shanghai. That's what it probably would be for them.
Let's look at what W brings, and we'll immediately know how aggressive they plan on going. I don't know. I feel like if it's like just aggression against aggression,
if it's like push against push, I straight up favor Hit and Run. They have, not only in this match, but so far in general, shown that they are the team with the greatest cohesion, with the greatest communication. They are absolute magicians when it comes to keeping their own guns in the game. I don't think any other lineup of people is as good as they do it. But let's see if my credit is actually translating into the tournament victory. Hit and Run coming in what might be the last round here. The Barbarian bringing a 50B. Then we have Triple IS7, a 277, a Batchat, and the CS.
W in return, the BZ, the Triple IS7, and the Triple CS. That looks aggressive.
That indeed looks very aggressive here. By either team, though. A bit squishy. A bit on the squishy side on the Hit and Run lineup. 500 HP less for them to start with. They do have double medium and the 50B. That's not a lot of armor. But on the other side, you also have the triple CS63. Only single shooters, notably, on the side of W. Hit and Run sending 4 tanks towards the south here. It's the Triple IS7 together with the 50B. Sending triple tank towards the upper side. And Piotr, the first one to get spotted. White Rock there getting spotted with his CS63. Takes a shot by Kubash. Double tank by W. Getting brought towards the stone. They are probably going to get shots into the back of Piotr and Brainbreaker.
Yeah, they are going to get shots, but they're going to lose the upper side, Kihan. I mean, Brainbreaker is alive, and there's only 2 tanks down here for the side of Hit and Run, and White Rock is already down and out, and yeah, they're trying to counterplay this one too that we saw from Hit and Run before, but they're not that many times from Hit and Run this time around here. They're actually coming from the top, and they're going to keep swarming across the D line, and that is a disaster for the boys of W, who are still cleaning up the lower side. Ali has nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Barkis is trying his best to try and get out of dodge. They find Kubash on the lower side, but even Barbarian coming back in with a clip in the 50B. If he falls, it does not really matter anymore at this point. Ali down, out. There's 5 left for W, who don't seem to be in a position to take themselves to China, but Hit and Run, on the other hand, have everything going from them. Barbarian here didn't do the greatest of clips, but potentially Hit and Run are going for a little bit too much, but I don't see it, Kian.
I don't really see it either. Barbarian now getting picked up, but in turn Barkis is probably gonna fall. That Amarak on Conrad might be crucial though. A big shot into Frugo puts him down towards a 1-shot. Piotr there also on the reload in his IS7 currently, so it's Monster to pick up Frugo, leaving Itox, Hannes and Attila in the 3 versus 4. Tomic taking the crossfire position. Monster down towards a 1-shot. Itox looking to pick it up. The Batcher from the sidelines providing cover fire. Finally Monster does fall. 2.7 against 2.7 KHP. This is still neck and neck. Signs of life by W.
They have to go right now with Hannes. They have to use Hannes right now to get into this game because the bots reload, and they should realize this as well. Attila needs to peek and hit the shot. They all do, and he's down towards 13 HP. Hannes has to keep going here, I guess. They don't know that Conrad is Amarak, but they will figure it out in a second as Hannes sees that Conrad isn't shooting him. He's going to get the shot on Piotr instead, who shields Conrad. Piotr now about to come up reload. He's going to kill Attila. No, he doesn't get it, but Tomic is almost back in this battle. He's now coming off of reload, starting to unload on Hannes' back end. He has to be careful, though. 489, he is a 1-shot, and W is reloading. This is defending, actually, so Hannes is going to be pulling back.
Hannes indeed pulling back here. Tomic has to be extra careful in his bat shot. He doesn't have the low noise exhaust, which means that he should get spotted for any kind of peek that he does. Conrad now on 13 HP, rotating around. Also, Tomic needs to be careful that that the CS doesn't, come from the bottom side. Piotr now getting out spotted here. Oh, but there is the kill by Piotr onto Attila. What might be disaster for the boys of W, who are now pulling back here into hold down position. Itok starting to make a getaway. Hannes also tightly tucked in here. Piotr driving down toward, tries to get the spots, sees Hannes in turn. Both of them are staying hold down, so probably from the other side. Conrad is now going to come. Good shot by Piotr into Hannes. That was a track shot apparently, but Hannes with the response in from the other side. Comes the Batchat here, who also gets tracked by the CS63, but he gets one more shot into the CS, and the CS picks it up. Now it's all on to Conrad to lock in his plane tickets on towards China, but Itox gets the reload, and it's 1-4.
Oof. Oof. That was bugging, man.
What
Jesus.
a round of World of Tanks.
I think we'll see it when we look at the damage numbers. I have a feeling that Barbarian missed his entire second clip.
Yeah, I guess a question that we're gonna
I have
be able
this feeling
to
that I feel like he missed. Don't think I'm wrong either.
We have 4, 4, 3. We had 8, 7, 5.
Yeah,
so
no, that's an entire second clip, dude.
Yeah.
That is a difference maker in this game. That sold the battle.
And I think Tomek also at the end there bounced one heat shell into the side of the pushed up Hannes IS-7. That is also the difference maker there. He should have all the time in the world to aim his shots. He should make every single one count. Like, yeah, I know, batchet gun, yada yada yada, but at that distance, it shouldn't be an issue.
It is what it is. W puts one on the board at the very least.
Indeed. Signs of life by a W. Man.
Chill, bro. Let's not go too far. Signs of life.
Man, hit and run made them work ever so hard for it, though. Like, especially that kill by Piotr onto
Attila.
Onto Attila. Yeah, that was a crazy.
That is an Attila failure, though. I'm sorry. You're in a 3v3 and you're defending. Everybody has to watch an angle, and that's about it. That is really it. As long as everybody watches an angle, you're fine.
Yep. Now, however, we are moving into the second round of Cliff, which should be happening fairly soon. And, I mean, W... We are... Maybe after this round, if they win the next one, then we can start talking about it.
I want to... If Barbarian hits his second clip, the game is over.
Well, he didn't, so the match isn't.
Yeah, but... You know, okay, hit and run... Hey, we'll see, Key. We'll see. I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, yeah. What you're trying to say is that, you know, it should have been hit and run winning the round.
Not necessarily. I mean, shooting failures do happen, but it's like just how close it was for for W to win one round. They got to do that 4 more times.
Indeed, they will have to. And we will find out if they're able to, because, well, you can want it all you want, but the other team also has a say in it. So, yeah, I'm still not a believer. I'm sorry.
Wow. How dare you? They have a German in that team.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm not convinced. I am not convinced.
I mean, you saw W's opening, by the way. Kind of looked like a counter to what they were doing yesterday from the side of hit and run, which was very 1-2 orientated. So instead of one guy to the rock, they sent 2 guys to the rock.
Yeah, but I don't think they were that effective either. Like the guy at the rock for hit and run survived for quite some time. Yes, they managed to push him out of position, but there weren't really any other tanks able to punish onto the IS-7. But in the end, they focused on the right things. I mean, they took down the round, and they are not going to go out 5-0, which is, I think, a fate that a lot of teams want to avoid at all costs. Now, however, I think we are ready to hop into the next round here, which is going to be in between hit and run. Hit and run bringing a singular 50B, a triple BZ, 1277, a Batchat, and a CS.
And W in return bringing the triple BC, the I7, the triple CS, and they are both going for the middle with kind of a similar split.
Yeah, Barcake Barkis and Tomic there in the CS and Batshot respectively, going around White Rock. They're spotting a lot, choosing not to go further here. The double BZ, Konrad and Piotr arriving in the middle, looking for shots onto White Rock here. And now Brainbreaker and Kubash starting to drive up. Brainbreaker taking some damage for it, but Frugo and Attila with the overpush in the middle, taking some damage, but Barbarian clipping out.
Yeah, Barbarian clipping out, but on the other side, you got to watch Barkis against Tomic, because really, the Batshot doesn't win that against the CS, simply because the CS has too much HP. So Tomic hit every single one of his shells, but Barkis basically did the same. Tomic still surviving on slightly more HP though, but the Hill, Whitey there has a decent engagement, but he has to be careful. He is alone right now against Brainbreaker, against Kubash, maybe overplaying, and Frugo has fallen in the BZ.
Frugo indeed in the middle, falling to the grave, and it's important to keep in mind that W, they also have a CS out of the game all the way in K5. He will be able to snipe, but now Brainbreaker and Kubash starting to push out White Rock here. White Rock taking one shot by Kubash, and I think as soon as Brainbreaker is reloaded, that will spell demise for the CS. But now Attila is here, and he is here to stay on that hill. One more bounce by the CS63 from the back lines, and now Monster coming up to reinforce on the hill, but little is it going to matter. Attila looking for that peek onto Brainbreaker, does get the kill, does get the pickup, but Hannes in turn taking a tremendous amount of damage. Attila taking one more by the CS that is in the hold down, and Hit and Run have brought the next tank to the hill.
Yeah, they're just sending more and more on the hill because they can, and it's Attila against Monster. Ali now going on the hill as well, but that will mean that Barbarian is also just going to go on the hill at some point, and they're not winning this trade. Also, there's some miscommunication there. You saw Hannes and Attila both shoot the one shot, which is a disaster, that Brainbreaker tank, and they didn't even shield White Rock, who could have been a huge part of this fight, and it's, at this point, W key really not looking good. That CS in the back, I don't think he added too much either, and Hit and Run this time around have everything they could want. More HP, more tanks, defense as well. It is all but over for W, who gave it their best, who gave it their hardest. They'll be ending second in this WoT7, but there can only be one team to qualify immediately to China, and it's not W, it's Hit and Run.
Hit and Run, Monster and the boys, they will be the ones going to China. Congratulations to that squad. Congratulations also for an awesome performance in the tournament. Easy. What?
It's, I don't think you should do that again, Kian, to be honest. I love your glasses. You're like Morpheus, but from AliExpress, bro.
Okay, bro. I'll be asking you.
I was gonna say Wish first, but yeah.
You know, slightly softening it. And anyway, I think we can take a quick look at the damage numbers of this last game that we just saw here. And yeah, we are gonna see that, you know, most of the BZs by W not really working out.
Most of the BZs not working out. Yeah, and that CS from K5, I mean, in this kind of game, it's about who is together, right? Who is able to play off of one another. And the boys from Hit and Run were just able to do that more effectively.
Yeah, the boys by Hit and Run just...
But that was such a quick transition, dude. Jesus. Wardrobe changes like he's a professional. Like Dancing with the Stars, dude. You know, quick wardrobe change, back on the dance floor, out.
Well, you have to offer something to the viewers. Anyway,
yeah, if you were in Dancing with the Stars and I was a judge, I'd give you a solid 10.
Oh,
Actually, I'd give you a 9 because you're the one I need.
Aw. Wait, was that a diss? Now I'm not sure. Anyway,
compliment.
let's head over to the analysts, because I'm sure they will also want to comment on Hit and Run's gigantic performance here in the finals. Take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
This was a very convincing victory, not gonna lie. We did kind of expected, our predictions were all towards the 5-2. It ended up being a 5-1, which grants Hit and Run a safe spot in the WCI tournament. W, however, this can't be too sad because they do still get a chance in the wildcard tournament to qualify for the WCI tournament as well.
Yeah, well, good performance from the side of Hit and Run. Dominant performance, actually. And W, they didn't stand a chance in the grand finals against that Polish team, even though they had an amazing performance against Opur in the finals of the losers bracket. Hit and Run was on point and was impressive. That's well deserved. They're going to be playing in the WCI later on in China. And honestly, I think that they're going to be the favorite for this tournament too.
Oh, I mean, that's pretty far-fetched. But I see where you're coming from. You know, Hit and Run has had a very, very strong showing. So let's just watch how strong this showing was. Let's look at the replays.
Yeah, definitely. Between those two teams, we were actually starting, as you can see on step, we had W on the attack, Hit and Run on the defense. And this defense was really interesting. That's not something that you have that ice on the mid where, was it Brainbreaker? And you could see that Hit and Run, they played really well on the rotations, and W, they didn't get the answer to all of those rotations from the defending team.
I mean, there was also one rotation missing from Hit and Run, which was Barbarian. He seemed to have a disconnect.
Yep.
And, you know, winning a match, even though you have a disconnect in 7 vs 7, just shows how dominant you really have been. So, really great stuff from Hit and Run, setting up, you know, kind of new defense that we haven't seen before. And W just not really ready to adapt to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's always interesting to see this team play those sort of tactics, because I have to say that it was a bit creative. It was not usual with this i7 on the mids. Very interesting. Maybe more teams are going to try to adjust their own tactics and involve this i7. But what I want to emphasize is that they picked that map. They had the choice, they really wanted to play it, but their attack was very standard, just going with their full team over the base 2, and not impressive at all. W, they had it, they had the answer with this repush, but later on they made the major mistake.
I mean, their attack was standard, but maybe they just thought, you know, standard is good enough because they just think they are so much better. I mean, in the end, they did prove that they were so much better, but it was not just due to them playing very well. I feel like W kind of got ahead of themselves. Ducky and Kian already talked about the nerf getting to them, and that is something I fully agree with. I think for W in this team, it's the first time they are in a grand final of a tournament.
Yeah.
So, of course, you're going to be very nervous and you're going to be making some mistakes, but those mistakes are what cost you versus a team versus Hit and Run.
Yeah, this is this push. Those 3 tanks, Attila and his teammates, those 3 tanks, they pushed and they had no reason to do so. They were on defense. And you could see that Hit and Run, they managed to get another match with 5 tanks and take them down pretty easily. And then they had the advantage. Even though at the end it was very close, as you can see, HP-wise it was almost even though Hit and Run had the tanks advantage. I think that W, they definitely had the 1-1 in their hands, but very costly to keep on pushing on the defense that way.
I mean, very costly, and in the long run, probably too costly, because if you go 0-2, and then you start with a match like this on Tundra, where you also just, you know, you're down in the trades already before anything really happened, and then you push into this really awkward spot where there is basically the whole Hit and Run team ready to receive your push. I don't feel like it's the best choice to make.
It reminds me a bit the game that Opur played against W themselves when they had their full team going over the north and slow playing and then pushing. It's the same, Hit and Run. They had time to completely rotate and set for it. You could see even Barbarian pushed on his own all the way up to H5 almost. So W, they had 2 minutes left, they had no very good rotations made yet, and they went for that push because they were kind of forced into it. But Hit and Run, the entire time, they had the full control.
They had the full control, you know, just like Aubrey does on his Discord server. And I mean, they even had the full control in the next match, right? They basically... so what W did at the start is they had the entire north left open, and they were ready for this K-line push. But, you know, once again, the nerf got to them. They made a rotation, and the rotation is what cost them, because in the end, Hit and Run really did go for the K-line repush. But since W rotated, you know, the majority of their tanks towards the northern part of the map, they weren't ready, and Hit and Run got some free catches alongside with some very great positions.
Even though they lose some HP on that cross, they manage to spread the HP loss along all of their tanks. And what is the key later on is to have all of those 7 tanks alive. In return, just look at the HPs. Ali is 1 shot, Attila is 2 shots, the rest is pretty much full HP. This is perfect management from the side of Hit and Run. All of those tanks are alive and constantly dealing some damage. This is a great attack, and W once again not having the answer to this overmatch that Hit and Run took with 7 tanks.
I mean, that's something from Hit and Run that we've seen the past days already, and also the past tournaments. They're just very good at this, like, team play aspect, you know, playing together, managing your HP, keeping the one-shots alive, especially, is something that they have almost perfected, I would say. However, you know, in the Cliff, they also showed that even the strongest of teams can have some hiccups. They had a very good opening, actually almost perfectly countered what W does. They get some free picks, and they buy so much time on the lower part, also have the 50B in Barbarian there. But Ducky pointed out Barbarian not hitting all of his shots.
Yeah, he missed some key connections. He pretty much got like a bit more than 50% of his shots done in his 50B, and that's definitely costing for his team afterwards, because it was a very close round. You could see also White Rock deciding to go at the south of the donut with his CS, and he got pretty much trapped in here, so that was a mistake. So both of those teams, I have to admit, made some mistakes in terms of reactions, rotation, but also shooting. It was very close at the end, but W managed to take 1 round in this match, and to end it was the next round on Cliff. You could see W was on the attack and Hit and Run on the defense, and it was some very good control over the mids. Kubach and Brainbreaker actually getting up the hill without taking too much damage. So I have to say, Hit and Run, that was an all-around good and solid defense.
I mean, what was funny for me in this match, it was basically, you know, Hit and Run gets their overmatch on the hill, W gets the tank up, so W has to overmatch. Then Hit and Run gets a tank up, then W gets a tank up, and Hit and Run puts yet another tank up. So basically the entire match was just about, yo, who can win the hill?
Yeah.
And in the end, Hit and Run did win it, and they did win it quite convincingly, taking home the entire match with a 5-1, winning the WCI qualifier sponsored by MillionPugs. Great stuff from them, and I'm going to be very keen to have this team represent us in the WCI tournament in China later this year.
I'm going to be very interested to see them in this tournament, also due to the fact that whenever there is a WCI played, the rules are a bit different than usual, right? We have some pretty weird ban picks, some restrictions, and all of that for such a team with those very experienced, creative, intelligent, smart players. That's going to be beautiful to see, I'm pretty sure. That's the first team that is 100% qualified for that. We'll get to see who is going to qualify for NA, as it's our next match of the day and the final one. It's going to be a rematch of the winners bracket final. Smile actually playing against Dopamine. Smile coming up from the winners bracket, having the slight advantage of picking and banning him up straight. It's a BO9. What's your take on it?
I mean, Dopa has shown that they have some mental strength, right? They came back from the lower bracket. That is something you have to do first, especially versus a team that carries the momentum, which Burbology did in that case. But in the end, I feel like Smile just seemed a bit better in the match 7 yesterday. So I do think Smile might have the edge, but it's definitely going to be close.
Yeah, we possibly are gonna get a very close match, and it will be starting very shortly. But just before that, for the final time of the day, we're gonna go back. Actually, yeah, we have the community prediction that we can show. That is gonna be interesting to highlight. Also, Smile against Dopamine, 64% for Smile. That's something pretty logical, I'd say, since they played against each other in the finals of the winners bracket. And Smile took it in a pretty easy fashion. What do you think about it?
I mean, I completely agree, to be honest, with this prediction. I feel like the chances are very fair. Well done by the community. You know, kudos to you guys out there. You definitely picked the right percentages here. However, you know, I feel like there's two beautiful people out there who are keen to introduce the match to us. Kian and Ducky, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back for the last time of the day. We are here at the caster's desk, and we are going to guide you through the last match, which is going to be the grand final for the North America, or basically the Americas region. It is going to be the team of Smile under their captain External, who have been waiting throughout the day, waiting for this match, waiting for this opportunity.
They have it all to play for coming from the upper bracket. They had a long day waiting for this.
But then again, they probably woke up like sometime during the stream. So maybe not such a long day after all, who knows. Then again, on the other side, we have the team that we saw win out against Burbology. It is the team of Dopamine. Nexus there, the team captain coming in. There is also a bear on this lineup. It is Stat Paddington. And that is not it with the animals. We also have the ferret there. But yeah, they have proven themselves already once today. They need to do it a second time to be able to win it.
Be able to win it. We'll see. We'll see. That's the keyword. We're going to see. And the map brings us something. Cliff is what Smile really wants to play, and Himmels is what they don't want to play.
On the other side, Dopamine opting for the Prokhorovka, then with the Ghost Town ban leading us into at least one game of steps. I suppose there will be more of those. Then Mines, the possible map number 4, Sand River and Moravanka being banned out, and the possible tiebreaker, a sided map, Tundra.
If we get there. I don't think we get there. My prediction does not say that we get there either.
Most likely not. Then again, I mean, we also talk about those maps that are like sided, for example, Mines, etc. But then there's also the maps like Cliff, for example, that can go either way very, very quickly. Like a 1-1 is very much possible, we just saw this. But a 2-0 is also more likely than, for example, on Mines, even though Mines has been going 2-0 in the match in the North American bracket before, in the lower bracket final, where Dopamine was able to pull off an attacking victory while making it look easy because of the mistakes that Burbology made there, in my opinion. And then they got a defense victory that they made it look difficult.
Yeah. Cliff is going to set us up at a high pace, though. I think both these teams will play kind of like we saw already from the last match. It's the map we ended on. It's the map we'll start on here in a quick and decisive factor. And everything depends on how both teams open. Out of all the maps, Cliff is probably the most important on how you distribute your tanks in the beginning. Because you can be as reactive as you want to. That don't mean that you're going to be able to get a reaction to a bad opening.
Even though, personally, I think that a good reaction on a bad opening can be better than a bad reaction on a good opening. Caster predictions here, all of us smiling. You and I, as well as Toxic, saying it's going to be a 5-2. Insane giving one more round to Dopamine, but also confirming that he thinks Smile is going to take it.
I think that's fair. I really do think that's fair to favor Smile here. They are indeed the team coming out of the upper bracket, but Dopamine will want to change our opinions and wipe Smile's face off of their face.
Dopamine definitely wanting to put some tears on that emoji. We'll see if they're able to do that in the upcoming round number 1 in between Dopamine and Smile. It is the Americas Grand Finals for the MillionPugs WoT7 number 12 here, the WCI edition. Yeah, it has been years since this much has been at stake in a single match.
Every single one of my random battles has the same stakes, Kian. At least in my mind.
That is a grind mindset. I appreciate it. I think it's very good.
Anyways, first round of the finals. Dopamine, double 60 DP, double BZ, double IS7, and an SDRV.
Smile, on the other hand, coming in with the 50B. Then we have the triple BZ, one IS7, double CS63.
So that SDRV indicating not such aggressive gameplay. He's often found at K5 or A5, or if they watch Gihan's guide, K2, J2. To annoy you in the middle of the map.
Then again, Dopamine here on their defense. Yeah, that STRV basically screams in their face, we're not gonna all out over push you in the middle. It can play the ramp, but there's a lot of tanks with high calibers on the Smile side, so he would probably get outplayed there. There are better tanks to choose for this position. That being said, external there, the first one towards the middle, with his CS63 here, is gonna get a good spot onto 2 tanks by Dopamine. This looks like they are gonna park the bus here.
No, they're most definitely parking the bus. They even have a BZ at A6.
Okay, immediate answer though by Smile, sending Loop and Oxmatus there with the IS7 and the CS63 respectively to put some pressure onto Paddington, who finds a nice stone to tuck himself in behind. And now that STRV from the backlines finds his first few shots of damage.
Yeah, already hitting 2, I think. That is Dark Ninja looking for the 3rd, not gonna find it. Now they need to go around the hill though, I guess, for the side of Dopamine to start putting these crossfires into action that they have. Sebastian there in the BZ looks to want to take the hill, but minus 2 shots of damage already. He might boost across the gap. He will get away with it without taking another one because Blur was on reload. External's going to be dipping and sliding and smiling all the way around towards the right-hand side of the map. But we can see though, the double IS7, Nexus and Paddy, they have arrived into position.
They have indeed arrived and are now starting to trade it out against Loop and Oxmatus. All of those, except for Nexus and Paddington, yeah, 1 shot taken each, but like Oxmatus only now receiving the first shot of damage, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. External now on the long flank here. Oxmatus starting to lose the trades, obviously. Nexus having the better position there simply to trade against this, and now we'll have to see how much the CS will be able to do, although the BZ of Spirit, like, he has the opportunity to just, you know, boost towards the CS and go for the 1v1 at this point.
Yeah, External now getting spotted out, but probably going to push down Nexus at the very least, I would say. Hits the first one there already. Spirit now coming. He needs to be careful from Sebastian on the hill, and also from the shots coming out from the middle of the map. Spirit, is he still going to go for the speak? It would be brave at this point. He is going to try it to help relieve some pressure. He does hit the shot against External, but he immediately takes one back, and now with the fact that Sebastian is on the hill, I don't think Spirit can get away with that a second time. He's down towards 700. Sebastian's locking him down. Now these IS7s from Dopamine. Yeah, okay, External might fall here. He might fall. He's 634. He might actually fall all the way down against the rock. He's gonna live, but there is no recovery from that point. There is no living. Yeah. I mean, there is living, but yeah.
Spirit taking another hit one there. Sebastian on the hill doing good work. Oxmatus taking another shot of damage. Smile, 1 tank out of the game, so you might as well consider that a kill at this point. Smile here. So basically the 6 versus 6 right now, and we have to discount 600 HP from the total that Smile have available, so down in HP as well. External there, probably enjoying the view, but not really going to be able to have a say in
it. At this point, External, if he really wants to lead to the extreme, he just jumps into the water.
Yeah, I guess.
Honestly, no, you get a better overview from the game. If you're leading, I think External is leading or helping with a lot of calls, you simply jump into the water and end it.
I mean, yeah, they're not defending where it would make sense to keep the tank alive.
Yeah, no, so it does, like, you can actually see the game then, what's happening.
Yep. Does that occur to him, though, is the question. I mean, so far it has not.
Lob finds Spirit, though, but Spirit finds the shot against Lob. Lob not getting the return on him, so he's not going to be too happy about that in the 50B, that he doesn't find that shot against the BZ. He's going to be continuing forward. He does get it now, though. Good shot there from Lob. PM now trailing back towards the base, but there is this opportunity for Smile.
Actually, there's a huge opportunity for Dopamine, I think. Well, what if PM goes through the 1-2 line now into the donut and flanks the CS and the IS7?
No, he kills one of them and double BZ rocket across immediately. I mean, he could go, okay, the only thing I could see is PM goes 1-2 into the donut, right? And then he shoots Oxmaris and he immediately runs away. Like, immediately.
That would be a crazy move, but also a bit risky, but I think it could, like, be met with success. Now Paddock-Near, with the problem that there is multiple tanks from multiple angles shooting him, does manage to get safe behind the rack, but 75 HP is not a lot to work with.
Do you load an HG clip if you're Lob? Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. The 60 TP does drive up here. The CS. Oh, that is an angle and a half that the IS7 had there. He was exposing.
PM won't find Ox though, I think. Will PM find Ox? He's driving back into position. Oh, he sees him. He's looking. He misses, and now he needs to run immediately. Because look at F. Look at F6. That's what I'm talking about. The double BZ is instantly rocket boosting across, and if PM stays for too long, man, he's dead. So he's gonna be running towards the north. Okay, thankfully he's running towards the north. I was a bit scared. That looked like he was going south for a second.
I think he's going to take a shot, or even two here. Fluky arriving, taking aim, and does his shot. Ethan there a little too late to get the second one, but in the end PM didn't connect the shot on the CS, so it was basically a shot that he took, like, not for free, but not a good trade here. And now Dopamine 4 versus 6 essentially. Yeah, they're trying to hold on. 1 minute 43. They're trying to hold on, trying to hold strong, but map control is commanding. Now, the 50B got spotted trying to go into the cap. Not sure if the STRV currently has shots or if he needs to basically remain silent when it comes to shooting, because there might be tanks spotting him. You can already see Dark Ninja here trying to work out the angles, trying to find out if he can actually stay safe and shoot. The answer at this point, honestly, is probably no.
They're not gonna... External finally jumped off the cliff so he can actually see what's going on. Good decision by him. The 50B's creeping up, and they're gonna cross over towards the cap by the looks of things. Look, they immediately takes a shot from the STRV, who doesn't get spotted out in return. They are crossing over towards the cap here. Ox down towards the one shot, has to be careful in that IS7. Like, Dark Ninja could pick him up here in that STRV. He decided to shoot a BZ instead. So they're gonna be establishing the buildings and try and hold off, but there's no time for this.
Dark Ninja now gets spotted. Once again, the Jackify experience taking a lot of damage immediately in the STRV. Able to hold on, though, because there's not a lot of guns trained at that STRV at this moment in time. Cap has been triggered now, but only one little puny tiny reset needed here for the team of Dopamine, who are defending Loop, now trying to move in to body block Ferret. Instead, it's going to be Dark Ninja getting rid of that pesky CS, and... I think they need a reset, dude. I think they still need to take 1 second off of the timer. But here you can see Ferret taking aim, hitting that shot. And it's going to be Dopamine holding on to the first round here in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, holding on to their life, but I think Smile had their number. Really did have their number. External there, he was a 50-50. I think, you know, you stay there and hope, pray that he low rolls. But then afterwards... They took too long to find the final angles to shut down the game there. And give them a minute more, they probably win it. But, you know, it worked. The turtle works for Dopa. That's all that matters.
Yeah, definitely. The defense here working out for a Dopamine. And now we can see the damage numbers here in the battle. Ethan there, only one shot of damage, but... yeah... Can you blame him?
We see the wrong one.
Oh, 1 second. Let me correct that. There we go.
Thank you. So Ethan only one shot. Yeah, he was alive the whole game. We probably didn't have any opportunities. I like the opening though from Smile. Sorry, immediately counteracting that possible turtle and almost finding it.
Mm. Yeah, the IS-7s in that middle of the map really didn't have a good time for Dopamine. I mean, yes, they did buy a lot of time, so I guess in the end that was what they were supposed to, but it really didn't look like they were effective. Like, they didn't have good positions from which to engage.
Well, it sets up at least Dopa with the first win. I think they were a bit scared there at some point.
I was scared for them as well. Like,
I don't know if Spirit was intended to peak that or not, but I guess otherwise the I7s die even earlier.
But yeah, Dark Ninja there also with that STRV just happily farming away, not even dying after getting spotted because he was hugging that rock so close.
There was nobody on 1-2 to shoot him.
Yep.
And nobody on the hill really to shoot him either, so he was kind of safe.
Yeah, I think he took like 2 shots by the 50B, but then he was able to readjust, and then the 50B obviously 120mm gun not able to overmatch, and at that distance you're not hitting the cupola at all.
Sometimes. Not often, but sometimes. I
Well,
mean, I've hit that on range.
Oh, so you're saying you hit those?
No, I'm saying people hit those. Maybe you don't.
Oh, what?
It's not because your experience is one way that the rest of us have the same one, you know?
Anyway, round number 2 now, almost coming up. And I think Smile are going to be kicking themselves a little here. Simply because, like, if they do the moves earlier, then they have a very good chance at taking down this round. I think they took a little long with the decision making overall. It seemed a bit slow. But then again, like, it's a grand final, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, as we saw W against Hit and Run in their respective round number 2 on steps, where they just, you know, got carried away into a push that ended up losing them the round.
Let's see if you're going for a quick cliff here.
I mean, might be. Cliff is obviously the map where you always hope as the attacker that you win and you do it fast. So if you go to tiebreaker, that you have the advantage there. That being said, it's early days still. 1-0. 1 round in a best of 9 being played, meaning we get at least 4 more. Let's hope for a few more. And Dopamine coming into this one. They are bringing 5 BZs and double CS.
ABC's double CS versus Smiles 50B, triple BZ, and I7 and double CS. So both these teams looking hella fast, though.
Both these teams indeed hella fast. The only difference basically being the 50B and the IS7 being traded for 2 BZs, respectfully. And now the 50B and Ox in the IS7 are driving towards the 1-2. Everyone else by Smile driving towards the middle, and for Dopamine it is actually a full commitment by every single tank into the middle. They're looking for that shootout.
7 tanks mid, if they get the straight push, it's going to be good for them. If they can find an instant overmatch onto the tanks in the middle, it would be huge. Spirit is going to spot out what's coming mid. They now realize kind of what's happening, and it seems to me that Smile just stopping here, just getting Sebastian on the ramp and just trying to go for that surround, you know?
Trying to go for the surround external and loop from the donut, trying to shoot into Spirit, finding a few shots. I'm not sure if Spirit has been able to cross yet. I don't know. He hasn't. So he takes 1 more, 2 more actually on the way out, down towards 660. Needs to be a bit careful with what he does. Well, almost throws himself on the side. However, there is a clash going on at the donut where the BZs have boosted to.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, there's a repush in the middle from Smile. Nex is now boosting across. It's a 4v4 here, but with Lot being low HP, potentially Dopa could find an overmatch here. Nex is actually just chasing down. But look in return to Paddy, Dark Ninja. They have really nowhere to go in the middle of the map whatsoever. I mean, Paddy's trying to draw them out. The Dark Ninja trying to play behind the rock here. He's going to be backing off. Nexus needs some help on the lower side of the map, though. He's not going to win that 1v1 against Oxmadis. Potentially, Ferret needs to join him to win that.
Yeah, Ferret now driving down to help him win that. Paddington with a good shot into Fluky, who instead pulls the Una reverse with a ram into Paddington, trying to get him into possible one-shot range. Ethan with a swing at him. Paddington going down, and in comes the repush by Smile at the donut. PM down to 103 HP. Nexus a possible one-shot as well, although Oxmathus would need a high roll. PM falling to the grave. External following Blur down towards a one-shot. Oxmathus as well. This is all over the place, but Smile, I think they have it, Ducky.
Yeah, they definitely have it. Smile has this for sure. Ferret now running from 5 guys from Smile. He's not going to be making it out. Opening for opening, Smile's just superior. They take that 1-2 control. And I thought for a second that Dopa was doing the full 1-2 repush with everybody. And if they did, that would have been crazy because they would have found a lot of tanks there. And there would be the double BZ on the 5 line and the one on the ramp that are kind of out of the fight, you know? But they went with only 3.
Yeah,
Maybe a lack of info.
Now we see Lop here in that 50B eyeing towards Spirit, and it does get picked up by Dark Ninja. Good oversight by him. But in the end, it's going to be Smile equalizing the scoreline, which means that we are going to see 2 defensive victories on our first map on Cliff.
Yeah, and Loop here, finish it off. Actually, yeah, he does get it before Fluky steals it. So Smile coming back from that first round and coming in strong, want to bring it home. They managed to do that pretty successfully here. Good opening from them, just all around good stuff.
Yeah, indeed. Good round from Smile, who are able to recover after what they are probably going to call an unfortunate round number 1. So, yeah, 1-1 all the teams, showing that they're perfectly able and capable of taking rounds. They're both here mentally as well. I guess Smile now with the slight mental advantage due to having won the last round, but I guess that's sort of it. They seem, for the time being, fairly evenly matched.
Evenly matched. Yeah, Paddy didn't get to do too much, neither does PM. I think that lineup strength of Dopa comes from being able to play together, as a ball. A ball of death and fire, and they kind of split up from each other. And yeah, they were maybe going to win 1-2 at some point, but they lose the middle. 100 out of 100 times they lose the middle because the ramp is just better from the north. So you can see Paddy there. He has nowhere to go, like left to his own devices. And that's why I was hoping they would take everybody across and maybe play with a CS on the ramp like Dark Ninja, who then decides to take the hill, for example,
Yeah, in the end, Smile showing us that they're here as well. I guess we can take once more a look at the pick and ban to just refresh our minds a little as to what is going to be the next map. Because I have to admit, I actually forgot in the time since we saw it the last time. It's going to be Prokhorovka, so actually quite a big change-up when it comes to the pace of the game. To the assumed pace. Obviously, we have seen extremely quick rounds on Prokhorovka as well this tournament, but that's not the standard.
No, that's not the standard. Proko usually tends itself for longer, more drawn-out games. Was any lights?
The possibility is there. I don't think it's big. Once again, you're baiting me into saying something. And then
Arch and Panzerwagen, dude. I already said I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet.
I would be extremely surprised. I mean, I know Monster is a big fan of it nowadays for randoms.
I know Nexus is a big fan of it as well, and I played it in random. The thing is cracked.
Oh.
The gun is, I think, like 3.2 DPG or 3.1. It's crazy.
Yeah. Still, though, I don't think we're going to see it. At max, we are maybe going to see a T100, but even then, I mean, through the tournament, we have now multiple times talked about how it just makes more sense nowadays to bring a spotting CS instead of a T100, because if it's just supposed to sit there passively, the T100 essentially needs to come into proxy range, and then the CS has more HP, has more armor, has more DPM, has a more reliable gun.
Yeah, but it's not an Irish and Panzerwagen.
That, of course, is entirely correct.
It's not German. It's not a light.
But yeah, I would be surprised if we see a light.
I would be surprised also. They seem to be a lot closer to what we also saw on EU. Which is a bit sad, you know, a bit disappointing. Because you told me, Kihan, they're going to pick a lot of strange tanks. You said this on day one.
I said I was hoping for it, but...
No, you said this, that we have an ace, it's more likely.
Well, +1, Ducky. Anyway, first of all, Dopamine, double IS7, 1277, 1 S-Kong, double CS, and the STRV.
Against Smiles, STRV, 430U, double E5, a mouse, and double IS7.
430U, I think we should introduce the tank a little. Obviously, yeah, it does have good and sturdy frontal armor for 40 Alpha, but what very few people know is that the 430U has really, really good camo values. So possibly part of the reason why it was picked by Smile.
Yeah, it also has its fuel tanks located in the bottom left when you're facing it. Not fully left, like between the middle and the left, there. Every time you shoot it, fuel tank damage.
Okay, Dark Ninja now with a spotting run with that CS is trying to feel out the eastern part of the map because that is where Dopamine is exclusively headed. The 430U notably being in the 1-2 line, I guess supposed to be like the spotter. Dark Ninja getting spotted here, trying to make his way away, does get it, and we see the 430U already turned away, so not really making use of its frontal armor. I guess they just picked it for the camo.
Yeah, he's hiding his fuel tanks, bro.
Ah, why didn't I think of that? That's genius.
And you want the nice answer or the mean answer?
The nice answer.
Not available right now, sorry.
Okay. Dopamine, they are kind of turtling up here though, in that southeastern part of the map. I mean, Smile is not forcing the issue on the 1-2 line currently. Why would they? They are defending. But now in comes the push by Dopamine. Sending in Blur, sending in Nexus, sending in Paddington after them. So far, no punishment whatsoever. Oxmathus tries a shot and does not connect it. The SJB retaliating here onto the IS-7. And that cross here over a large portion of open ground, actually very, very cheap. Yes, Blur does take one, but that was too cheap.
Yeah, but look at Lips HP in the middle. 1.5?
I think
Something happened to him.
The STRV had a few good shots. Now we see the 430U on the 1-2 line, by the way, advancing, trying to feel out, clear out the map. And Nexus, Blur, and Paddington are going to try to get hold-down positions to force away the Smile tanks, but Oxmathus there with a good reaction, moving towards Fluky, not letting himself get caught out.
Yeah, but this opens up A0 though. And from A0 you can shoot down on this. You have to counter the SCRV for it, but you can shoot down from A0 onto A8. So I'm wondering how Smile is going to deal with that. Imagine playing the 430U without Stabski.
Oh god, no. I don't want to imagine that. Thank you.
Imagine it anyways, because external is going through it.
Ugh. It's...
The aiming circle is bigger than, I don't know,
Yeah.
than the hole in Kihan's liver.
Okay, bro. Doing me dirty like that.
Hey, you've been doing your liver dirty for 15 years as well, dude.
Are you going to continue with those jokes or what?
I don't know, it was a good opportunity though.
It felt a bit staged.
Huh?
Huh?
What do you mean staged?
Or like wanted, like a setup.
Yeah, well, it's not my fault you give the setup, but when somebody gives me an assist, I'm always going to score the goal. But it's all on Dopa though. I don't know if they can spot the STRV even when they start overpeaking. Because it's an STRV. They're going to push it though. Ooh, they're going to push it. It's 2v2.
Yeah, they don't know about the E5 yet. I don't think the STRV also starting to open up. Nexus there, down to 1500 HP already. The next one, the mouse there. I'm not sure if Nexus even makes this down here. Indeed, it's going to be Ox to pick it up. And this push by Dopamine starts falling apart before it really gains traction.
I think Nexus should have gone for the ram there, to be honest, against somebody. It would have done like 600, 700 damage, I think, coming down a slope with an IS-7 on top speed. Not that it would change the name of the game. I don't think they ever saw Fluky go there. So, as a result of that, easy pickings for Smile. I mean, they're not sure how else to say it.
And now we see the STRV in its element being hauled down at a ridge, just farming away happily at the enemy tanks. Ferret there melting away. It does get picked up. Second kill for Ox in this game, and now Ethan starting to overpeak in the middle. The STRV also getting those overpeaks, and look at Ox Mathis and Fluky, who were actually like the goal of the operation for Dopamine. They're still so healthy, completely falling apart in game number 3 at Dopamine.
Yeah, completely falling apart, and it's just Spirit and the STRV. And if you're Dopa, this was a worrying round. I mean, you get to execute, but an oversight.
But it was a crap execute.
I don't even know if it was only Ox. I don't know if they win it, bro. Do they? Do they really win it if it's just Ox? You saw the damage Nexus took, yeah? He died.
Yeah, they
the
didn't
second one would get overpeaked as well, though.
Yeah, they didn't know the STRV was right there, but then again, they should assume so, simply because the IS-7s had been spotted so long ago that Smile, they had the information that they were there, so they could just rotate everything in place. Yeah, not really good. Even the water push with like the double IS-7 and the 277, even the water push would have worked better in my opinion.
Yeah.
It can't go much worse than it did, so...
I mean, it is what it is, though. It is what it is, and this was a throwaway round for Dopa. The question is how... It could be 3-0 key. This is worrying me, because it could easily have been 3-0. It couldn't have been 3-0 the other way, as in for Dopa at all. Right? Not even close, IMO. Like, first round, yeah, they won on time, but they could have lost. The second round, no way in. The third round, no way in. It is dangerous territory.
It is indeed, and Smile are showing us right now why it was them waiting in the upper bracket in the grand final, and not Dopamine, who have made their way through the lower bracket. So, yeah, also this map, it was Dopa's pick, so they wanted to play Prokhorovka, and for them to fall apart like they did on their own map pick is also indeed very worrying. Now...
It could turn around. If they win the Proco round here, Dopa, everything is done. Everything is forgotten. 2-2, moving on. They lose this one, though, it's...
starting to get hairy for them, then.
No, Kihan, no. It's not on match point yet. You told me once that 3-1 in a best of 9, you're not worried yet. But 4-1, sweating. So, no, you don't get to change your mind anymore.
Sometimes you have the... When you want to, you actually have the brain of an elephant. Feels like.
I don't know if this is like a compliment.
It is in German, actually.
Are you saying I have a big head, bro, or what?
No,
have you looked
no.
at yourself in the mirror
No,
recently?
like they remember for a long time. Like.
You have a beautiful shaped head as well in that case.
Thank you very much. Like in Germany, that's actually a compliment.
Yeah, Germans, they don't go well with humor. They don't go well with compliments either, apparently.
Yeah,
Imagine that, you'd say that to a girl at a bar. You have the brain of an elephant.
I mean, you wouldn't say that. I mean, if that's your idea of flirting, then I'm sorry, my man.
Yeah.
But no, German humor is no laughing matter. We all know
No,
it.
it really isn't.
All right, ready for
elephant, dude. Jesus.
Yeah, because elephants have really, really good brains. Like they remember
just
for a
say
long time.
Why do you have to? What is? Okay, whatever, man. It's fine. I'll take it as a compliment.
Good. Okay, game number 4. Now we'll get to see if Dopamine is able to recover from that brutal beatdown. Honestly, I think you can call it that we saw, or if Smile is able to extend the lead that they have right now to a 2-point lead, which would not be decisive yet, but it would certainly help them moving forward.
I will one-up you. I think it will be very decisive if it goes 3-1 here for the match. I don't think the recovery point is there. What comes after this map again?
I know the 4th map is Mines. Let me check again what the 3rd map would be.
Was it Tundra? I'm not sure.
So Steps would be up next. Steps is kind of
Steps.
kind of 1-1. Mines is kind of 1-1. So Dopamine really need that round, and they're trying to get it with a 60 TP, an IS-7, an SCOM,
Hey.
a CS, an STRV, and +1 Rheinmetall Panzerwagen.
Smiley on the other hand, triple IS-7 and S-Hunk, W5 and a CS, and I told you so, Kian. You did not believe me.
I was not a believer, but maybe Spirit can convert me to the religion of the Rheinmetall Panzerwagen. We'll have to
Almost
see.
like I know the NA team's better than you.
Okay, Spirit driving towards that 1-2 with the German Tier 10 Light, hoping to get a masterclass of a game here. On the other hand, Smile having no real intentions of going there, sending external for a spotting run, sending Lop in the Superconk towards the middle. Spirit actually choosing to go for the aggressive scouting approach, peeks, and sees nothing except the Superconk. Ooh, he actually stays unspotted here.
Yeah, well, ooh, the Ignite on external by Paddy. The external? Dead? Basically dead. No, actually dead though.
Actually
PM sniped out,
yeah.
bro? Is the PM sniped out? From A2? Nah, man, it's cooking, dude. He actually hit that from A2, by the way. Look where the wreck is.
Yeah, gamer shot. Now, Smile, obviously they need to play some all-in from this one out. There is no real comeback opportunity otherwise, because they know the Rheinmetall Panzerwagen is probably happily chilling in that 1-2 line, but I'm not really sure this is it either. I mean, yeah, Blur does take a lot of damage here for this cross, but the STRV Barrett, ooh, the STRV actually getting spotted. This might be problematic here for the team of Dopamine. They have a lot. Smile has a lot of high caliber guns, but so far they seem to be unable to damage the STRV. Drawing back here now, Fluky down towards a one-shot already, bouncing like a champion, but Ferret still might be able to pick it up if Fluky reverses further.
Yeah, he's behind a building, though. That building is destructible, so over time he will fall, whether he likes it or not. And Smile right now look confused. They're not too sure about what to do, what's going on, what's going to happen. Once external died, it was all hands on deck, and yeah, well, there we go, right? Ferret picks up Fluky. He's now going to start picking on Lip as well, because he can. It's a bit brave. He has to be careful, but what a start, though, for Dopa.
What a start for Dopamine, indeed, in this round number 4. Looking to recover here. Ferret now, finally, someone is starting to shoot at that man in the STR3 who is overpeaking so much, but now he's starting to retaliate onto the E5s even. And Spirit in that Rheinmetall Panzerwagen happily staying in the back lines. Did see the Superconk returning, so now he's making his getaway to not get caught out by that Superconqueror. I mean, he would get melted by the Hesh, but Dopamine's defense looking solid.
The only chance here really is for them to somehow find Ferret. Kill Ferret, kill Blur, and there's a way back in. It's so hard, though. It is so hard to achieve this. Ferret gets spotted, though. A few more connections here. You know the thing is about Lip's position? Paddy can shoot him from the middle. So they really need to kill Ferret quickly.
Yeah, so Ferret here decides to go for a peek, does not connect though. Loop here at this moment in time, just trying to spot out the SJRB, who does retaliate. Gets a good shot into Loop, and one more shot is required to take the Tier 10 Swedish Tank Destroyer out of the game. Let's see if we're gonna get it. Indeed it is. Loop to pick it up, but I think the damage, Ducky, the damage has been done. Smile still is missing 2 team members. Loop on 1 shot, and yeah, they have only heavy tanks left, which means that Dark Ninja gets free play, Spirit gets free play, Loop just died, so it's 4 versus 6, and not the best tanks for this situation. They're all caught in the central area of the village. They don't really have anywhere to go.
Yeah, like I said though, if they find the SRV super quickly, there's a chance, but now they're just going for a desperation push here down the middle. As a group of friends across the middle, I've seen Meme do many of these pushes, Gihan, you probably as well. Most of them did not end up in a lot of success, but sometimes it is, like you said, it's about the friends you make along the way.
Indeed. The learning experience for Smile in this round here. And the problems really started with External getting lit up in the CS63 and just dying at the start of the round. Like that really, External in that CS is basically the crucial tank. He's the only medium tank on the lineup of Smile. And as soon as he's gone, that is a lot of opportunities. The biggest asset that they have, it's just poof, gone.
The IHN spotted him instantly when he went over. And that gave all of them a lot of time to hit that shot. The ignite didn't help, but I think the spotting run has to be different when there's a light involved in the game. Especially one as fast as the IHN, which gets an incredible amount of view range, by the way. To start off with.
420 base or something?
420
410?
base. 420 base, I think.
Yeah, external here. Dying at the start. And from there on out, it wasn't really a fun ride for the tanks of Smile here on the second round of Prokhorovka. On the other side, we see Nexus here, who did get a lot of assistance damage as well. And yeah, Spirit here with the 1500. That was probably the first spot onto the CS and the damage that followed after, before the CS got set on fire and then everyone saw him, because your camo then just goes to crap. But yeah, Dopamine looking good. They really needed that round, because as I highlighted, up next are two maps that are very likely going to be 1-1s. I'm not going to say for sure, because we already saw a Mines 2-0 today, and one of the maps there is Mines, but we have Steps and we have Mines as the next two, and we're going to see at least one round on the latter. Yeah.
So important is Steps for Smile. If they want to close out this game quickly, pick a 2-0 on Steps, go into Mines, 5-2. It's become such an important map for them, if you think about it.
Yeah, and for Dopamine, it will all be about not letting that happen, picking up at least one round.
It's not even as good for Dopa to win 2-0 on Steps, because they don't get to defend first on Mines. They do get to defend second, but still.
So yeah, I hope for the sake of the match that we're gonna see a 1-1 split, because then most likely Mines 1-1 split as well. Although, you know, we have seen basically everything at this point today. But yeah, for a match to go all the way, it's always a cool thing. But we aren't even halfway done yet. It's 2-2 in between Smile and Dopamine. And either team is looking to extend, or not to extend, to create a lead in the score department, as we're probably not far off from round number 1 on Steps.
Well, number 1 on Steps is about to hit us, and both these teams, of course, have so much to play for that trip to China, man.
Mm-hmm.
That opportunity to hang out with the boys.
I mean, that is a huge part of the fun involved, right? Of the LAN event, is basically getting to meet all those people that normally you only hear via TeamSpeak.
Also true, especially when you live further away from each other.
Which in North America is kind of a given.
Yeah, it's very likely, you know.
All right, Dopamine coming in with double 60TP, 1 IS7, double S-Conk, a VZ, and a CS63.
Smile, on the other hand, STRV, CS, C5, S-Conk, triple IS7, so that Dopamine lineup with a double 60TP going to be important for them to hit those shots.
Steps being the open map that it is going to be difficult for Blur and PM to hit those crucial 750 slaps onto Smile. But first of all, Dopamine sending 160 TP towards the northern part of the map. He's probably going to go north of the rails. Nexus going like CD line. But the entirety of the Smile team seems to be going towards the west, bar the STRV, as it seems.
Yeah, they may want to punish that 60 TP, because look how aggressive External is going with spotting equipment.
External seeing the 60 TP of Blur super early, but the IS-7s aren't even in position to punish that yet. Nexus having taken a shot of damage in the IS-7 as well. And it seems like Dopamine is waiting for something to happen on the 9-0 line, but we, as the all-knowing observers, obviously know that it is not the plan for Smile here.
No, not the plan at the moment, but Blur's position at A3 I don't know. I don't really see that one, I feel.
Yeah, the other teams were defending more like in A2 in the pocket, but I think he decided upon getting spotted this early that he can't make it to A2 without taking a lot of damage. And this in turn now means that Oxmathus in external can push here very far without taking a lot of damage. Nexus there tries to give one to Ox, but instead takes one on the way out. Oxmathus there with a nice snap.
A2 kind of for free here for Smile, though. Relatively free. If they want it. Nothing can really be stopped.
Oxmathus and Blur exchanging spots here. The two guys just basically confirming what they already know, as both things were spotted before that. Do they have angles though? Yeah, Loop in the middle of the map is able to farm onto the 60 TP, so I don't think he can stay completely safe, although the E5 should be off of reload, but oh, good blinds coming out from Dark Ninja, connecting one over like 500-600 meters.
Yeah, Dark is he's getting in the groove, you know. Known for his crazy plays. It's a sick blind. It's beautiful. Good for him. He doesn't know it, of course. But Smile taking it slow and steady, man. Putting some pressure on every part of the map. Now external is going to be figured out by Spirit. Needs to be careful. There goes Spirit. Spirit gives him one. External spots him back in return. Though Spirit immediately taking a shot of damage. Not more than that.
Oh, the STRV being spotted is actually huge. This reveals a lot to Dopamine. Probably everything that they want to know right now.
Yeah, but he hits Spirit anyways, I think, so.
Now Dark Ninja readjusting. Is he going to go to the pocket? Probably not, right?
I don't like this defense. I mean, I like that Nexus took back A4, though. I think it's very good that they did that, at least. Gives them something to hold off, because it was just a 60p at A3. I'd say it's looking really bad. But with this defense as well, you can't... PM and Dark Ninja up front. We've seen what happens when a team snowballs on that part of the map. When you are able to push into the first two tanks. Like, yeah, you take the initial damage, but then you're able to take guns out of the game.
Yeah. Nexus, though, in a hold down here. So shouldn't be dying against Oxmathus. Has taken a bit of damage, but most likely on the cross to the position. And I think Smile, they are sort of grouping up to now push the 9-0 line. This is where essentially all of their tanks are. The only tank not there being Oxmathus, who is kind of selling it that, you know, they might still be considering doing a north push. But I think now the push is going to come into full effect. I'm not sure I like what External is doing here. He could get punished a lot for this. But now PM sees the approaching forces, is currently on the reload. Dark Ninja peeking, seeing if he can get a shot or two. Doesn't seem to be the case. Loop the first one to take damage.
Yeah, but these I7s will have to go before the rest of the team rotates for the side of Dopamine. Now Paddington will be in position. Dark Ninja are trying to scatter to the wind, so in the VZ. Not sure if he's going to be making that one. Fluky is just going for it. They're going for Dark Ninja as the first target here. They have to go at this moment in time, but they're kind of disjointed again. Like the CS from External to also be there to go potentially behind the rock, for example. He didn't do that. They need to start focusing fire here, get somebody out of the game. Ethan missing, though, is brutal for them, and it's really dire for Dopa, right? Really dire for Smile right now.
Yeah, Dopamine here on their defense, getting a lot of damage done because Smile, they are not really committing in. Finally, externally, showing the rest of his team how it's done to drive around the corner and not stop pressing W, but I am not sure if that's going to help the situation because Smile now down 2k HP. They're also, they're up a gun, but the thing is also that the SRB once again is out of game. That's basically 2k HP that's missing in the shootout. The other 2.5k are obviously on Oxmathus that is currently facing off against Blur. So the Smile tanks that are actually committed in super low, Fluky, Loop, both a one-shot.
Yeah, if Ox doesn't find Blur there, I say he just goes over the rails and keeps going A-line. Like, he doesn't care, he just keeps going. I don't know, I don't think you stick to this 1v1 here. If you're Ox, I really would have liked to see him go B-line. He's going to find Blur now, though. He might win that 1v1 over time, but imagine if he just ignored Blur and went over the rails and went behind those guys, you know? Blur would never catch him because he's 60p, but Ox did get the better trade-off against him. Not connecting on that shot, though, but look at Nexus. He's starting to relocate over to help Blur.
Yeah, Nexus now being split off by Dopamine, so that's going to turn into a 2v1 that the 60 TP most likely is not going to win. And the relocation now coming in by External and Sebastian with the CS63 and the SJRV respectively. Good shots by both Blur and Ox, but the thing is, every kind of trade right now is good for Dopamine. They're the ones up 2k HP. They're the ones with the high HP. Oh, a bounce coming out from Oxmathos, but it does take off the track of the 60 TP.
I mean, right now, Ox seems to be pulling a number on Blur.
Now getting kind of caught here on the rotation.
Nexus getting caught, which means External will peek him, or try to peek him. He hits the shot. Nexus doesn't retaliate.
The CS63, who puts a good shot into the lower plate.
Yeah, Ox is winning this 1v1. External beats Nexus, so there's that. Ox is probably going to win this. He would go for the face hug at this point, I think, to stop the 60p from shooting the lower plate. Sebastian kills Ferret. Blur bounces Ox, and all of a sudden, Kian, 40 seconds left. It's looking dire for Dopamine.
Yeah, 40 seconds left here as Sebastian committing very, very close. Spirit there with a good shot though into Fluky, removing one of the guns from the game. And Spirit there getting pummeled down. I think Paddington at this point in time just wants to drive forward, just wants to kill Loop as he takes a lot of damage early on. The SJRV having turned around right now. Does make a getaway here, has to connect that next shot into Loop. Does it? Loop, he needs that fire, I think, if he wants to win that 1v1. He does not get it, however. Paddington turning around his gun does get the kill, so he's going to ensure his own survival as the time runs out. And Dopamine once again winning a defense by time.
So confused. He's so confused by a lot of things there. Very, very confusing times are upon us. I think External also had to go for the S-Kong. I don't know why Loop decided to YOLO around the corner instead of just shooting the S-Kong and pulling back and play off of the HP of his S-Kong, because they needed his DPM from the E5, you know? They needed his DPM in that game to finish off everybody.
Yeah. Fluky here. Not the greatest of games for him, only one shot of damage by him. Sebastian having, on the other hand, a pretty good game, but it doesn't remedy the fact that his team just lost the round by timeout. And Dopamine are going to be smiling to themselves, because if that round goes like 10 seconds longer, they possibly lose.
Yeah, but Blur, bro. I'm sorry, but I feel like his name is coming up quite a few times here. Ben ratio. I mean, remind me how yeah. In a 1v1 key, I'm sorry, it's a 1v1 against an IS-7.
Yeah. Higher pen ratios would be probably appreciated by his teammates at this point. Expected, appreciated, all of it. Yeah. I mean, in the end, Dopamine, I guess, taking a round home from the favored side of Sand River. Now it's going to be Smile defending. I don't think they're like super worried, but they are probably a bit angry at themselves for not doing the final push earlier and thus enabling themselves to close out the round. I think that was the biggest problem here because, yeah, in the end, the tactic was good. It worked. Just too late.
Time management is also an important factor. And they didn't. I still think that they'll be fine there if Lip just doesn't YOLO into it. It's S-Kong had HP. You can force the trade, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, it is what it is, some of them are probably saying to themselves right now, as we are getting ready for round number 6 in between Smile and Dopa. It's still anyone's guess which of those teams are gonna get flown to China to visit Shanghai and play a tournament there. Both of those, I guess, really want to go. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Also, obviously, playing for doubling their cash prize here. So stakes are high. Let's see if the gameplay lives up to it.
If we go for +1, I don't know. I'm feeling a special tank. I don't know why.
You are. I guess we'll see the lineup soon, and then it's going to be revealed to us what we will be able to expect.
No? Yeah, no, we already had a Leo.
We already had a Leo, yeah. 3 IS7s, 1 Mouse, 1 S-Conk, 1 E5, and Spirit in the Leo.
Smile with the Mino, the CS, the double VZ, the double S-Conk, and the IS7. Yeah, we already saw the Leo, and I think it was from Dopa as well.
Mm-hmm.
He had a good game, though.
Now, wasn't it by Smile, and it was Sebastian also on steps?
Sure, I'm pretty sure it was Dopa. No?
Was it Dopa?
I think so. I think so. It was. I really think so.
Okay. I guess I'll accept that for now. Dopamine sending a lot of tanks towards the eastern part of the map here. The Leopard is probably going to set up somewhere cozily in FG0. The IS-7s are driving very far back, by the way, indicating that they don't want to get spotted for the time being. The slower tanks, the S-Conk, the Mouse hanging a bit back. One of the IS-7 being a bit more aggressive. But yeah, for Smile, the Mino setting up in A3. He's probably even gonna reach A2 if he doesn't get spotted. He'll just continue going. And Smile sort of making a little trap on the 9-0, but they don't have all the tanks they need, I don't think.
Yeah, you'll see all of Dopa tanks go there, though, including the Mouse, I guess. Nexus being spotted out. There is a huge amount of Smile tanks there, though. But the downside here is that the double VZ is on 0 line. If they did a waterfall through 0 line, as in with all their tanks onto the VZs, they only clip once. Like the VZs get to clip once, but after that, 0 DPM gaming.
Yeah, I think the issue for Dopamine here being that they have a Leo, and while the Leo is a great tank and a good sniper and all of those things, it does not excel at pushing. It has no armor to speak of. It just melts away.
But unlike an STRV, though, he can make those peaks and actually get into the fight.
A reshuffle now going on. The VZs having left that little corner where they also were spotted. So Dopamine were aware they were possibly driving into this. Luki exchanging spots with Paddington. And I think Dopamine, they're just getting slowly, they're getting ready for an execute here over the 9 and 0 line. At this point in time, maybe External should even, you know, start spotting around. But then again, Dopamine starting with 2k HP up, so let's see if they can make it work. The Mouse driving in here, not spotted yet, interestingly. Fluky getting seen in the back on his rotation away.
But he's fine. He doesn't take a single shot of damage. And the VZs are sitting in those trees like we've seen over and over and over again now by numerous teams to punish the guy crossing towards the cap. Don't know if they're going to be able to figure out the way to spot them, to see them, but if they did, it would be so important.
Now, PM here peeking against Lop in the S-Conk. Both sides not taking any damage whatsoever, but the Mouse getting spotted here in the east for Dopamine should indicate that it is a 2-cap execute. I now want to see some action by the Minotauro. I want to see some action by the CS that Smile have, because now everyone is spotted. The I-7 start driving in. We'll see how brutal the punishment is. Dark Ninja already taking one here. The VZ guns proving to be very effective. Nexus getting double track. Paddington having to do a little detour. The punishment is there, but only on Nexus.
But Nexus is alive right now, though, which is the most important factor, I would say. The fact that he survives, he'll be stuck behind this rock for the rest of the game. That I think we can all agree on. They have the E5 covering, and it's actually the Leo that's going to be facing off against the CS. So Ferret is going to need some big penetrations against that. Ferret!
Ferret there, getting spotted, getting tagged heavily down towards a one-shot. Needs to be very careful. The Leopard 1 there in the middle of the map, seeing the CS63, unable to engage for now. 20 seconds on the cap. This is dire times currently for Smile, but they're up in HP. Those shots are not really the shots that Spirit wants, by the way. Now the S-Conk does peak a bit further. Cap down to 10 seconds, however. There needs to be some sort of reaction by Smile if they just want to lose. And here we go. The Mino has arrived. The resets are there.
Yeah, and at the same time, they peak with the VZs. They peak with the IS-7, doing some more damage. See Spirit here trying to do what he can in the Leo. I think, honestly, he should have tried to push external already and take him out. But that is a CS, though. That thing moves very, very quickly. There's the blind there, doesn't connect, gets spotted in return though, has to be careful still. But HP in manageable range here though for Dopamine. Yeah, they're about 1,300 down, but at the same time, they have these angles to punish Sebastian, to punish Ethan.
Well, the thing is, the HP are gonna be kinda similar until the VZs will finally have reloaded again. We can see Fluky peeking first here, supposed to take the damage. It only takes one out of the two shots, and now that padding Nas fired, we see the VZs approaching, but seemingly unable to really do anything except spam HE at the IS-7s here. And yeah, Smile right now doing a good job of running down the time, getting those HE resets. The Mino still 4 out of 5 shots remaining in the clip. 20 seconds. Resets need to come again.
Resets needs to come again. And how much HE do they really have on those VZs is the big question here. I mean, yeah, they'll find a reset again. But the question is, do they have more than like 1 or 2 clips of HE? There we can see the misses as well. 4 seconds left. Back down all the way. The big resets come out, and Ethan actually gets a poke as well, without taking any damage for it. PM in return getting punished by Sebastian. And now you can see though that Smile is starting to extend that HP lead. External still in the middle of the map, having to face off against the Leo 1 of Spirit. Spirit needs to be careful about his engagement. He could still lose it.
Yeah, he still needs to cover the open ground on towards External, which External can obviously use for his own good. And now, once again, cap below 30 seconds, but even Lob could probably peak with his S-Conk and deliver a good reset on towards those IS-7s. The Minotauro almost done with the intra clip, and Dark Ninja taking a lot of damage. Sebastian in return taking 1000 as well. Tries to overpeak, does not get the kill onto the IS-7.
No, but Ethan might. He has one more shot to find a kill against one of them, and he finds Dark Ninja. And Smile now in a commanding position. And the fact that Captain Jack Sperrit got spotted there on the back, I think by External, with the spotting equipment, lost 2000 HP, meant he couldn't play so high, meant he couldn't really counter the guys peeking at A8, like the VZs and the I7 he would have shots on. And that really changed a lot of things there. And that is where you would want that STRV at least.
And now the Minotauro, though, with the second kill onto the tanks in cap. And I think the counter push does get called here by Smile. They are fairly confident they're going to win this round, and they are correct in their assessment. So once again, the scoreline is going to equalize as Nexus, who managed to stay alive for all this time behind the stone, finally does bite the dust, followed by Ferret.
And for Smile, that is what they needed after losing that previous round on time. Second time they lost on time. 3-3. I don't think they're even happy with the fact that it's 3-3 right now.
Nah, 2 of those rounds they could have won with more time. One being the steps defense by Dopamine, which was actually extremely close, and the other one being the cliff defense by Dopamine, which also, if it went like longer, they could have easily taken down. But time management, you said it is a skill in its own, and sometimes if you lack that skill, you're gonna lose rounds, which is what we saw happen. 3-3 equalized scoreline, though, means that we are gonna head into mines soon. First of all, let's take a look at the post-battle results, though, and we see that Spirit had an okay game, but wasn't able to carry his team with the pure raw damage farm, the damage output that the Leopard is able to provide.
Yeah. But the rest of the tanks are a bit of an issue. All solid hold from Smile. I mean, they really never seem to be out of control there.
No, I think they played a very, very good, stable, controlled round of World of Tanks here. And sometimes that's just all it takes, right? Ticking the basic boxes of not misplaying. And it helped them here. So now after Cliff, Prokhorovka and Steps, our journey, our travels continue. This time we are headed towards the destination of Mines.
We consider a 1-1 map.
So our travels might not be over then.
No, we may go all the way to Tundra.
It may very well.
It may very well go all the way to Tundra.
I mean, for dopamine's sake, I hope that they don't try to play an active Def again, because that one looked horrid, even though they won it in the lower bracket finals.
I can see them do it again. It's Nexus after all.
Okay, I guess if you say so. But they should realize that, you know, the round was only close because they, like I'm talking about the Mines round that they won on their defense. The round was only won by them because the opponents made so many mistakes. And I don't think Smile is a team to make this many mistakes.
I mean, you'd hope so, right?
Right?
In the finals, I mean, you'd hope so, right?
You would indeed hope so. I mean, we're just about ready to hop into the game. Like half a minute more until I think the lobby gets started. So, what do you think? Hard camp or no?
Dopa is defending, right?
Dopa is attacking. It's Smile defending first.
Okay. I don't think Smile is the kind of team to play aggressive, though, on defense.
I mean, it all depends also on what they probably trained in the time frame leading up to the tournament. Maybe sometimes you're just, you know, able to surprise the opponent with the active defense. That being said, I think the win probability of, you know, playing it passively on the defense is a lot higher than if you play it actively. Although we saw one of the passive defenses today already get broken. Dopamine going into round number 7 here. They're bringing an IS4, a double mouse, a double 277, and double CS.
Smile, on the other hand, an IS7, a double mouse, a triple E5, and the CS63.
Now, both of those lineups look like, you know, they could be going middle, especially since both of them have double mouse. The E5s there would be wreaking havoc with the DPM. They're just the perfect tanks for that. Yes, they have the cupolas, but no, they are not going there. Double mouse is probably going to go proxy under the hill. Dopamine instead on their Mines attack, sending everyone towards the middle, trying to secure the hill for themselves. And indeed, they do get it. Spirit getting spotted, not seeing anyone in return. Fluky does get spotted here in his IS7, but Ferret is unable to connect the shot.
Yeah, Ferret not able to connect the shot. You see the double mouse on the 3-4 line, which is probably going to pressure through the E4 rock at some point. See the IS4 going around the hill. He's going to push up to the cap. They may try again with Ferret on the cap, like they did last time, if you remember. Like they did against Burbo.
Yep. But there, I don't think Dopamine has enough fast tanks to bait Smile into that rotation by basically showing them on 1-2 and then rotating around, right? Threatening the 1 cap again. Because those mouses are fairly like committed in the middle and they take a long time to rotate, I don't think Smile is going to fall for that. Dark Ninja now taking a shot of damage, the first one of the game there in that mentioned middle in the mouse. I think that was possibly Lop, so good job by him.
Yeah, good job by him indeed, and it is quite an attempt here. Oof, Blur. Good preparation from the boys from Smile. It's double tap there to take position. He has to face off against double mouse. I think he'll fancy his odds here.
I think he'll fancy his odds, but Fuel Tank damaged, and we all know that he doesn't have a rep kit because he just used it. This might be problematic for Blur, depending on how many HE shells are gonna hit the back of the tank. He tries to hit the mouse of Lob there with one heat. Fails to do so. Oxmathus there edging closer. Oof, another HE shell, and every single one of those has the... Ferret getting spotted in the cap with the CS.
That is going to cost them some HP.
Oh.
Ooh, HE from Ox, who still had it loaded. He drops Sphere down to 1.4. He does get behind a building, but I don't think that is what they were hoping for.
Nah, definitely not. And I think the saving grace here for the team of Smile was that Oxmathus was like basically has a different angle of spotting for the mouse. If both were below the hill, I think the way that the CS takes into the cap is directly designed to not get spotted from there, but it doesn't cover the angle, the other angle that the mouse had.
Yeah, and it seems like they are abandoning on this cap play.
Abandoning, and by this also, you know, basically leaving Blur to his own devices. And Dopamine, after getting themselves a bloody nose on the east, on the one cap, they are trying on the west now. Long rotation here with the 277s, the mouse driving in, probably gonna make a shield. PM that is already spotted. So I think by Smile, the rotations should be coming in.
You see the times in the base, shifting orientation, including Ox. They're all aiming at bottom 2 line now. Off of the spot of the mouse doesn't go there for no reason. It means that there is something happening. Spirit, they're trying to shoot Fluky, gets spotted out. Double 277 driving down 1-2. It is an E5 crossing over. An E5 crossed over.
Yep, and that E5 is going to be the undoing of anyone that will want to push over the one line, which right now looks to be Nexus and Paddington. PM finally has reached the cap in the mouse, but I think is going to continue into the shootout. This might actually might not be too bad at all, but Paddington and Nexus on that cross already taking a lot of hits, a lot of heats from the E5s in the base. Now Spirit exposing here, taking another big hit by Fluky. The 277s make it over, but...
At what cost? They can't do anything from there. A good crossing though from Smile, good preparation, crossing over that E5 to get into position in case 1-2 gets pressured. That shuts down the whole game here, man. The ignite from Fluky to add upon it. Paddy and Nexus, they realize they gotta do something, but what can they really do? And a double 277 versus an E5 277 combination with a CS and support is not too much. Smile on this defense, showing us a textbook rotation on how to shut down everything and anything that may be thrown their way. As Fluky finds Paddy, Ferret gets external, but it's just 1 277 left in 1-2 line, which is Nexus, who's facing off against an E5. Nexus could win this in a world because Lip misses, but Fluky finds Spirit in return, and there is only 4 tanks left standing for the side of Dopamine in this round.
Yeah, Nexus getting pushed over now. It's going to be Sebastian with his E5 to shut down the 277, and now Blur, who was pushed up to the 1 cap to basically get that camo cap play going. Yeah, he's probably watched the entirety of this battle and felt rather helpless.
He was helpless. He was just shooting at a mouse who probably wasn't even peeking him most of the time.
Yep. Also down to 1300. I'm gonna check after the game how many HE shells he actually had to eat this battle. Now Smile here on their defense, 2 minutes remaining. They're just gonna drive in to get a bit more damage here. Dark Ninja down to 377, looking possibly to do one more shot of damage against Sebastian, who does get the pickup instead, looking for more damage because the win has already been secured.
Smile gonna put themselves on match point after a long series where at numerous points they could have made themselves not have to fight for this long, but they still get there in the end. But they have a big task ahead of themselves. It's Mind's Attack. They have to overcome it.
Mind's Attack going to be the name of the game for the team of Smile, and for Dopamine it now means no more mistakes allowed in this best of 9 here, as Sebastian does pick up Ferret And it's going to be 4-3. Smile the first one to match point, but possibly not the only ones.
Not the only ones. What do we think? Do we think Smile has the capabilities of winning a Mines attack?
No.
Wow. So negative, man.
Is being realistic all of a sudden negative? Like, hello?
It's a fine line between being realistic and pessimistic, you know?
Then again, you know, I'm oftentimes pessimistic because, and that once again, philosophy, a bit of philosophy for you. If you always expect the worst outcome, then reality can only surprise you positively.
Thanks, I just got depression.
Sebastian and Fluky.
Always expecting the worst he had? Come on, man.
What?
Right, so you
about the
wake up
second
in the
part.
morning, and you wake up in the morning and you're like, I should go to work. And then you think, nah, I'm gonna have a bad day at work, so I'm not gonna go to work.
Unfortunately, that is not how, you know, working contracts and going to work works.
Well, that's a you issue.
I mean, yeah, true.
Just become boss of Wargaming.
I think there's a few obstacles in that way, my dude.
Yeah, but you already said you could hop across the pond yesterday, so it shouldn't be that hard for you to jump a ladder.
And then I admitted that hopping across the pond would likely result in me making a big splash and not more. Anyway, though, 4-3. Smile here on the match point, but obviously have to attack on mines now, which is, as we all know, not the easiest feat by far.
Well, it depends, though, if Dopa is going to play another mines defense like they did before.
Yeah, that might be possible. But I think they should have recognized, like, they should have seen that they shouldn't have won the defense that they tried to play. So maybe they're gonna adjust it. But I think most likely, if you're up against match point in the grand finals and you have a trip to China on the line, I don't think you play Mines defense aggressively. I don't think you
Watch
do.
them. Well, it's Nexus after all. Watch them play aggressive. You know, you're talking from a logical point of view. Yeah. And that is your mistake. Nexus doesn't...
He doesn't work with normal logic. He has his own...
Nexus logic is yet still logic, you know?
Mhm.
He's like Frugo, but from North America.
So, also a diamond.
I really thought you were going to say something else there.
I actually don't know what you mean now.
Not like losing in the finals.
Oh. Pew pew pew. Yeah, let's see if that actually holds true. I think the round is just about to get started, so we are now hopping into what might be the last game of the day here. If Dopamine aren't able to convert their Mines defense, and we do see Dopamine with a singular IS-7, double mouse, triple E5, and 1 CS.
And Smiles double BZ, a mouse, double 277, a CS, and a Hori. Is that Dopamine lineup the same one that's Smile just used on defense?
I
think so.
Think so too, yes.
There was an IS-7. There
was
were
a
two
CS.
mouses. Yeah, it's the same one.
Let's see if it's going to be the same defense. I am a bit curious where the Hori is supposed to go and what exactly it's supposed to do. I don't think with a Hori you can pen the E5 mantlet, right? Like you can, for example, the super comp. Oh, good preparation here though. Nexus on the cross, taking a lot of damage immediately. Paddington as well here. We seem to have slight issues right now with the SRT feed, but yeah, that was already a lot of punishment onto the crossing tanks here. There we go. There we're back, and we see Nexus has reached the hold-down position.
Nexus, okay, let's see. Did anybody else take some damage? Ferret some and Paddy some, that's it. Just checking who took damage, yeah. Not enough to push down 1-2 from. Does he have enough Ben in the hurry to go to the IS-7 front? Yes, he does.
He does indeed. 360 AP is nothing to scoff at. He does get spotted now, and I think Nexus is driving back. He knows of the pen of the Hori, but instead it's going to be the Hori missing and taking one by Nexus.
That's the issue, though. If Nexus, I thought it's like 3. Nexus is not that likely to pen the superstructure, though. Not at an angle.
It's like 290 effective or something?
That was 300.
Or 300 effective, and yeah, the IS-7 has 303 pen, so it's like basically a 50-50, taking into consideration the 2 degrees of normalization.
They know there's 3 tanks on 1-2, though.
They do know that. And
He got penned. Nexus got penned by the Hori.
Oh, well, he should stop peeking then.
Maybe he has to spot, though.
Yeah, he has to spot. I mean, for Loop to get the pickup onto Nexus, that would obviously be perfect. As we see one shot from the back lines, I believe that was one of the E5s connecting into the Hori, bringing him down towards 1000 HP. Obviously, that TD doesn't have the highest of hit points. Fluky now trying to play Helldown, trying to find the mouse, and Blur in the back does get found in the E5. Takes a big hit by, I believe, the Busy.
Yeah, Fluky there spots the mouse out and decides he doesn't want to actually have anything to do with that. But Smile actually have an HP lead here on Mind's attack, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. They don't have that IS-4 though, to go to the forward building.
Yep, they do not do that. Instead, they're trying to suppress the mouse with the turret of the 277 and Nexus. Yeah, he isn't peeking that one for sure anymore. Already got penned once. And Smile, I think, are setting up for some sort of commitment in the eastern part of the map. I think they are gonna rotate their whole re away. Or are they? Is he simply gonna switch to a different location within the bushes here? Also an option. But time is a ticking. 4 minutes 40 left. And Smile, they still have to, you know, either destroy all enemy vehicles or cap the enemy base. Or do both, theoretically.
Yes, you can do both at the same time. There is some grouping here on the 90 line CS and the 277. Tanks need to come from the hill for this, though. The mouse is kind of a freebie right now of PM. Nobody's really watching a 5-line push anymore, I feel. Unless I'm missing something.
The mouse in J7 could be shooting onto it, and I think the E5 on K4 could also readjust to farm into that. He would obviously have to be careful because of the tanks from the hill. I think he would maybe even have to cross on towards one of the stones to safely farm from there. But now we do see Smile with the initiative here. Fluky with the 277 driving in, and dual-pronged attack we also similarly see on the 4-line. Lob, Sebastian with the 277 and the mouse respectively. So PM probably knows there is something cooking. People are coming for him. Fluky the only one to get committed in here. Good shot into the mouse.
Yeah, because right now the mouse is kind of safe. He's facing one angle, and that is that one of Fluky, because Fluky's alone here. So I usually see more than one tank go to this position. But Fluky is getting the better of PM slowly but surely, though. But that's gonna take a while. That is going to take a long while before that comes into effect.
Yeah, also Fluky needs to be careful not to take any more shots by the mouse, and ooh, Fluky there on a personal level outplaying PM, who obviously cannot reverse in that mouse. PM there with another miss or non-penetration onto Fluky, I believe, does take another hit down to 1600, so he's going to be able to take 4 more until he hits the grave.
Yeah, so Fluky needs 4 shots, PM technically only needs 3. It's starting to even out a little bit. In the beginning, it was a lot more that he needed in that 277. It does open the cap, though, Kihant. There is a potential here to send the CS onto the cap where the IS-4 normally plays. And at the same time, Ox, going very aggressive there towards the rocks, gets spotted out. Sebastian's coming in, like a zooming train, Ox now as well. They want to go kill PM, and big connection there. I think that was even the whole re from 1-2 line. Looking now down towards 947, but the gap is still open. Sebastian Ox, they just need to get safe under here. There's nothing really stopping them from that. One more shot to shut PM down, and it's Fluky to get it. And Smile actually in a pretty good and commanding position here.
Smile actually making it work, starting to make it work. The first tank has hit the grave. PM is not there anymore. Oh, the whole re with another unholy connection there, setting the tank on fire, confirming the second kill here has to drop off against the E5 that is chasing him. Now Dark Ninja and Blur, they're trying to make it work against Sebastian, but he is just reversing. Oxmath is coming up behind them. The Hori here currently still alive. Is he able to connect onto the CS? Doesn't seem like it, but Dopamine trailing in HP, trailing in tanks.
Trailing everywhere. There's 30 seconds left for the cap here. Sebastian and Ox are just screening right now. Blur has to go in a second. He won't have a choice anymore. He needs to start driving down in that E5 because he needs to get the reset. Blur, you gotta go, bro. There's no choice. If your team wants to have a chance to go to China, now is your moment. But Ethan is coming off the hill. He is gonna potentially try to block Blur from getting this. The ignite from Lop actually, and Blur's burning to a crisp. Paddy might have a reset from the back lines, but I don't think so. There it is, though. One more reset coming in. That was on towards Fluky. I think there was even Paddy in the CS. Not too sure, but Lop, in the meantime, shuts down Dark Ninja, and it's just all on Ferret here. He needs to get a reset in 7 seconds, but E5 is not going to be doing it. Almost Paddington connecting from the back, but in spectacular fashion, Smile is going to secure the ticket to China with a 5-3 scoreline over Dopamine.
Smile making it work here on the hardest possible attack on mines. They do secure the victory here. They don't have to go to overtime to decide it. Congratulations to the team of Smile, who are indeed going to be meeting up. It's going to be a team meeting in China, and for Dopamine, they are going to have to go through the wildcard tournament to possibly secure their ticket there, although it's going to be hard, and it's not going to be as easy as just winning one best of 9, where they could have confirmed it here. Here we have the damage number. Paddington not really getting into the game with his CS, and yeah, I think the game winners here, or the game winner here for his own team, was actually Fluky, who was tanking and playing like a champ against PM in that mouse, just securing the crucial shots into the mouse so later he would go down quicker, opening up that that base one.
Yeah, winning his individual trade there was huge for that 277. What I did not like, you saw how Smile had double mouse under the hill when they played?
Mm-hmm.
If you have double mouse under the hill, you can challenge the 3-4 line. You know those two guys there?
Yeah.
You can challenge them, and you can use the CS that's on 1-2 line to actually still take G1 to crossfire them. So I think it was a similar defense, but worse in that regard, because still, if you have, like I said, if it's a double mouse, like Smile had, you move alongside the hill, and then you use the CS and crossfire, and you're in an okay position.
Mm. All right, so that confirms the two teams for EU and NA that are going to go to China. It's going to be Smile for North America. It's going to be Hit and Run for Europe. This also concludes 3 long days of streaming, although I personally had a blast. I want to take this opportunity to also not only thank you for being an awesome co-caster with me, but also all the other people before and behind the camera, because believe it or not, there's actually more people working on those tournaments than just Ducky, Insane Toxic, and I. So thank you very, very much. I really hope you had a blast watching, and as is tradition, by now, Ducky, the last words go to you.
Great tournament. Love seeing NA come into it as well. Gonna see what they can do in China, but my eyes are looking forward towards that wildcard tournament. Those teams.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, for the casting over the past 3 days. And Toxic, just like they mentioned, we have our two teams that are going to be confirmed for the WCI later happening in China. On top of it, we also know what teams will be battling in 2 weeks for the wildcard tournament. But looking back at the bracket, starting with the NA1, we get to see that Smile and Dopamines were the two last teams left in the tournament, and Smile took the victory 5-3, and they actually managed to win on Mind's Attack, which is impressive.
I mean, you must be pretty happy. You got your prediction correct. Dopamine winning Smile winning 5-3 and securing their WCI spot. We saw before that Hit and Run securing their WCI spot. So those two teams will be able to go to the Chinese tournament and play for the big money towards the end of the year. If I am informed correctly, well, we had a very blastful 3 days of tournaments. You know, we had quite some unexpected results. This was not one of them, but let's look at the replays.
Yeah, let's take a look to see what happened exactly between those two teams, the last match of the day, and we're starting on Cliff. You could see Smile on the attack, Dopamine on the defense, and I have to say that this initial aggression from Smile was actually great. They pretty much countered Dopamine's plan, going for a very passive defense, but at the end of the day, their management of the time was not the greatest, because Dopamine just managed to take the victory because of it.
I mean, the thing is, this is a gamble from Smile. This is almost exactly what we saw Escalate, I think the team is called, do yesterday. Aubrey's team, they went with the same aggression. They, however, had the unfortunate event of the team not having split up as much as Dopamine did. So it worked out better for Smile here. However, there were some hiccups here, you know, for example, External choosing that he doesn't want to keep on playing the match, you know, he just wants to kind of spectate it. They did do a great job, however, on keeping all the other guns in the match for a long time, which, I mean, it worked out for them greatly, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dopamine a bit lucky, I would say, because I think that
Yes,
it's
definitely.
on Smile that they lost that one. We expected when we saw the round going after a few minutes to have like a convincing victory by them. But anyway, they were then on the defense, and you could see that their opening was pretty much countering what Dopamine went for. Dopamine actually rotating with 3 BZs over the donuts, but they were lacking the information that the B and the I7 joined from the 1-2 lines, and they were actually not in an overmatch situation anymore, and it ended up very wrong for them.
I mean, the start was good. They set Lop on fire here, got off a great initial engagement, but in the end, you know, they did not manage to secure the overmatch there a long time, and they also were just in worse positions because you had Oxmatus just in the ramp, kind of creating crossfire for Smile, which spelled disaster for Dopamine.
Yeah, and the issue also regarding that is they're gonna win the donut possibly, but they're losing hard middle. At the end of the day, even Smile decided to abandon the middle themselves to actually reinforce and win the donut. So I think the entire time Smile, they had the upper hand.
I mean, definitely we saw it. It was kind of like the first match, just that Smile got unlucky there. In the Prokhorovka, you know, we had a whole lot of nothing for a couple minutes, and then we had this kind of very interesting push from Dopamine. I don't think they were expecting as much tanks here as they were facing in the end, which kind of made them, yeah, just run into this trap with open arms, you know, and kind of hugging themselves into the enemy, but it was too much enemies in the end.
I think it was a great setup from the side of Smile to counter what Dopamine did, and also there's External that will do a very big mistake. Later on you will get to see it whenever you play on the attack. The issue is that you can get heavily punished on the approach to possibly get the spots. as we get to see it now, this CS is going to get spotted early and he's going to drop down instantly. Good shooting from the side of Dopamine, not missing a single shot here. And even though Smile had the upper hand, they were up 2-1 in this match, it was almost impossible to make it in a 6v7 situation.
I mean, not only were they in a 6v7 situation, they also just had this very kind of awkward push, you know, they basically got stuck in these positions and just allowed the entire map to open up for Dopamine. And Dopamine with the RHM, you know, happily took it, forcing Smile into a last resort YOLO push. But if you look at the HPs, if you look at the guns, there's no way they're winning this.
Yeah, well, good stuff from Dopamine. We are not very used to do super passive tactics to work from the EU tournaments. Most of the time there's the attacking team finding the solution, but for NA it worked out perfectly. And next up on step, we had Smile on the attack, Dopamine on defense, and Smile going for this push, a pretty common one, try to take down PM and Dark Ninja. But the cover from Dopamine was on point. As you can see, the HPs, the trades going heavily in favor of Dopamine.
I mean, I'm always fascinated when I watch the NA gameplay, because you will see the first aggression happening very, very late into the match, which we only see really one team doing oftentimes in EU, and it was Aurora. And for them, it never really works out because they just run out of time. But for the NA teams, most of the time, it still works out, you know. They kind of had the issue here that this was not one of these times. So even though Smile had the guns, had the HPs, they are lacking in the time department. So Lob had to get a lucky, you know, fire here, or maybe Paddington low rolls for 313 damage. Neither of these things happens, so they lost the round.
Yeah, I mean, Smile could have definitely take their attack. They had actually 2 rounds like this in a row that they could have taken the Cliff attack, also this one attack, but then they were on the defense, and obviously it was a great defense from their side. They had some good control. I want to point out that they won 5-3, but yeah, those 2 attacks, those were definitely in their hands. They were in both missing only time, so it could have definitely been like a 5-1 scoreline at the end of the day. I think that we can mention that the better team won today for the NA tournament.
I mean, it's always like that, right? The better team wins, and in the end, nobody really cares about the scoreline, because in the end, when you're going to China, I don't think you will be, you know, going back in time and think like, oh man, if only we won 5-1 instead of 5-3, it would have been so much cooler. No, you don't care. You're in China, you are having a blast, and they deserved it.
I mean, you could have like some very close match where a team gets to win a tiebreaker and they had very lucky rounds, some fire, some Amorax, and maybe they don't deserve as much as the other one. But I think that today we had some very convincing wins in both grand finals, Citizen from EU, Smythe from NA. As we move to Mines, it was a 3-3 between those 2 teams. And well, once again, we have seen one team trying to make that one-line push, combining with the mouse over the 3 line. But most of the times, the teams, when their defense is well organized, as you can see, it is in here with the E5 and the CS in the back, it would not work out.
I mean, I don't really understand this push, right? You see that Smile is ready completely. You don't have any distraction whatsoever, and you just kind of decide to YOLO in, which I guess it's fine if that's like your first game in a series, but it's 3-3 and you are, you know, attacking on mines, so you have to try to make something work because you kind of want to have the 2-0, but instead they just choose to go for this YOLO, which didn't work for them.
I mean, I think that they tried, like the idea is for to bait a bit around the base 1, but Smile, they were very, very committed into the 1-2 lines. They had the good reads. And next up on their attack, match point for them, but a good challenge. It's very hard to attack on this map. They also went for a play over the base 1. You could see they managed to push back PM from the decap position. They also push with Loop in his mouse over the 4 line to get some angles behind. They follow up with the BZ and the 277, Oxmatus and Sebastian to take down PM, and then it's an issue for the side of Dopamine to get the decaps. There's a slight amount of time left, only 2 minutes, but Smile still managed to make it.
You know what I wonder? If Dopa just like actually starts rotating when the push starts happening from Smile, I think they could have had time to get the resets and win this over time in the end. Like
Possible.
this, they had to rely on Blur getting some spots and then Paddington or Ferret, you know, getting the shots. And I mean, they got one decap, but like there's still 40 seconds on the clock, so you need more than one decap, which they did not manage to get, which means for Smile they are winning this WCI qualifier. And I mean, they are going to China. They are happy. Dopamine, I think, is not going to be the team today that leaves with the most dopamine in their heads, but they still have the chance in the wildcard tournament.
Yeah, they will get their shot at the wildcard tournaments happening in 2 weeks on the 12th and 13th of August. We can probably have a look at what will happen in here shortly as we are preparing hits. We'll have a total, if I'm not mistaken, of 2 teams from NA, 2 teams from EU, 2 from APAC, and it's only going to be 1 coming out on top of 3 teams that qualified. So we know that from EU it's Hit and Run, we know that from NA it's Smile, and if I'm not mistaken, from APAC, Mori-Chan.
Yes, that is correct. That is the name of the APAC team that qualified. I think it was earlier today, but those matches were not broadcasted here on the stream. However, you know, apart from these 3 teams, there will be 2 Chinese teams participating in the WCI, and you already mentioned it, the winner of the wildcard tournament will also be there, so there's going to be a total of 6 teams for the WCI tournament, which probably makes for an interesting format, given what we've seen from Chinese tournaments in the past. I do feel like from the EU spectrum, which you know is the one I probably know most about out of the 3 regions, we are sending the correct team, because Hit and Run is has shown before that they are able to adapt to basically everything that's being thrown at them. So a different format shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, and I think also we have to mention that the first WCI that happened, the restrictions and the rules were very weird, like a lot of special things. And I have to admit that every time they made like a new edition, the rules were getting better. The restrictions were like more comfortable to play with for the teams. So I think that we're going to have like a pretty special format for the WCI. We don't know exactly what it will be, but it will be still very playable, and it will still allow the teams to show some form of creativity. And that's exactly where I'm waiting and I'm impatient to see what Hit and Run can bring. That being said, Toxic, we also have to thanks a lot our partner for this entire streams, the tournaments we had from EU, NA, because MillionPugs, they sponsored those 3 days of streams. They sponsored the entire tournament, bringing some cool cash prize also for the teams playing there. So shout out to them. And I also have to thank you a lot for those 3 days, being my co-analyst on the desk. It was definitely a pleasure to work with you, and I'm looking forward to work with you again in 2 weeks.
I mean, I can just throw that right back at you now. It's always a blast, you know, analyzing the games with you behind the scenes and then having something ready for the viewers. Oh, I think this is the bracket we've been waiting for. We can see here the 2nd and 3rd place from all of the regions. So for EU, that is W and Opur. For NA, that is Dopamine and Burbology. And for the APAC teams, that is Rejects and Bricked, which will be split up in 2 groups, each of these groups containing 1 team from each respective region. And Group 1 will be W, Burbology and Bricked, whilst Group 2 is Opur, Dopamine and Rejects.
Interesting, very interesting. I mean, if we get some top performance from both of EU teams, they will probably get to fight against each other again in the grand finals. And as you can see, W, Opur, those were the ones that battled in the losers bracket finals, and I'm sure that Opur is really looking to perform in this wildcard tournament and take their revenge against W in the finals if they would meet them again. But before that, they will need to take care of Bubology and Bricked. You mentioned it correctly. We have teams from EU, NA, Apex. Those are the ones we'll be covering in 2 weeks. And for the ones also not having their drops done just yet, you don't have to be worrying. We are going to be hosting a Daki just when we end. So you will get the chance to still get the mystery drops, the premium tanks, the day of premium. What's your take on it?
I mean, you know, free stuff is always great. Even if it's just a day of premium or a 2D style, I personally am always happy to receive those. So make sure to, you know, leave some love for Ducky, you know, greet him from us, tell him what an awesome job he did today. And that's it for me today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for having these wonderful 3 days spent with us, and I'll leave the last couple words to you and Sam.
Well, it appears that we already vanished on the stream, Toxic, but yeah, we have to wish you a great night, and we hope to get to see you again in 2 weeks for the WCI wildcard tournaments to get one more team to go to China. Have a great night.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.